was it what you were telling me that you used? Like, was it, I can't remember, because was it Vaseline?
Just real quick so you guys know, this is normally our private thing, so I don't know if you're supposed to hear all this, but I'm gonna make sure everyone else can hear some of it.
Mayonnaise? Was that what you were using? Anyway, I need something because this it's chafing. By the way, I'm going to send you a second voicemail to play on your live, just like a little greeting for everyone, just to kind of say hi. So play the next message on your live.
Okay. So that's my fault. So I was only supposed to play the second one. So there's two here, and I thought that this one was the first one, and that's why these are supposed to be private. Oh shit, Yeah, that's my mistake. Well, Jill, you said for that. It's the second one up. It's what?
Why did you do that?
Hold on, let me scroll down. Okay, I wasn't scrolled all the way down. I thought that was.
You play the most recent one, obviously.
I thought it was, but it was because normally, I'm on the website, but I had to download the app, and it was like.
This sucks.
I don't think they heard most of that. This should be, now I'm nervous to play this one.
Hey everyone, I was just a little busy today, so I'm kind of tired of hitting the sack, and I hope you guys have a great live. Oh, Mezzo, you have a great live too. I'm getting up bright and early to go to work in the morning, so really gonna miss y'all, but have a great live, and hey, spank some Christians for me. I love spanking it. I love spanking Christians. I love spanking. Hey, have a great live.
Okay, that's probably just like a technical error. We do have a private chat that we use back and forth, and I didn't mean for like on Discord. I'm supposed to like be more careful with that. But if you send both to a thing, that's kind of scary. I didn't realize I already listened to that first. I just haven't responded, so let me just do a quick. Half mayo, half Vaseline, and only do reverse strokes to avoid chafe. CHAFF? How you spell it? Yeah. Okay. Well, it was nice though, the other one. Oh, we probably shouldn't do that again. Well, we're off to a great start. Fuck, that feels really bad. I feel like I kind of wrecked a private moment between friends here. Also, yeah, it does sound like you had a bad day. At first, I was like, passports, it's not that big a deal. But if you have all this going on too, that's not fun to drive around with. I should stop talking about it. I should probably stop talking about it. It's out there now. Yeah. And everyone does it, right? Like I think it's one of those things that people, want to kind of keep private, but everyone chafes up. No, I don't read comments. Ghost, do you believe? I was watching a ghost show before I came out here. Ghost Adventures, where my Ghost Adventure friends and fans at. The show's fucking hilarious. And I just don't read the comments because they go by too fast. It's like too difficult to read. I don't have the attention for it. And they put up this test thing that was going to like detect ghosts, and it like very clearly was just also affected by wind. And so we were joking, my wife and I, about whether or not it was a ghost detector or a gust detector, and it did seem like actual gusts of winds were triggering it. So we sang about the gust busters. That was a good time. What else do I have for you guys here while we wait for first guest? Here's some thoughts I wrote down. Here's something interesting. Every time this is a little bit like weird, but think about this. Every time you have a new idea, you think of like some spark of an idea, it's really, really just like a combination of old memories. And hey, Joel.
Sorry, I don't have time for that. I got to go to bed. Did you take away my mod powers?
No, I messed with the mods a little bit today. I was going through and like doing stuff, but you should still have it.
Well, I don't have like the guest thing. Like I didn't see that other guest you brought up, and I like this day can't get any fucking worse.
Yeah, let me just. I'm just gonna get rid of all mods.
If you like, is there any way that I can have my mod powers back? Because I feel like I've lost everything.
Let me try this. Let me see if this does it. Oh, I dropped him. Okay. Well, now I'm having a bad day. Anyways, Joel, you should go to bed. You should probably go to bed, though. If I'm being honest, like you should probably go to bed. Yep. That'd probably be best for now. Like sometimes you just gotta end the day. You know? No, I dropped him. It was like I was trying to push the like make a mod button. It just like it's right next to disconnect. So you know, it's not that big a deal. Like this happens. I don't know if you guys follow Joel. A couple of you probably follow Joel. He's I don't want to say like moody, but he gets like a certain way. And then you know, you kind of like we have our disagreements, and then he yells at me, and like sometimes like he reduces himself to insults. If that makes sense. Like he just like he tries to keep together, and then he gets like really like I don't know, like pedantic maybe. Is that the word? What's pedantic mean? Pedantic. No, that's not quite it. I would say what's the word I'm thinking of? What's the P word that means he's like being a real shit face and like being rude and stuff like that? I'll think of it, but just like he acts like a just like piece of shit jerk kind of for a little while. POS maybe, could be. Pompous for sure. Petulant. What's petulant? That might be it. Petulant. Oh, that's it. Yeah. It's petulant. Who said petulant? Yep. Overly polite. Got it. Yeah. I think petulant is the one that I'm thinking because it's like childish, right? And so he does it for a little while, and then he'll take a bit of a nap, and he'll wake up next day and like he like memento, right? Like just forgets. Is it penis? Could be a little bit penis, but no, he'll be fine. He'll be okay. We're going to be just fine. What was I saying about time? Oh yeah, time is a combination. No, thought is a combination of old memories, right? Just as you think of something new, you're assembling these old memories together all at once, right? So imagine whoever thought of like the hot dog car. They had already seen hot dog, they had already seen car, and then their mind like blended them together, right? From the past. But even at the moment of that blending, because we're constantly zooming forward through time, every idea that you have is happening in the wake of your thoughts, in the wake of your present. Just like if you've heard Mitch Hedberg do his joke about like, someone said, hey, here's a picture of me when I was younger. And he's like, every picture is a picture of you when you're younger. Like that's also true of thoughts. Every thought is from technically when you were younger, right? And so all of these ideas are just stemming out of memory. And I was thinking about it in terms of like what it means to be conscious and these types of things. But it's an interesting idea that your identity is centered around the past, just all your past thoughts. A lot of your identity is. I don't know if you can pre-plan a thought. You might be able to like go, in 1 minute, I'm going to think about something new. And I don't know what it is yet. And then maybe do it. I don't know though. That might be weird, right? I don't know if you could pull that off. But also when you die, then it's really just like your memory maker stops memorating, and that's part of the process. Whoa. All right, here's that song again. Pretty good. It's pretty good. It's not perfect, but I heard that song today at a Daiso, so I thought I'd try it. It's all right. Hey, Monopoly, welcome in. How you doing?
Just living the dream. How are you?
So we were just talking about kind of, I'm doing pretty well. How old are you?
36.
And are you a Christian? I think maybe you've been here before.
I don't recall.
Oh.
But yes, I am Christian.
Hold on, we have a friendly person here. Oh, they left. All right. Well, do you think that God can do anything?
Yes.
And do you think he could destroy Satan?
Yes.
Oh, well, why not? Why wouldn't he do that then?
I don't know.
Seems like a good move. Wait, do you believe in Satan?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah. Do you?
No. I think that Satan was made up. I think God was too, but if the story of God were true, then there's no way Satan could exist. Right? Like if you're all good and there's a evil being that is like fucking everything up, then the good thing to do would be to get rid of it.
But you're trying to use your like own interpretation. You're trying to use your own wisdom. That's the problem.
Well, let's use yours. How does it make sense to you?
Well, the thing is I admit that I don't know. And I would never know. So the truthful thing is admitting that we don't know.
Is that
right?
true of everything?
Yes.
Okay. So if I was like, hey, I'm going to go hold my kid down in the bathtub so it can't like breathe or anything, do you think that's good or bad? You'd have to say, I don't know. Right?
Right.
Are you sure that you don't know?
Yeah, no, I don't know.
Well, you might know though, because you're saying you don't know everything. It might be possible that you do know. You just haven't checked on yourself.
Well, the reason why I say I don't know, right, is because so if you look at society and what's acceptable and what's not acceptable, right? Back in the day, it used to be acceptable to amputate somebody's head and play soccer with it. Right?
What was that like in like the 80s?
South America.
They did that?
Yeah.
And that was a thing that like everyone there was like, yeah, this is great.
Yes. So there would be two different teams.
Do you think that was good or no?
I don't know.
Okay. You don't know if that was okay.
Like, I don't, like, when I say, like, when you think about morality, morally, do I think it's wrong? Yes. But do I know?
But you don't know for sure if it's wrong.
Right. Correct.
Okay. What if someone was like in the middle of graping you? Like they're just going at it on you and you're hating it, like you don't want it to happen. Would you like tell them to stop, or would you be like, this might be good? I don't know.
So again, with that scenario, like the deeper meaning behind that is, I mean, again, you don't know, right? But again, you won't. I mean, for me, of course, I would say no, that's a bad thing. Of course, I would say I wouldn't want that to happen, right? But
it might be good that it's happening, and then you would be wanting, or you would not want a good thing to happen. That's a bit confusing, I think.
So, do you have two hands? Do you believe you have two hands?
So far, yeah.
Okay. See, that's the point here, right? So, there's a difference between believing and knowing. And so you just said that you believe that you have two hands. Do you believe that you have two hands, or do you know you have two hands?
I think it's a combination of things, right? So I believe it, and it's also true, which makes it knowledge.
No.
What's knowledge? What is it to know something then? I thought it was like when you believe a true fact that you know it.
No. It's either...
Okay.
So I could say, I believe you're a good guy, right? But believing is not knowing. There's a difference between saying, I know you're a good guy, or I believe you're a good guy.
Hey, Joyful, how you doing? Good to see you.
Pretty good. Can I ask a question?
Yeah, Monopoly, Joyful's a good friend of mine, and he's got a question.
So can I know that God exists and believe in God at the same time?
No.
Interesting.
I kind of hold to this definition I've heard before, that knowledge is a justified true belief. I think that there is like a more complicated nuance to it with some things, but in general, that like pretty much covers it for me. When you, it's a true belief that you actually have like some justification in believing, right? So, in my experience, I see two hands, I feel two hands, I can hear two hands, I can smell two hands, I can taste two hands. I guess let's do it real quick.
That looks yummy.
Yep, they're both there, a little salty. What other senses do I have? I mean, every one of my senses is giving me justified evidence that I have two hands. I also believe I have two hands. Maybe it's not true. Maybe it's false. Like that's the nuance. Like maybe I'm a head in a vat somewhere and I don't actually have hands, but I think I do. But I could say, is whatever I am experiencing two-handedness? Yes, I have knowledge that is true. Like you can word the sentence in a way where it is true. And that makes it is knowledge too.
So where are you getting your definition of knowledge?
JTB, justified true belief. It's a pretty like common philosophical definition of knowledge. I mean, there's debate on it, but it's a pretty easy one, and it holds up for most accounts. You can look it up.
Yeah, I'll do that real quick. Give me one moment. Where'd you say it was?
Justified true belief.
All right, 1 second.
Yeah, if you look at those two words, it'll probably give you some examples.
Hold on. And then it's going to say that is knowledge.
It's a really common philosophical definition of knowledge. When we use the word knowledge colloquially, we might have some different things, but in epistemology, that's a really common one. Yeah,
my friend, where are you getting the definition of knowledge?
All right, I'm just going to look on Wikipedia if that helps. This is something I remember from college, so I don't have a source for it. I was in college 20 years ago, but let's look it up.
Yeah.
Okay, knowledge is an awareness of facts. Okay. Knowledge, facts, also called propositional knowledge, is often characterized as true belief that is distinct from opinion or guesswork by virtue of justification, aka a justified true belief. So I'm getting it from Wikipedia.
Okay. So is knowing different from knowledge?
Knowledge is the noun of the verb knowing. Like we could call it I'm having a knowing right now. If you want to use the gerund, are you into word stuff? I learned the word gerund recently. I'm happy I got to use it here, but we don't use a gerund for know. We use whatever alleges. Do you know Joyful? Have you ever heard of a gerund?
I have never heard of that, but that is interesting.
That's the term for when you use an ing and turn it into a noun. So if this is a writing, right? I'm not currently writing, so it's not a verb, but I've I finished, and now this is a writing. It's a noun that ends in ing. That's a gerund. I don't know what it is called when you use it with ledge. When you have edge, it's an edging. Something about knowledge is edging here, I think.
Do you feel do you believe that you're experiencing reality? True reality?
I find it pretty convincing, yeah.
Okay.
Do you?
No, I don't.
I guess you don't know. Yeah, you don't know anything.
Well, because here's the thing, we're only experiencing what our senses are telling us, right? You think that you're sitting in that chair right now, and you think that if you touch the table that's in front of you, that you're actually touching the table when you're actually not.
It's a good point. So let me ask you the initial question again. Can God do anything? Before Obviously. You said yes, but now what you mean to say is, I don't know. Right?
Obviously.
Okay. And is Satan real?
Obviously.
Obviously what?
You know what I'm going to say. So I think that we spent...
So you're agnostic? You came in saying you were a Christian, but now you're agnostic. I think I just deconstructed you a little bit.
No, I don't think so.
Well, you said you were a Christian, and now you're agnostic.
Yeah, I'd put that down as a win.
I'm going to take the tally on it.
No, because here's the thing. I believe in Jesus Christ. I believe that he died.
Let's change everything to believe then. Do you believe if someone were graping you that it would be bad?
Did you answer this? Did you ask this question already?
No, I did. Do you know it would be bad? Now we're doing, do you believe it would be bad? Because now you can't. You're doing this thing to get out of answering these questions, and so now we figured out what your holdup was, and now we can go back to the questions from the top.
Ask me a question that's a little bit less homosexual.
Oh, you were getting graped by a hot babe in this scenario. What are you talking about? Why'd you make that why do you want that to be gay?
How would a woman grape me as a man?
You don't want it to happen, and then she's doing it.
No, if I am straight, and I would want them to do it, so it wouldn't be grape.
You want every woman to have sex with you?
Yeah.
What? Oh my God.
How old did you say you are?
Dude, how do you not remember anything?
I don't remember your age. What'd you say it was?
36.
Okay. Man, that's it. My mind is being blown right now by how like weird and disgusting and homophobic and everything about you is.
Do you want your mom to have sex with you?
It's your mom. Your mom's graping you, okay? It's not gay at all. And you don't want her to, but she is like decent looking, but you're like, nope, I still don't want to. Do you believe that is wrong for her to do that?
So incest, so homosexuality and incest, you're cool with those two things?
That's not what we're talking about. Do you want to have a different conversation or this one?
Yeah, no, I would rather not talk about incest or homosexuality.
All right, I didn't know you were. I should ask if you're a prude before we start the conversation. Sorry about that. Okay, let's say someone is chopping your arm off. Do you believe that's bad?
No, bro.
It's not bad. Okay.
No. You don't know. You ever heard
You don't know if you believe?
Listen. You ever heard
God.
Listen. You
Monopoly.
ever heard of that guy? Like there's an old Chinese
He's not
story.
gonna fuck your armhole after he cuts it off. It's not gay. Don't worry about it.
Bro, you cannot. Are you a part of the LGBTQ? You have to be.
I'm not, unless you include the final A that has an ally in it as well. Then I am.
No, you've got to be. You just have it. You have it.
I am, and you're kind of cute.
Yeah, it's Joyful is the one who chopped your arm off, but he's not doing it in a bio kind of way. So would you be like, I believe this is bad?
It is okay if you come out of the closet.
Oh, it's okay to cut your arm off if someone comes out of the closet?
No, I'm just saying it's okay for you to come out of the closet.
Oh,
like
yeah.
you are in a safe space.
Yeah, it's my own space. I know that.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Okay.
So do you want to come out now or later?
I have already came out as straight. I'm married. I have a wife, and I'm happily married to her. She's a woman, and I'm a man.
You've got the floor. Go. You can come out. It's okay. We're not going to tell your wife.
If I do, will you keep talking? Like, will you do the God conversation?
Yeah, just come out of the closet, and then we can move on.
Okay. Yeah. I'm out of the closet.
All right. Go ahead. Say it.
So now, I'm super gay. I'm like gayer than gay.
All right.
Okay.
What do you want plugged up?
Everything. Ears, nose, put dicks in everything. Okay. Now, Monopoly, now that that's cleared up and your homophobia has been set aside, well, let's get back to the actual conversation. All right?
All right, let's go.
Okay. Do you believe God could destroy Satan?
Holy shit, dude! Do you say the same or ask the same question?
I changed it because we're doing belief now. Before I said can God destroy Satan, you had an opinion on it that was different. But now we're saying, do you believe it? Right? Because you did a whole epistemology thing. Do you remember it?
Yeah. Yes, I believe he can.
Okay. Why do you think? Like, what is your belief in why he doesn't? Do you have any opinions on it?
Why that he doesn't? I don't know. I can't read the mind of God.
You're like the dumbest person I've ever had on this live.
This is bad.
You've offered nothing. You've just came up and just all you've done is said, hey, I just am a little homophobic and I don't know anything.
I've helped you. I helped you come out of the closet, bro.
Do you believe that you did? Are you sure? You got to say, I don't know if you did.
I heard you with my own ears.
Did I come out of the closet?
You did.
Or do you just believe I did? Are you sure I did? Or are you a brain in a vat?
No, I know you did.
Now we have knowledge. Now we have knowledge. Fucking finally.
You. I saw you. I heard you. Right? Bro,
Go ahead,
It's-
Joyful. Just talk over him. He's
can we get a round
fine.
of applause for this guy coming out of the closet?
Monopoly, the only thing I really have to say to you, because you've really given nothing to this conversation, is could you DM me a picture of you without your sunglasses on? Because I think you're probably pretty good looking.
That's a good idea. Monopoly, are you interested in that?
No.
Okay. Well, just look me up. It's the same name on Discord, and you can send me. You can even send dick pics over there. It doesn't matter. Just send me whatever you like.
Hey,
Well, that's
send
interesting
me-
because
send-
normally that's
send me
like
a,
people send those without being asked. But if you're asking for them, yeah, I think that would be like a cool thing to do. Actually, yeah, go for
Send
it.
me a Cash App. I'll
Mine's
give
in
you
my
the-
bio. If you send some to my Cash App, then I'll make sure that Joyful gets it. Okay. Okay. Monopoly, did you want to like embarrass yourself anymore, or should we move
drop
on
that
to a better
Cash
guest?
App. I'll send you some feet pics.
Yeah, my Cash App's it's in my bio. Just send it right now. You send it over, and you can send me whatever you want.
No,
It
not
costs
your
$10
Cash App,
if you
my
want to send me a
Cash App.
foot pic. Okay. Okay. Monopoly, are you done embarrassing yourself? Should we move on to a better guest now?
I mean, if you want to, kick me.
Yep. Sounds great.
Bye, señorita. Estás tomando suficiente agua, puto.
I bet all the money in my bank account that I'll have a dick pic by the end of the night.
I bet it might be hard to tell what it is. Wait, I was trying to let Daniel up. Daniel was in the
Hello.
rescue here. Hold on one second. Hello. I have another friend here. Maybe you wanted to come up during the last guy. Hey, Daniel.
Hey, man. No, I was hoping to talk to Monopoly, but that's cool. That's cool. Man, what a
But
what a
why
charming.
would you want to do that?
Because I'm just a masochist, dude.
Yeah.
I can't help it. I just love talking to people that give me a headache. It's why I do what you do.
That's a good point. Yeah, I did it too. Why would you want to do the terrible thing I just did? Yeah, it's fair. Did you guys hear earlier when Joel, when I played that message where Joel said he was masturbating too hard and his stuff was all chafed up?
No, I wasn't here for that. But
Oh, shit. I think I'm supposed to keep that kind of a secret. Sorry, I brought it up again.
I mean, I'm not surprised. Like, you know, don't think you're telling me anything I couldn't have like imagined happening for myself.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he sent me a picture to ask me if it looked normal. I think everything looked fine. I think we'll recover just fine.
Okay. Well, I told him to go half mayo, half Vaseline. Hello, welcome in. Now, we do have a bit of a team up happening, but are you okay with that? Hello, we'll take turns and be polite.
That's cool. Yeah, no problem, man.
All right, and guys, feel free to like hang out for a bit, and then if you get tired, just step down, or if you want to leave, just leave. You don't even have to say bye.
Of course.
Hello, do you believe in God?
Yes, I do.
And how old are you?
I'm 49. Just turned 49 yesterday, April Fool's Day.
Hey, happy birthday! I don't believe you though. This feels like a prank.
No, for real, no, it's true.
My,
My whole life, it's been like that, man.
Yeah.
Nobody believes.
My wife and I's first date anniversary is from April 1st. And
No
so
way.
is my parents, actually. Like, it was just a weird coincidence that we both were, that was the first time that we went out with our spouse.
Supposedly, it was the 1st of April was the first of the year back in the day before the Catholics changed it. I don't know. I have to do more research on that, but
That sounds
I don't
like a
know.
prank. Yeah. All right. Well, do you think that God can do anything?
Yes.
Oh. Do you believe in Satan, though?
Yes.
That doesn't make sense. If he can do anything, wouldn't he be able to destroy Satan?
He did
Oh, good.
in the cross.
So there's no more Satan. So
There
you
is
don't believe in
Satan, but
Satan now. You think there used to be Satan.
No, I believe in Satan now, but he's powerless against people who are believers. If you lean on the power of Christ, because when Jesus got crucified, he said, "It is finished. It is done."
What do
So-
what do you take destroy to mean?
Well,
Maybe that's where, like, because
two different-
that was a
two different-
confusing response to be like, yeah, he did. Satan is destroyed. He's just still around and fucking with us. Like, that seems like that's what he's always been doing.
yeah. Well, yes, but not before Christ. It was a different story, right? Because the Holy Spirit wasn't descended. But after Christ, it's a different story because the Holy Spirit descended and is with us. So it makes Satan, if you're being obedient to the word, then it makes Satan obsolete. Like he can try to attack us, but he got no power over us. So he really doesn't have any power over any believers. So for us, he's destroyed.
But he's still trying, right? So wait, don't like people get tempted by Satan and stuff?
You get tempted by Satan, but you get tempted by your spirit too, like because your skin, all the experiences that you've had in your life and all that stuff, all the sin that you've done.
So you're a believer?
Yes, absolutely.
So you have power over Satan?
No, I don't have. Yes, but I don't control him. I don't control him.
So no, that's a no then.
He's got no. I got power over him where he cannot affect me if I'm being an obedient Christian.
But you
get it? You see what I'm saying?
You can't tell him to not affect anyone else?
You can cast people out, yeah. You can cast demons and cast stuff out, yeah.
Yeah, why don't you just say, like, in the name of Jesus, Satan, get off the earth, and then he's gone from earth?
Oh, because then there's a plan. There's a plan, my friend. There's a plan for everything, bro. So I can't. We got to wait till the end. In Revelation, God says that everything will be destroyed.
I see. So you want Satan to stay here and tempt people for a while so that God's plan can finish, where some people go to hell and some people don't, right?
No, I want to follow God's will and what the Bible says. I don't want.
Which is that? That's what to leave Satan on earth for a while so that people can be tempted into hell.
You're not tempted into hell. You're born into hell. You're born into sin. So just picture this: the entire earth is going to death, right? Just picture the earth moving in space.
That's what I'm saying. This is what's weird. You're saying it's God's plan.
Let me finish. So
is this God's plan you're describing?
Yes.
Okay.
No. This just picture the earth is going to hell, right? And God and Jesus is pulling people out of the earth, because in the Bible it says in the end the earth will be burned, and he will throw Hades and death into the pit of fire. So we're just being plucked out by our faith, our belief in Christ. There's nothing you do. It's just to give. So in that sense, I'm following God's plan, right? I'm talking to people about God. I'm doing what I have to do.
Joyful, are you talking to us, or did you think you were muted? Yeah, I
thought I was muted.
It's okay. Yeah, I was like, I couldn't tell if you were talking to us or it sounded like you're talking to someone else. But Daniel had something to say. Go ahead, Daniel.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, only if you don't mind. Hello. How are you?
We're good. Thank you.
Yeah, good. I got a question, man.
Hold on, you look too cool. Let me see. I don't have my sunglasses, but I'll just put these on. So I don't want someone to like look cooler than me.
Oh, hello.
That's problematic.
Yeah, we can't have that. I think it's
I like the background.
challenging anyway.
I'm gonna say it's a toss-up. It's a toss-up.
I'll take that. I don't have the painted. I've only got the painted toenails. I need to work my way out to fingernails. I've got a question for Hello. If you knew you had a baby on the way, right, and you had the option of making them have some kind of condition, like some kind of disease or illness, right? Like maybe you could choose to have them born with, I don't know, cerebral palsy or something. Would it be good for you to choose to give that kid this disability, say cerebral palsy, and then when they're born with this condition that you chose to give them, then you punish them for having the condition?
No, that would not be good.
I don't think so either.
I agree.
Yeah. But I don't see how that's relevant to what I'm saying, because what I'm saying is,
I didn't think you would get
No,
it.
I didn't think you'd say that either.
okay, that's cool. Well, thank you. But listen,
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, that's cool.
No, go ahead. No, I mean, I understand what you're saying, but
let him make the connection. You didn't get it. Let him help you make the connection here.
No, I got the connection, but I don't have the connection to what I'm talking about. You see what I'm saying? Like, I understand what he's saying. Like, why would I punish somebody?
No, I get it. Yeah, I don't think there's any connections to what you're talking about. But what we're talking about is this plan God made, where part of the deal is that we are born sick and commanded to be well, right? That's
we're
not
born
my line.
sinners.
That's
we're born,
Nika Hitchens.
We're born with sin.
Yeah, we're born. And are we commanded to be sinners?
No.
Or are we asked to not sin?
Do you ask to not sin? No, you just
Did God ask us to not sin?
Yes, he's asking you not to sin and follow him. Yes.
And otherwise we get punished, right?
No, you don't get punished. You punish yourself by not following God. God doesn't send you to hell. God, that's your
Is that
choice.
something we can do? We can choose to have happen. Otherwise, can we be like, I want to make
Yes.
the punishment for my sins be not hell. I want it to be cotton candy. Can we do that?
Can you do that with the judge?
And no, because the judge says
Exactly.
you messed up. They give you the sentence, right? They say you
Thank
go
you.
to hell, or you go to jail, or you
You
get the death
said it.
penalty, right?
Yes.
So God is the judge, right?
Yes.
And
of your actions.
he chooses the sentences, right?
Of your actions.
Does
Correct.
he choose the sentences? So
Yeah. No.
Does
you choose it.
Oh, okay. So, and when you're in court, you get to say, "Judge, I think I'll just do community service for the 12 murders I just did."
See, that's the difference between God and the court system, because
He
Jesus
chooses it.
comes in. Because when Jesus comes in, he took the punishment for your sins. So you have two choices. You keep following yourself and your belief and whatever and let's say 7 billion people, I guess, 7 different beliefs. They're all they're all not right, not with God, right? So you follow your belief, you're gonna end up away from God. And hell is God letting you believe in what you want to believe and you going there. So it's like me, I tell you, hey man, if you eat
I have
healthy,
no idea what you just said.
okay, so let me slow it down. So I speak really fast. I'm Puerto Rican, bro. I speak fast. I'm sorry. So,
But it's not just fast. It's like just wildly incoherent and also like very unrelated to what we're talking about, right? So
Okay.
so like let's just go back to this analogy, right? So we have a judge and we have me, right? And I just like they found 12 heads in my freezer, okay?
cool.
And then what you're saying that happened is the judge says you deserve hell or you deserve jail in life, but since someone else already did it, now you don't have to do it.
Correct.
Okay. First of all, like obviously, just that's weird, but initially he said
It's supernatural.
You
That's
deserve
why it's
hell,
weird.
right? You deserve jail, right?
Yes.
You don't have to do it, but you deserve it, right?
Yes.
Which means how we are born, we deserve eternal punishment, right?
Correct.
Even though we don't have to do it, that's what he thinks we deserve.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, that's nuts. Go ahead, Daniel.
How is that nuts?
Yeah, sure. So it is objectively nuts, to be fair, but I'm wondering, kind of, what if we flipped it around, even,
It was
and instead
objectively
of,
what? I'm sorry, I didn't get you. I didn't hear what you said.
don't sweat it, man. I don't think you would listen anyway. But try this one. If we flip it around,
Hey, check this out, bro. Check this out. So I jumped in here to have a conversation. I am listening, okay? If you think I'm not listening, I'll hang up the phone. I'll hang up right now, man, and we'll move on. But I really want to have cordial stuff. I am listening, okay?
I'd love for that to be the case. I really
Yeah,
would.
it's just understanding. So I don't have to understand everything that you say. I'm listening. So
We were just saying it's nuts because kids can't be born guilty. That doesn't make sense. That's what
kids
we're
don't
talking
stay
about.
kids.
So
Okay.
yeah. But I think Daniel and then Joyful both want to say something. Go ahead.
I was only going to super quickly ask, what if we flipped the script, and what if instead of someone putting themselves in the firing line for us and, taking our punishment onto themselves, what about, something slightly different where you are punished for someone else's actions, but you didn't ask to take the punishment on? Do you think that's fair?
it's not fair.
Oh, okay. This is one of those times where, like, I'm not sure whether you or not you get the connection I'm trying to make between
That's a fair question.
the Bible, but you get the connection I'm making here?
I get the connection you're making. Yes. So
Why are we born sinners?
So what you're saying is, let's say that you were born, you were born a sinner, and instead of taking the punishment, somebody else already did it for you, right? In earth, meaning like not with God, right?
Wait, you're saying you're born a sinner?
Yeah, we're all born sinners, yes.
That's the thing that we're stuck on. Why?
Because we're falling from we're not perfect. We age. We're affected by time. We're
Right,
affected
but
by
do
disease.
we choose that at birth?
No.
Right.
When
Born
do
like
we
that.
choose that?
It was Adam when Adam and Eve did that.
Right, so that's not
fall
fair,
away.
right?
Yes, but it is not fair.
Okay.
It is fair in God's eyes, right? Listen.
It's not fair, but it is fair in God's eyes.
It is not fair in human eyes, but in God's eyes, it's fair because He's giving you an out, and the out is Jesus. So you don't have to. What I'm trying to explain to you guys, you don't have to go. You don't have to go to hell, bro. You can choose to follow God.
So it didn't used to be fair before Jesus, but now it's fair after Jesus. Joyful, did you have something to add?
Yeah, I just think it's kind of crazy that people think that somehow that we are born into this like deservingness of hell, but also think that it is unjust that kids be like punished for other people's issues. You're literally giving a logical contradiction in your answer. And not only that, you say that somebody took on the penalty.
Hey man, these are not my answers. This is what the Bible says, okay? So I can read it and give you where it says that. I'm sorry. I just wanted to tell you that.
But the Bible also says that we shouldn't be punishable for our like parents' sins. So sorry, go ahead, Joyful.
Yeah, so hello. So Jesus took on my punishment. Is that what you said?
If you put your trust in Him, yes.
Okay, so He's gonna go to hell for me, is what you think?
No, He's gonna keep you from hell.
Okay, so how is He gonna take on my punishment if He doesn't go to hell?
Because He's holy and He died for you. Meaning God put His Spirit on a woman. The woman gave birth. God said, I'm going to step out of heaven. I'm going to live as a human. I'm going to suffer as a human. I'm going to be killed for absolutely doing nothing wrong. And because I'm holy and I'm a God and human at the same time, when you decide to put your trust in me, I'm going to send the Holy Spirit to help you, and you will not have to suffer the consequences.
That's not what I asked at all. So you said that Jesus took on our punishment. What is our punishment for not believing and being sinners?
Spiritual death.
Okay, so did Jesus take on a spiritual death?
Took a physical death.
Yeah, He didn't take a spiritual death, did He? He didn't take on...
Because He can't die. He's God. He's everything. He's the Alpha, the Omega.
I can't take that. He can't take
the punishment. That's weird.
He can because
maybe
human,
God could kill Jesus like forever. Like maybe in heaven He could do a second crucifixion where it's like actually like Jesus is annihilated, right? I think He should do with Satan. He could do that to Jesus. But again, like none of this is true. Just for people in the audience who are like worried about any of this, I just want to like make a quick like.
It is 100% true, bro.
Hey, there's more. Not only is I'm talking. I'm talking. I'm addressing the chat real quick.
Okay, my bad. I'm sorry.
Just like for the sake of misinformation, not only is this guy uninformed on like all of his own religion and stuff, but just like none of it's true at all. So don't worry about that in any way. Okay, now hold on. I want to say something first here too. So, in the case of the court trial, someone else takes the punishment for me. So let's say I'm about to get sentenced, and then someone else has like a holy being has taken my crime, right? So do you think that like now I'm innocent?
If a holy being took over your sentence and He put His Spirit in you, you're a new creation. You're innocent. Yes.
Okay. So does that count on earth also? Like before we die?
You are innocent from God's wrath, but you're not innocent from the law of the land.
Why not? Does the law of the land like supersede God's judgment?
No, because we're here and we have to be accountable for the law of the land, like biology and death, things like that. And because what's funny? What do you mean?
Biology and death? Like, what are you talking about?
I mean, death is like your body is biology, right? Like, die, bro. Like you're gonna get sick. You're gonna die.
Right. I know that's true. But
okay.
like, what I'm asking is, if God views me as innocent, how can you like let the court charge me as guilty? Are they like better than God? Do they have more jurisdiction?
No, because
who's in charge of this world?
Because the devil.
Oh, okay. Then God should destroy him for sure.
He's going to. He did at Calvary, bro. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. You can read all this. I mean, you can read it for yourself. And then now, instead of saying, hey, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about, then you at least say, this is what the guy was saying that the Bible said. So he wasn't talking about it himself.
I think that like some of your theology is probably like inconsistent with other people's theology, but also I was letting people know that that's like not going to happen. Yeah.
Like what? Like which one?
That like we're like, here's what I'm confused
Just give me
about.
one.
So
just give me one. Just give me one. Go ahead.
Are we born innocent in God's eyes now that Jesus has done his thing?
Listen, give me one theology.
You're saying that we're both guilty and innocent.
No, I'm not, bro. We're talking about spiritual death. You know the Bible talks about.
Does God view us as being born guilty?
Born a sinner.
Right. And are we resolved of that sin since Jesus has died?
If you put your trust in him, yes.
Okay, so when we're first born, we're a sinner. So if we die, we go to hell when we're a baby. But once we grow up, if we put our trust in God, then we're okay. Do you think babies go to hell?
No, babies don't go to hell.
Yeah, this doesn't make any sense.
Because you you don't want it to make sense, bro.
What's the verse that says babies don't go to hell? What's that theology?
What do you mean? What's that theology?
You said that I could ask you about like which verse or something you're talking about. Where in the Bible does it say babies don't go to hell?
It talks about knowledge, like the knowledge of evil. When you know what's evil, like a brand new baby doesn't know what death is, like what killing is.
Right. So what verse is it? Does it say that people who have knowledge can go to hell, but people who don't have knowledge won't? Is that biblical?
I'll find that and I'll put it on the chat. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, Daniel.
Sure. Hello.
Yes.
Before I was born, did God know whether or not I would end up having faith?
Yes.
Okay. So whether I end up having faith before I lose my life, that's already known to God, isn't it? He already knows what I'm going to end up having or lacking when it comes to faith, right?
Yes.
Okay. Is there anything that anyone can do to alter God's plan or alter his knowledge?
Alter his knowledge or alter your destiny?
Alter his knowledge.
No, he's all knowing.
Okay. So it's not possible to do something that like surprises God or anything.
No.
Right. So if he knew, like if a meteor landed on my car right now and I was unalived, in a state of lacking faith right now, God always knew that was going to happen before he even created me to begin with.
Yes.
Right.
In the New Testament, it talks about that Jesus prayed for the people before before they were created, all the way till the end of the world. So he knows everything. He's just giving you the choice, man. God is perfect enough to leave you alone, to make you the choice. He tells you, this is the exit. This is your choice. Whatever you want to do. Ultimately, I would love to have you with me, but if you don't want to be with me, that's the way it is. And I think God sends us here, bro. Now, this is not 100% biblical. This is my opinion, right? I really like to speak from the word. Like, I really don't want to give you information that is not in the Bible, because then I am one of those people that is a hypocrite, because my words don't mean anything, bro. I am not worthy of heaven. I am a sinner. I deserve hell.
Amen, brother.
Okay? So just telling you that. No, I'm telling you that way you don't think that I'm like speaking higher than you or that I'm better than you. I'm not, bro.
No, I don't think any of us are worried about that being the case. But did you find the verse of where children don't go to hell?
I haven't been looking for it. I'm sorry. No, I've been talking.
Fair enough. Look, I gotta jet anyway. Thank you so much for having me up, Mezzo.
Daniel, get the fuck out of here, dude. Like, you think you just can just like come up here and look cool? Like,
hey man,
no more sunglasses allowed.
It was nice knowing you, man. It was nice speaking with you, man. I wish you the best.
Him down. Get the fuck out of here. Sorry, Joe Phil, you were trying to say something?
Yeah, Daniel.
Thank you for not wearing sunglasses, by the way.
Oh, for sure. Like, I'm not showing all of me because I'm not even wearing a shirt. But yeah. That's besides the point. And I'm in my son's room, so there's Minecraft shit all around. But I wanted to read a verse for Hello. I wanted to help Hello out here in biblical children going to heaven.
Oh,
but
yeah.
Hello is teacup, so
Well,
I don't
he's probably
know.
looking for it, but can probably hear us. What I can, if you tell me the verse, I'd like to like track it down.
Yeah, so it's 1 Corinthians 7:15
Okay.
through 16. Or actually, let's see here.
I hope that's it because I found it really fast.
14 through 16, and it says, "For the unbelieving husband is made holy through his wife, and the unbelieving wife is made holy through the husband."
Mine says through the brother.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Nice. "Otherwise, your children would be uncleaned, but as it is, they are holy." So only the children that are born to believers are holy.
Oh.
No, that's not true.
Well, that's
That's not
just
true.
no. I mean, sorry. I agree that's not true, but that's just what the Bible says.
I didn't say that. Read that again, bro. Hold on. I'm trying to look for my read it again.
I got you. So it says, for the unbelieving husband, so like that's me, is made holy through his wife, right? And the unbelieving wife is made holy through the husband or brother, whatever it is. But as it is, they are holy. But if the unbelieving partner separates, let it be so. Wait, I missed it. Hold on.
Oh, you
And the unbelieving wife, otherwise your children would be unclean, right? But as it is, they are holy. So what it's saying is that as long as either the mother or the father believes, then the children are covered.
Yep.
Otherwise, they are unclean. Now, Joyful, is he talking about like a bath here? Like they need to take their, Saturday night bath or something like that? Or is it like unclean in a divine way?
I would say divine, but it could be a family bath. I'm not sure.
Unmarried widows, if they should marry. No, yeah, I know he's talking about like in terms of hell and stuff.
Yeah, I think so. Let me look at the context for a minute, and I'll get right back with you.
Yeah, I don't see anything about like bath time. Okay. So hello, we found a verse that says that some children are safe to go to heaven, but like in reality, my wife and I both don't believe in this Bible God here. So you would think, according to the Bible, that our children are doomed, right?
How old are your children?
Well, now they're 9.
Okay. So if they don't put their trust in Jesus, whoever doesn't, they're going to end up not with God.
So you think at age 9, they're ready for hell?
I don't know how smart they are, what knowledge they've done. I don't know.
We also have a 4-month-old.
Nah, that 4-month-old is good.
But my wife and I are both non-believers. So according to the Bible, that 4-month-old is unclean in God's eyes. Unless you have a counter verse. This verse says the baby's unclean.
But I don't even know what verse I asked for the
1
verse.
Corinthians chapter 7:14.
I don't think he's ever read the Corinthians.
I've never heard that verse. That's devastating. Thank you for sharing that. Yeah, that's fucked up.
As a Christian,
I read the Bible cover to cover, and I still read it. Try to read it every day.
Read
and
the
I learn
middle of
something
it.
new every
If you're
day.
just doing the covers, you don't get a lot out of it. Read through the middle sections.
Yeah, go back to Teacup and read the verse. So I used to debate people while I was a Christian that babies don't go to heaven, as sick as that is, based on
Oh,
this.
really? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I have Paul met with a group of women who were praying by the banks of a river. He told them all about Jesus being God's son. One of the women was Lydia. She believed in God but had never heard of Jesus. I guess this is an Acts. Let me see if I get to Corinthians here. I don't have that in this one. Which version are you reading? Hello.
Probably KJV.
Maybe that's why it's taking so long. I'd recommend, if you can, get a Child's First Bible. Hello. It'll help you kind of get through it. Like start with this one. And that also help make sure that
Hey, that Bible, that little Bible is awesome. Maybe you should share that with your kids.
Oh, you really think I should share this with my kids where like people are where God is killing children? I should show them like, hey, look, God will kill children sometimes.
I mean, bro, if you turn on, I mean, that's life. If you turn on the TV right now, the TV is
no, it's not life. It's a God, right?
No, it's life. It's part of, no, it's the world. It's the world, bro.
And you think God does that sometimes?
No, the God doesn't do that. We do that.
Now, here's an interesting question. So now that we know that unbelievers, if they have kids, that their kids are unclean, right? And so during like times, and also this is even before Jesus. So like when God took the lives of the firstborns of Egypt, some of them were probably sent to hell, right?
I don't know. To tell you the truth, I have no idea.
Yeah, that's what the last guest kept saying.
I mean, do you know?
Yeah, it's true that he did kill them and they did go to hell. Yeah.
Okay. So what happens when you die then in your position?
Well, you don't get tortured forever.
Oh, you just live happily, enjoy life. That's what happens.
When you die, you live life. Is that what you think?
Like what? I mean, what happens to your spirit, to your energy, to whatever it is, the knowledge that you have? Like, what happens?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I don't mind answering that in my view. So we're done with your view. Your view's cooked. Rip.
No, my view's not cooked.
So I'll get some rips in the chat. I'm in the middle of a sentence.
It's not my view.
Stop interrupting me.
It's not my view.
I know, but I take
it's
like
God's word.
when you like change like the topic completely and pivot and like get out of the conversation, I take that as a concession. So I'm sorry, I should have said that before. But we'll take the concession. So if I can get some rips,
we can go back to it.
Then, I'll tell you all about my view. So in my view, when you die, it means that your brain stops working, right? Mm-hmm. So all the memories you make, all the experiences that you have, those stop happening, and then you're dead. Yeah, you stop experiencing.
And then what? That's it?
Yeah. Your body decomposes, your memory and your friends and family members fades over time.
Okay.
It's a bit bleak, but at least we don't have to be tortured for forever, right?
How do you know about that? How are you so sure about that?
About what my belief is?
Yeah.
I just checked my own mind, and that's what's there. That's what I believe.
Oh.
If you're asking a belief, like what I believe is going to happen, are you asking what is going to happen when we die? Or what I think?
Both.
Okay, well, I think that our stuff is going to turn off. Our brain's going to turn off.
And that's it?
Yeah, that's what my belief is.
And what do you think is really going to happen?
I don't know. That's just what my best guess based off of like what it was like before I was born. My brain didn't work.
Hello, have you ever had a pet that passed away?
Yeah, I just had a dog got poisoned, man.
Yeah, I had that happen too. I'm sorry that happened to you. But what do you think happened to that dog once he quit breathing or having any capacity?
He died.
Yeah, what happened though? Do you think he still has some sort of cognitive ability, or is he just buried?
No. We're different than dogs, bro.
Not really.
Yeah, we are.
Well, I mean, that's actually an interesting point. Do you think that we have the same souls animals have?
No, absolutely not, man.
And what's your verse for that? Do you have a Bible verse to back that?
Yeah, Jesus died for the sins of humans, bro, not for dogs.
Oh, it says humans?
For us.
Does it say humans?
It's in the Bible doesn't talk about salvation, but for humans, bro. No animals, no nothing, man.
But they do have souls, right?
I have no idea. That I don't know.
Well, in the Bible, in Ecclesiastes, it does say, God will judge the righteous and the wicked, for he has appointed time for every matter and for every work. I said to myself with regard to humans that God is testing them to show that they are but animals. For the fate of humans and the fate of animals is the same. As one dies, so dies the other. They all have the same breath, and humans have no advantage over the animals, for all is vanity. All go to one place. All are from the dust, and all turn to dust again.
Yeah. I love that I love that passage, man.
Who knows whether the human spirit goes upward and the spirit of animals goes downward into the earth? So you know about this passage, but you had forgotten about it.
So because I'm not worried about animals, bro. Like, I'm not worried about their soul. You know what I'm saying? I'm worried about human souls. So the
right, but if it's the case that someone is like torturing dogs in hell, like that wouldn't bother you at all?
I don't have any control of that, bro. The only thing I control is
suck, dude. Like that's such a lame answer.
It's not.
Not even I don't like it or anything, but just like look, right now somewhere on earth a child is getting raped by an attacker. Do you care about that?
Oh, come on, yeah.
You don't have any control over it.
Yeah, but that's different, man. It's a child.
You can say I don't have any control over that, so I don't think about it.
That's human, though. They're human, and they're here in the earth. They're not in hell. Once they're in hell, I can't do anything about it.
And right now, someone is just like beating their dog, right? And you don't care about that. You're like, whatever.
No, we're here. Yeah, I do. Bro, that's in hell. You said in hell, man. I can't do anything about hell, bro. But here, I got feelings. I'm alive.
Right, shut up. Joe, go ahead, and then we gotta move on.
If I use your philosophy, my brain is on here. It's not on it.
That's fine. We're almost done with you. Go ahead, Joe.
Hello. So this is my last question for you because, like, yeah, based on the last thing said, do you think that it is possible that the rapist of a child will go to heaven while that child goes to hell?
As long as the rapist isn't their dad, because if the dad is a believer, then the kid is clean, right? No, man, but if it's like a neighbor, then the kid could go to hell and the uncle could go to heaven.
So the question you asked was if the person that's committing the rape can go to heaven, and then the kid go when right there when the kid is dead, or when the kid is older, like when? No,
they died during it.
Yeah.
So they go to hell because their parents are unbelievers. Let's say it's my
no. It's not due to the parents, bro. It's not due to the parents. I'm telling you, salvation is when you're older, bro. When you have knowledge. It's
no, sorry. You, bro. My 4-month-old is doesn't have an awareness of anything yet, and both of my 4-month-old parents are unbelievers. So according to the Bible, this baby is unclean. And then my neighbor comes over to babysit, and while we're gone, my neighbor goes to town on my 4-month-old. Now, during that act, they both die. Mm-hmm. The neighbor is a God-fearing Christian, so it goes to heaven, and my baby is unclean per the Bible, so it goes to hell, right?
Your baby has no knowledge of sin, bro.
Right, but it was born into sin, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so it goes to hell.
No. If they have
and then you got to find the verse to counter the thing that
I will, but I can't right now. Like when.
All right, well then come on back later, okay?
Okay.
All right.
You guys have a good one, man.
I'm trying, but like, jeez.
Jesus Christ. That last guess was, I don't know. Hello was a bit of, I don't know. I don't even know. Like, I've been worried about tornadoes all night, but then I was worried about hello, and now I'm like all discombobulated.
Tornado watch?
We had 2 tornado warnings before I came up. But they went north of us, so we're all good, and we should be good for the night. So,
have you ever seen one?
Yeah, I saw one
like a good one.
Back door. Yep, last year. The whole time I've been alive, I've lived in the same place, and we've been told there was going to be tornado after tornado. So last year, it said there was a tornado warning, and I was like, fuck that. So like I'm taking a nap, and I was like, hey, it's raining, to my 15-year-old, and was like, hey, go out and get the dogs and bring them in because it's raining. And he came in and was like, Dad, the sky looks weird.
Ooh.
So I went and looked out the back door, and I was like, "Holy fuck! There's a tornado out in the distance. Get in the basement."
Wow.
So, yeah, that was last year. Was the very first tornado I ever saw.
Yep, we're experiencing all new kinds of weather. It's genuinely scary, and I don't know what we're gonna do. I have no. I used to think like we'll fix it, we'll solve it, but now it's kind of like this is just what we all like. People are gonna die and stuff. I don't know what to say. Anyway, Joyful, my original plan for tonight was to do 1v2s with two Christians. So I do appreciate you coming up, but I'm going to ask you to step down so I can try that out. I've been trying it on Wednesdays. I'll tell you, it's a bad idea. I don't recommend it, but it is also interesting.
Right on. Well, I'll let you go, man.
And, dude, hold on. Let me make sure. Tell me that verse one more time because I'm going to need that. That's really good.
It's 1 Corinthians 7:14.
All right. I got it.
Yeah, and if you go through the whole like 12 through 16, it talks about all of the different sanctifications of different people.
All bad. It's all bad.
And yeah. And so like 14 is the crux of it when people talk about like babies going to heaven.
Yeah. Kids, hell. Okay. Noted.
Right on, man. Have a good night.
Hey, thank you so much. All right, everyone, make sure you follow Joyful Apostate. Amazing live creator. He knows the Bible better than I do. You saw it happen just right now in this moment. And so what we're going to do now is bring up multiple people. Hold on real quick. Let me, IBYM Cake, I see you. I'm going to bring you up next, but real quick, I want to talk to Gemini. Hey, Gemini. Now,
Hi.
you are in the middle of deconstructing, right?
So it's interesting. I think when we last left off, I remember you saying, good luck with that. Takes about 2 years, I think is what you were estimating. But it occurred to me, like, I would say that I have fully deconstructed. I would say. Down to and including stone cold atheism, and then kind of like coming back and reconstructing like into a weird kind of syncretic, heretical Christian belief system. But I mean, first of all, I mostly requested to come up and say that you're knowing what a gerund is. Super cool.
I learned it like earlier this week.
Yeah.
And I was like, that'll never come up in my life. And then here we are.
Oh, but here we are.
Yeah.
Your knowing what that is great. You see what I did there.
I have a knowing.
You have a knowing or a believing or whatever that.
Believement. Is it a gerund if you're doing it with like knowledge and bereavement, or is it only if it's an ing?
Because knowledge is already a noun. And it's taking the verb, the ing form. And
okay, so you can't have acknowledging. Okay, got it.
Acknowledging, reckoning,
What about mint? Acknowledgement.
It's already a noun.
Right, but an acknowledges the verb, and then you're turning it into an acknowledgement.
That's true.
So
but that's not a
gerund is very specifically with ing.
Yes, a gerund is taking the noun form with ing, and a lot of times they think you will attach a possessive, like your knowing, my knowing.
They should have called it a gerunding. Like that was fucking so dumb. Like what a disaster. Yeah, anyway, sorry. No one cares. No one has any idea what we're talking about.
I care. I care deeply. I studied linguistics and Mandarin, as you know. Yeah. Can't remember what I was going to say about that, but anyways, neither here nor there. So deconstructing. Yeah, I was like a big Hitchens fangirl for a while there in my youth. So I would say in a way, I mean, it can one deconstruct and go back to having some kind of belief or revisiting, scripture and finding new meaning in it. I would argue probably like, I heard you say this on another live the other day, like that I feel like the value now that I derive from it, taking it not very literally at all.
Yeah.
I've gotten more out of that process of revisiting it.
Well, I mean, look, the idea of looking at ancient text and and thinking about like what were people a long time ago thinking about as to how we should live and stuff, I think is interesting. But I think it's also important to remember that like we know more now. We know more, not just about like what like the water cycle and space, like science stuff, but like we know more about like how psychology works and how to hold on. I have my like thing turned up too loud. There we go. Okay, people are discording. I just realized. Like we know more just about social interactions, and so like if you're really trying to figure out like how should I do life, how should I go on with my life, and what concerns should I have with the afterlife, it seems like it'd be better to read more modern stuff, right?
I don't know about that. Like Stoicism, right, is kind of having a moment. I want to say again, it's having a moment, but it's also been around. Buddhism, I mean, don't a lot of people visit those wisdom traditions still now? And there's like some enduring wisdom there.
I mean, I think that there's interesting stuff to be said, but just so like the stuff that has like permeated through time, maybe hang on to that, but like ditch all the rest of it, right? Which is kind of what you're doing. Like you're looking at the Bible and you're saying like, wow, when he says to be nice to your neighbor or something like that, I'm assuming you're like, that's pretty cool. Like that seems like a cool idea. Or turn the other cheek seems like it's a little weird to me, but that seems cool. But then you're going like, yeah, the Old Testament though is not doing like all the stuff where it's like God's gonna drain the blood of the nations is probably like not the wisdom that you're seeking, right?
Right. Well, and I think that's the difference between not taking it literally the same way you can look at Greek mythology and it has a lot of brutality in it. And we're not saying, oh, that's good, right? A lot of great works of art depict really brutal things, but that's not the truth that we're meant to extract from it, or it's not the truth we should extract from it. It's not, oh, everything in there must be good. But
I might disagree with that, because when Homer wrote the Odyssey, he probably believed in some of the gods, right? Mm-hmm. But he was writing a story. He was writing a work of fiction.
Or writing an oral tradition.
Maybe. It seems like he like knew and he was flowering it up. But for some of these people who wrote the Bible, they were thinking these are the laws that we are supposed to live by. And it's been handed down, and there are still people around today that are thinking that's what we're supposed to do. And so supporting that can be very dangerous.
Yeah. Well, I hear you on that. What's interesting to me is a lot of my Jewish friends, they're the kind of, so if you are just going to say, oh, the Old Testament is particularly brutal, and they don't adhere to the total letter of the law. Some Orthodox Jews do more so, but, it's not, I don't know any people personally that are observant Jews that are violent or believe it's okay to enslave or, kill. But however, I will say it's fascinating to listen to them and their exegesis of their text and the meaning that they derive and the rabbinical works. And that, it's incredible. What is the text that's like the rabbinical analysis? And I think they literally
the Talmud.
Is it the Talmud? I think it is. Maybe. And they have literally written like in spirals about, this verse and all of the rich meaning that can be. And that in and of itself is probably more valuable than just the text. And there is also kind of, and maybe this comes from my Catholicism, not many very good things did come out of that, upbringing, but the kind of Gnostic tendency of reading scripture and believing that you can meditate upon it. There's a Catholic practice called Lectio Divina, you might be familiar with, where you basically meditate on the text and you generate your own, just as you do through any form of meditation, you're likely to generate your own insights and meanings.
Don't you think you could do it on a better text? Like, what atrocities happen in the Tao Te Ching?
I love the Tao Te Ching.
Right?
I love
so if you're looking for an ancient
divination
text that has some ancient wisdom and has permeated through time, I think there's better choices, right? Because you don't bring along the baggage that the Bible has with it. It has terrible things.
What about, I guess I would say though, but what about Greek mythology? that is still enduring and definitely has some of that atrocity. If you don't take it literally, there are some enduring truths, themes, archetypes.
Well, what parts do you like? Do you think that the Christian God is real?
I think that a God is real.
Is it Jesus?
I think Jesus, to me, typifies he's a good example of what a child of God would say and do. Not perfect. I'm not even going to contend that he's perfect. I'm not even sure that's biblical, honestly, but
do you prescribe that same, like, I know that's not like fully deity level of value, but do you prescribe that amount of value to like Odysseus?
Mm-mm.
Right. So it's a very different thing, right? So you're reading one as just a story, and then you're reading one saying it's not literal, but this is God. This is from the actual God.
Did they say that Odysseus is, well, maybe he is. He is divine. Is he?
No. He's just the like captain of the boat.
Yeah, he's just a dude.
Yeah. But like, you don't like, there are gods in that, right? Like there's like Zeus is in that book.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so you're not looking at that character of Zeus because he comes to, like, they come and they help them in the wars, in the Iliad and stuff. Like they're fighting alongside them.
Not that dissimilar from Yahweh, who was the
right. So, but when you read
right?
that of the Greek one, you're like, yeah, this is fully fiction. And then with the Bible, you're like, well, this is metaphorical. It's not literal, but I do think that this was inspired by who the actual God really was, right?
I think it's all of those, including the Greek gods, are representative of, I like the idea of archetypal, deeper truths. And so I mean, as my...
Do you see the difference though? Do you see what I'm getting at?
But
okay.
as my username implies, I'm a freaking astrology girl. So it's like, I'll stand it all day long. That's a whole other discussion. But I don't necessarily believe in those deities, just as I don't believe in Yahweh as like a distinct personality. But I think that they are representative of, if not higher forces or things that are present throughout our lives, then, you know, I think that what I see in the Bible, I think we've talked about this before, is something of a God coming into clearer resolution over the course of the whole arc of it. So
what about like Allah too? Like, do you hold that for like Islam as well?
I don't love it. Honestly, it's not, that one's not my thing. I don't see, to me, Islam is, this is just my personal take, and I don't mean to offend, but I don't see value added.
No, you're right. Like it's horrible.
It's horrible.
It's a bad religion. Yeah. I think Christianity is too, but like,
right. And I know that
it is.
I know that, but I don't see any value added with Islam, with Muhammad. If anything, I see something regressive. And again, I know that that's obviously my personal take. So
yeah. And just because, and that maybe, God was like, hey, y'all are getting too carried away with this nice shit. I got to step you back a notch to where I'm really at. And that's what he was trying to get us to say, right?
Yeah, well, I don't subscribe to it, right? And it's, again, it's
and remember,
subjective.
and I know we've talked about this before, but Jesus's whole deal when he came was he was like, I'm the God from the Old Testament. We've all read the works. We know the letters. That's me. He and I are one. He was talking about Yahweh. Yahweh is the Father to him. He believed in Yahweh.
And yet he called him Abba, Father, right? And established kind of this more, what seemed like a more personal line of communication with God. So the way that he characterized God is, I think, distinct and was shocking at the time, was anti-establishment at the time, which is the reason it, so the story goes, caused so much upset. So I think that...
Do you believe in like sin and stuff too, or no?
I mean, I believe we're deeply imperfect and flawed. I believe I am.
But like, do you think flawed in God's eyes or something like that?
In the way...
Or do you think like interpersonally we have a hard time communicating as people, it's difficult, we hurt each other's feelings, but do you think God is frowning on that?
I mean, I think for like, let's talk about just our day-to-day, the way that you and I fuck up and not like atrocities, right? I think
like
atrocities...
Because I had a pretty good day.
What? Say that again. Sorry.
Just do the way you fuck up. I don't like people. They come here and they want to think that I'm like really good at. And so
No, you're
it's
good.
better not
I'm sorry
bring
to
up
hear
all
that,
my- yeah.
that Joel fucked up. I hope he's okay, and all of him.
Yeah,
and-
let's talk about how Joel fucked up. So Joel fucked up today. So we know about that. That's like a problem between human to human. But do you think God is watching and being like, Joel, stop jacking off? It's chafing. Like, don't do that. He's like sad about it.
He's gonna have to like do some penance. So in the way that I like the worst things I've ever done, right? The things I'm most ashamed of probably don't hold a candle to, some people, but, I remember making fun of a kid in middle school and still like beat myself up about that, right? Like, I think that God looks at us the way that you and I might look at our children when they fuck up, when they hurt each other. And it's like, there might be that sting of disappointment, but there's still an unconditional love for the most part. But if your kid goes and commits atrocities, I think at a certain point, I'd be like, yeah, no, you're just a piece of shit, fuckface, and you can go rot in prison. So I would imagine.
So then at some point it's sin. So you believe in like not everything, but like you believe in the stuff from the Bible, but you don't, like, you're a Sadakmak at this point, right? Like
I guess.
Do you use Christian still?
I don't think they'd have me. So there's that, right?
That's a fine reason. Yeah.
And I don't frankly give a shit.
No, you never want to be part of a what's the Groucho Marx club? I wouldn't want to be part of any club that would have me.
That would have me.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's the opposite of that. Like, I just don't want to be part of that club. If they'll invite me, I'm gonna say
I
no.
want nothing to do with it. But I think that there's a part of me too that thinks that obviously that the way that I interpret it is really maybe the more correct way. I think, for instance, that Jesus for his time was progressive in his inclusion of women in his ministry. And I love that then Paul was just like, yeah, absolutely none of that. We got to shut that down. You know what I mean? Like, it was like,
Paul was such dog shit. Yeah.
My thing for Paul is I want someone to tell him, you've got to take the stick out of your own ass before it tempts your neighbors.
Froze up. Oh, there you go. You froze up for just a second. But like,
oh shoot,
there are some things that Jesus says that are strange and that are problematic for sure. And, mainly being, again, like when he was saying the Father and I are one. And he is talking about like the scriptures that they had. He quotes Isaiah, he quotes Genesis. They're reading the Old Testament. Okay.
Yeah.
So it is that God that he's talking about. So if he was a, socially advanced progressive dude, that's awesome. That's super neat for him. He also is saying, follow the laws of the God from the Old Testament. That he said that multiple times. Stick to those laws. Those laws are bad, right? And he said, I'm that God. And not just the laws are bad, but the actions of that God, the threats from the Old Testament are haunting. Like the threats in here are worse than things that like horror film writers today dream up. It's fucked up.
Listen,
shit.
I love the part where what is one of the things that seems to trigger him is he talks about harming children or, taking, leading a child astray, basically. And that those are the people who get a stone wrapped around their necks and thrown into the ocean. I'm like, love it. That's great.
But he also slaughters children again and again throughout the Old Testament. And he threatens them again and again.
Right. But I think that Jesus comes and that's the idea of the repentance or the coming in and forging a new or a better understanding of this God's nature. Because remember, Yahweh was one of a pantheon, right? And so even just the idea of, oh, maybe there is this one God who has a personal relationship with us was already a new way of understanding God. And then progressively, and by the time we have Jesus coming, right, I think that he does paint that in a different light. This is a loving father and a forgiving father and one that extends us grace. And I think there's beauty in that. And I think that resonates with kind of my understanding of the great beyond, which is limited, obviously.
I just wish you'd pick a better, like at this point, you're doing so much of your own stuff. Like, you know what I mean? Like, and it's still like within Bible. And I think that that's something that, I don't know, like it seems like a weird book to hang on to. I know that there's things in it that seem to help people get through their day.
Mm-hmm.
And real quick, hi Sam, hi Raiders, hi, welcome in everybody who's come in. Sam, I'll let you in a second. We're almost done here. I don't want to talk too long with Gemini because she's already deconstructed. She's like on the brink of losing all this. I want to talk to people who need it a little more. But I do appreciate coming up here. So and I'll bring Sam up to say hi too. But just want to finish this up.
Yeah.
So like, is that some of the value? Like these old texts help you kind of like get through your day and figure out what, like, not just like, oh, I don't know what to have for lunch today, but like when you're having a hard time, you lean on them for some understanding and guidance, that type of stuff.
I find that I feel it would be reductive to just throw the whole thing out and be like, there's bad shit here. The same way that I'm trying to think I don't know. I love gritty, violent television. Just how I'm wired, right? And there are plenty of people who'd be like, that's depraved. Why would you be interested in that? Well, there's a lot of value in it, and I think it would be reductive to just throw it out. And the more I like, even the passage you read, I had never heard that about the animals, and and the humans, and who knows if they go down, your soul goes. I mean, that to me, that gives me a lot to just
I agree.
think about.
Like historically, I think it's really interesting to look at and be like, wow, this is what people were thinking about back then.
I still think there's a lot to think about today. It still has relevance.
I mean,
it's not the only wisdom tradition also that, like, I think if you were going to be like, it's the Bible and only
there's
the
a
Bible.
verse I've read to a few people. I don't know if I've read you this one before. The habit of lying men, they admit not to themselves. Truth remains cowardice. The Israelites induce certain people. Okay. At such moments, some must endure hours of anguish, but they should not forget that the moment of liberation will come, and that a movement which will reshape the world must serve the future and not the passing hour. Until the faint-hearted cry, Lord, deliver us, which we send up to heaven today, would be transformed into an ardent prayer. Almighty God, bless our arms. When the hour comes, be just as thou hast always been just. Judge now if we deserve our freedom. Lord, bless our struggle. But I guess it's the verse before that more that is about like, like when people are struggling with something, that there's like, don't focus on now, think about like the future, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I guess there's wisdom in this, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep. And then there's a lot of symbolism in the stories that otherwise, like, my favorite is the Christians who take Noah's Ark literally, and they believe that all the little animals really got on the boat. I'm like, bless your heart. But if you dispense with that, there's symbolism and there's beauty to be extracted from it. So
I do have to admit something to you though.
Yes.
I tricked you. So that whole thing I just read is directly quoted out of Mein Kampf from Adolf Hitler. So just because there's a little bit of wisdom in a book doesn't mean we should necessarily like hang on to it and lean on it for understanding. We might want to toss it out because the rest of it is dog shit.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes.
Just something to think about.
Yes. I see what you did there, and I respect what you did there.
It's a trick. It's fully like it's a trick. Obviously, like
right.
you got scammed, but like it. Yeah. But that's the real words from it, right? But no one fucking reads this book, and no one goes, "Well, the 1940s were an interesting time. Let's see what they had to say about." No, fuck that. We get rid of this book. It's got too much bad stuff in it.
Do you say that about Greek mythology? Because I think that's more analogous.
No, because I don't think any of that stuff is real. Right.
Right. Right.
So if you don't think any of the Bible is real, fine, read it as a fun history book, but you do.
I think that there are greater cosmological truths contained in even Greek mythology, and I particularly like the figure of Jesus in the Bible.
Then go with the deist. You're not a Christian anymore. You're a deist.
I mean,
you just think that all of the religious texts are pointing to one deity and you're not sure which one is the closest, but
No. I think that there's one God, and I went through a deism phase too, or lived Thomas Paine, but no, I mean, I would say that I believe that there are truths about our nature as children of God, and Jesus typifying like a very good example of hi Sam, of how that's the Sam that's where they rated from.
I am the Sam indeed. Hi.
The same. So no, I wouldn't say that. I think that would be like a little reductive too. I think I have.
I agree not to I'm not like Joel where we should dump the whole Bible. Like he said many times he wants to have a big book burning, and I think he just wants to do. I think I'm quoting him directly there.
Yeah,
no, but it's more just like to ditch the belief in it being true, and then and saying like, look, if there is some cosmological truth in here, neat, like let's find it. But if that's a cosmological truth, there might be another way to find it than digging through the like annals of genocidal history, right? So just something to think about. I do want to go on to another guest here though, but thank you so much for.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for the talk.
All right, Gemini, everybody.
Bye.
Zaijian. She speaks Chinese. Hello, Sam. How are you doing this evening? Did you do another live?
Hi. I did do another live. And
are you doing like 1 hour lives to hide from the TikTok gods?
Yes, actually, genuinely. If I do a live any longer than that, they come and snipe me, and I don't like being sniped.
You're doing like a drive-by live where you just
basically, I'm like,
like, are you doing it from a burner phone? God,
exactly.
On my leg. Okay.
I'm gonna pull out a Motorola from my back pocket.
All right. Well, let's see. This person's been waiting for a long time. Thank you for waiting patiently. I do appreciate it. Gemini is a friend. We're working on making sure that she doesn't like reconstruct. Sometimes people fall victim to the book, and I think that was a good conversation though.
I think it was lovely.
IBYM cake. Did I say that right?
Yep.
Why is that your name? What does that mean?
It was just passed to me. It was kind of like like a thing I just carried on from like when I was a kid.
I bet you munched cake?
No.
I'm trying to figure out the acronym.
I'd be your motherfucking cake. No.
It was like, you know how when McDonald's had cake?
No. Sorry. I'm just really wealthy. I don't eat McDonald's cake. So I've like, how's it pronounced? McDonald's?
No, it's I bring your McDonald's cake.
Mezzo elitist confirmed.
I have a friend who told me that he and his family called McDonald's food clown food, and I never went back because their actual mascot is a clown. Like that makes sense. But like when you taste it, it feels like it's gonna go like it's gonna honk, like it's fake food. It was like I fucking died. It was so funny. So we always call it clown food. I know. Like tell everyone, like spread that everywhere.
I'm gonna
Everyone
have to
just
spread
call
the
that
word.
clown food. Yeah.
Clown food.
Anyways, how old are you?
I'm 18. I just turned 18.
When? Just now?
March 20th. Literally like a couple
days. That's basically yesterday.
What'd you do for your birthday?
Thank you. I appreciate it.
What'd you do for your birthday?
I went to Sky Zone and I just like chilled with friends.
Like the trampoline park?
Yeah.
I think you're not allowed to go there when you're 18.
I was gonna ask, they let you in?
No. So we rented out the whole Sky Zone for a day. And there was like no kids or nothing. It was just like me and like 20 other like people that I knew, and we just rented out Sky Zone.
That's dope.
That sounds like a genuinely fun
money,
time until I went and did the first jump and broke both of my ankles.
Ooh.
Yeah, and by the way, I was getting mocked for being rich, and this guy rents out a Sky Zone?
No, yeah.
Whose credit card did you put it on?
I think it was split between mom and dad.
Yeah, nah. Y'all got that American dream type of funds. I don't know what that's like.
Nah, it was.
And you believe in God also?
Yeah, I do believe in God.
That's the craziest part of this whole story. None of this is adding up.
Everything else was perfectly sensible until then.
Do you think God can do anything?
Yes, he can do anything, yes.
Okay. And do you think he could destroy Satan?
Yes.
Okay. Well, we've found ourselves in an interesting conundrum here, because here we have an existing God. Do you think their God is good?
God is good, yes.
All good or just mostly good?
All good.
Okay. And then we have a his super villain, right? His Joker to the Batman, his Lex Luthor to his Superman, his Joel to his Mezzo, right? Like this kind of pairing here.
I thought
Sam,
you
did
guys
you
were
want?
in love.
No. I mean, we're in love the way that Lex Luthor and Superman are in love, which they were.
Yeah.
They were.
Yeah.
Sam, did you want to be a supervillain in this? Who's your counterpart?
Sure.
Who's your superhero to your Superman? Or wait, super villain.
Ooh, I can't say that out loud. Nothing that I can say is going to be appropriate. Just move
God
on.
is the answer.
Oh,
You're
yes.
the devil. Okay. Let's pretend I'm God and Sam is the devil. Let's just try this. IBM. I keep wanting to say IBM because I'm from the 90s. Do they still make IBM?
Just call me Cake. Yeah, everybody just says
Cake. We'll go with Cake. Yeah. Okay. So Cake, I'm God and Sam's the devil, and I'm just so good. Like I'm perfectly good. Everything I do is good. And in fact, if I even see something bad, I'm like, no, we're doing good because the good thing to do is to stop bad stuff, right? But then I see Sam over here and she's just like fucking up. She's tempting people into evil. She's causing storms. She's doing all kinds of horrendous, just the dirtiest sexual acts you can imagine.
Yeah.
You probably were already, so that's fine. And now now what? I'm watching this and I could stop Sam, but I don't?
I mean, could you?
Explain that.
Okay. So basically what the Bible teaches is that we have something that's called free will. And God, he just wants everything to be fair in the world. Right. He wants things to be fair. So
to get rid of Satan. Step one. Right? That would be the first step towards fairness is to this huge supernatural demon who can has power over you. We're not going to have that because that's not fair. You can't control Satan. That's not fair. We'll get rid of that first.
But so it's not, then it wouldn't be fair on Satan's part.
Oh, he doesn't want humans to have free will. He wants everything to have free will. Like demons, angels.
But Lucifer was an angel.
Right. So angels have free will too?
No, it's just the more logical thing.
Wait.
No, you're kind of okay, I understand your point.
That's an important question. Do angels have free will?
Angels have free will? I don't know. It's I don't know. I don't know if you can ask a Christian and they would say free will. No, I don't think so.
Usually they say no.
They do. Yeah.
Usually they say no.
So that was my
Sometimes they say they do, and then they get trapped in a conundrum because having free will and then still a perfect heaven means that we could have free will here and still have a perfect earth. Right. So that kind of ruins the entire theology.
Right.
Yeah. So angels don't have free will, which means Satan didn't have free will, and then he turned bad somehow.
So he just wanted to be better than God. And God punished him by banishing him into hell.
Right, but you just said he had no free will, though.
Oh, maybe that's why he doesn't, because he was sent to hell. You're not allowed to have your own will, right? Because if you say, you have to do what I say or I'm going to send you to hell, that's not a free will choice, right?
That's true. That's coercion, and God wouldn't do that. Yeah.
Are you with us, Cake, or no? Is this the first time you've thought about this?
Yeah, in a way, you guys do have a point. I'm not a fool. I'm a Christian. Yeah, I'm a Christian. I was born in a Christian household, but I do have open ears for everything. I'm not just locked in.
I got you.
The keys thrown away. I'm locked in. It's just
speaking of cake, I'm gonna go grab some cake.
Dang. Okay. Well, look, that's good. I think that's a good stance to have. I feel the same way. I'm a pretty staunch atheist. I believe that I have the correct worldview right now. But I appreciate thinking, and I do think, and that's part of why I do this live. If someone comes up and says, "Here's a good reason to believe in God," and it gets me, I'm gonna switch. I'm gonna be like, "That's actually really interesting." I might not do it in the second, it takes a while to do that, but I'm interested in the conversation. Now, this idea of God, Satan, free will, and humans just in no way adds up. There's nothing that makes the story make sense, right? It's not even fictional. It's like contradictory. It's impossible for any of this to like add up and make sense. And I'll kind of explain it for you as to why. So like the main point is what we're saying here, an all good God, right? So like if I'm just me and I'm a human and I'm standing out on the sidewalk and on the yard next to me, I look over at my neighbor's house. My neighbor is just like beating a dog, like just fucking going to like with a stick on a dog, just like don't. And I sit there and go like, I've done a bad, right? It feels to me like I've done a bad thing. I should go, hey,
Yes.
stop doing that, and maybe take the dog in, maybe help them, maybe kick my neighbor's ass. Might be the right thing to do. Probably not. I could probably just like take the dog and like maybe disarm them. That'd be the perfect thing to do.
Well, no, I think like beating his ass is pretty fair too.
No, the perfect thing to do would be to disarm them.
Yeah.
Call the authorities,
Yeah.
protect the dog, and give all your money to charity.
Yeah.
Right? That's the perfect move in that moment. Like you're doing a PayPal.
And then you
At
beat
the
his
same
ass.
No, I don't think so. Like personally, I'm against revenge as punishment or like physical punishment in any way.
No, but like me too. But like, what if we make the exception for you in particular in this particular instance?
So the thing is in the moment, sometimes it's required. So in that moment, take a quick swing, get a pop in, and then that's part of, when I say disarm, I don't mean just like, give me that, please. I mean, you pop them. Okay.
Period.
Yeah,
Okay.
You got to swing on them, but just don't like it too much.
Right. Okay.
Otherwise,
Like,
now
don't
you
revel in it.
are next. Yeah. Okay. So now IBM cake. I keep forgetting to just say cake. Cake by the ocean. We'll call you that. How about that? Isn't that a song? That's a song that kids.
Yeah, I love that. I was about to say I love that song.
Yeah.
Sweet, sweet girl.
Yeah. See, I know what the kids are listening to. They like music and beats and you like tempo. You're into tempo and rhythm. It's good stuff. Okay. So I'm just watching this dog abuse go down. You would say, hey, that's bad. The good thing to do is to intervene.
Yes.
Now, I would be taking away my neighbor's free will. By disarming them, I've stopped them, right? So the good thing to do was to intervene, take away their free will, and help the dog.
I think you're like kind of taking free will to like a exaggerant point. When I say free will, I mean like God gives us free will. Right. So like saying like knowing that there's a dying baby like dying from cancer and God is not stopping that, it's his fault that he's stopping that. That's a kind of a lot. Are you kind of like aiming towards that kind of like?
I mean, that's a
situation?
Great point. Like I was talking more about just like person-on-person violence. Like it gets to that. Like, if you want, like, because look, there's a thing you could say where it's like he can't intervene when it's one person doing it to another person because that person, someone's free will is going to be intervened one way or the other.
Right.
If I'm being attacked by Sam, like she's just like wailing on me, my free will, like my will, is to not be attacked anymore. So if you're going to help, like preserve my free will, you would have to stop her. You have to like choose whose free will you like more. It seems like he usually goes with the attacker. He picks the attacker's free will that he likes more. That sucks. First of all, like that doesn't make sense. So either way, you have to give up one free will. The all good move to do would be to remove the free will of the bad person.
Right.
Okay. Now, when you get to things like cancer, a baby is born with cancer and dies when they're, 1 year old. I don't know if like maybe there's a loophole to this, but I don't think when you're dead you have free will. Like I don't think you can do anything.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he removed that free will too.
So I guess with that is like, so it's not just because a lot of people say like, oh, it's God's fault that's doing that. God is doing that. God is having that baby die. God knows it's gonna happen. God knows like that he knows the present, he knows the future, he knows the past, right? And it's more like people say like Christians, because I'm not gonna say like me, but like my family around me says like The devil makes that happen. The devil does that. Lucifer does that. He's the reason why evil is in this world. But then why can't God just take him out?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's like the whole question.
Well, and that kind of comes back now to like, you have to choose whose free will. So Satan's will is to give this baby cancer, and the baby's will probably is to not, I would assume, is to not have cancer, right? I mean, I guess that's an assumption.
Yeah, I guess.
Also, all of the family would prefer it didn't. There are more beings, more minds who their will is for the baby to not, including God. God is one of those. God's will is that the baby doesn't. But he rejects his own free will, the parents' free will, the baby's free will, all of the friends and family's free will. Fucking my free will. I don't even know the baby. My will is that I wish it didn't have the cancer. And he said, and he favors the devil's free will to lets him do it. That's fucking nuts, right? That can't be the story.
Yeah. I guess you got to talk to Cliff about this, because he probably knows way more information about this than me.
Who's Cliff?
He's.
I haven't read
Sam,
that
do you know
book
Cliff
from the Bible.
No? Okay, she left. Oh, okay. No, Cliff is he's just really he's a Christian. He just answers a lot of hard questions, questions that you ask. And
I'm sure they're unsatisfying, but I'm open to it. Yeah. All right. Now, before we go too far, though, I do want to show you another thing just about free will. But I need a second to draw this out.
Okay.
This is just something to think about when it comes to biblical free will. And I have to do it backwards because it's mirrored. All right. And your cake. So I'll put a C. Okay. And let me just get another color here. All right. And I'll draw the rest of this on camera. Now, some people know that when I get the whiteboard out, something weird might happen, but this is a real one. And if you'd like this demonstration, it is on my page as well. This is just a bit of an interesting thought experiment. And so we have here cake.
Is that me?
Yeah, this is you.
Yes.
And this is the universe, okay, inside this rectangle. And in this universe, you have, let's just, to make it easy, two choices. One, and here's the hard part, the backwards two. Gross. Okay. Oh, it's not so bad. Okay.
That's pretty decent.
You have free will. Okay. You can do one or two. All right. There's nothing stopping you from choosing one or two. There's nothing but you in here. Now, there's all of your influences from the past, like maybe you like the color blue more, or maybe you like the number 2 more. Whatever these options are, it's like apples and oranges or something, like whatever it is.
Right.
You have all of your natural things to like, but you get a choice here. Maybe you get a choice. Maybe it's a deterministic universe and that's kind of complicated, but it seems, at least it feels like you get a choice. It's debatable. Now I'm going to go down to another universe. And in this universe, watch this. This is going to freak you out, dude. I'm going to do the exact same thing. Okay? But in this universe, I'm going to add one element, one little difference in this universe. God. This universe down here has God. This one didn't. Now, does God know the future?
Yes.
Does God, well, let's say this. So in the future, God knows you're going to pick one. Okay, let's just say it was going to be one. So God knows for sure you're going to pick one. That's the future God knows about. All right, you following?
Yeah.
Can you make God wrong and pick number 2?
No, because he knows you're going to pick a number 2. Okay. He knows your final decision.
So number 2 is not an option for you. Okay. The thing is still there, but there's no path possible where you can do that. Okay.
Right.
In universe 1 without a God, you might have free will. In universe 2, once we added the God ingredient, there is but one path for you to follow because he knows the future.
I see your
I
point.
know you're still making the choice, but you can't not make that choice.
I just have to say, this is the best explanation for biblical free will I have ever seen. Genuinely, you're brilliant. Okay, I'm going to shut up.
I have a video of this that I like clipped. It used to be pinned. I don't think it is anymore because I put a bunch of dick drawings up. But it's like down a little ways, and it's really an interesting point. Like, there's no way to add any arrows back to this, and you could add a million different arrows coming out of this one, all different colors of the rainbow. And out of here, you can keep adding options, but you can only have one arrow because you can't prove God wrong. You can't surprise him and be like, oh, fuck, Cake picked 2. That's like not anything ever. He's like, yeah, of course he did 1. I knew it. And not only that, now think about this. He knew this before you were born. He knew this at the moment of the creation of the universe. And so now I'm gonna change this just a little bit again. I'm gonna put God back in this one. God, that was a bad. Look at that, terrible. Shut up, Sam. Okay, so now, like, from scratch, forget all the stuff we did before. Now what we have are 2 different universes. They both have God in them, but God is at the beginning of the moment of time of creation, and he's trying to decide how to make the universe. And he knows all the truths, but he also knows all possible truths because he's all knowing. And in this moment, he decides to make the universe a certain way. He mixes the ingredients together. And he's thinking in that moment, because he knows everything, in one of the universes, everything's the exact same. You still have, planets, puppies, cake, right? All these things. And even you as cake, right? And this one, it's all the same thing. But in universe 1, you picked, in universe 1, you picked this. And in universe 2, you picked this. And he chose which of these 2 universes to create, knowing which one you were going to end up picking. So who really made your choice?
God.
Amen, brother.
I'm gonna need some applause in this chat.
So you're okay. So the
so now
point,
you're either an atheist or a Calvinist. You're gonna have to look up Calvinism.
Okay. That's a fair point. It's a good point. Wow. Yeah, you just
Breathe it for a bit. Sit on it, think about it, breathe it in, enjoy it, and this is on YouTube, by the way. So there's a version on my page somewhere of that, but there's a version of this also. Your version right now is live on YouTube, and how do I get to that YouTube? It's not on mine, but you should watch your version of this. Like clip back. Can someone DM him the link to the YouTube? Is that possible?
It's so scary to me. It's like everything's so scary to me.
Well, but what's the name of your YouTube channel?
It's not on mine. That's why it's so hard. I know. I don't do that. But I'll tell you what. I'll send you the link maybe after if I remember to, and you can go through it and just watch this again if you want to, and just kind of think about it. If you want to. Okay, so we're about, let me see how far in we are. God, I don't know. Whatever. We're this far in. You can find it. You'll see your picture. How many, dang, are these many people here? There's 50 people watching this? Oh, hi guys. Hi YouTube. Sorry, I don't normally look at YouTube. I hate it. I hate everyone who's over there. You guys come to TikTok.
He said, fuck you all.
But Cake, did you, you said that it's scary to you. Are you scared of hell or God's wrath, or what's weighing on you?
No, I'm scared of God, but I'm just scared of I don't know. I'm just scared of how can this all be fake? Just think about it like this. How can this
I think
all
about
be
that a lot.
fake?
You know what I think about? Sorry to interrupt, but sometimes we're the flat earthers Have you like like thought about that, Sam? That when flat earthers talk to people, they're like, "It's all made up, man. The government's a lie, and everyone's been lying to you." And it's like that's kind of what we're doing. Like all of religion,
low-key.
the Pope is lying to you.
No, yeah, that's basically what it is.
We
We're
sound
kind of
like
like reverse
lunatics.
conspiracy theorists. We do sound kind of crazy.
Yeah, but it's okay. I get that. But the thing is, it's not all a lie, though. There's a big difference. The people in charge think it's real. They haven't seen my beautiful whiteboard demonstration, right?
Yes, I see. But so you believe in historical evidence
In like of what? What do you mean?
of like, like George Washington and like, so you believe in like people carrying on it. Yeah. So
I think
things
it's
like that.
pretty convincing that George Washington's real. We have some of his writings, like they know where his house is. There's like a bunch of paintings of him and stuff that are like portraits, not just like someone thought about it later, but portraits. Yeah.
So like information that gets passed on to now. And so the thing about that is like there's a whole bunch of scrolls and a whole bunch of evidence about the Bible and a whole bunch of evidence that Jesus really walked and really resurrected. And okay, so
you had me for a while. That's where it cuts off. So here's the thing. George Washington is a great example. I love the story of George Washington because he if you're reading about George Washington, it'll say like he was born in where was he born? Virginia, maybe? I don't know. Where he's born in Virginia. Okay, Virginia seems like a real place. Being born is a normal thing. So far, I'm on board. He was the first president. Well, we have presidents now, and there's these paintings of him being president, so that all seems to check out. Someone can be president, and then I'll be like, and he never told a lie. And I go, I don't believe that part. That seems like that part's made up because he was a politician. People tell lies throughout their life. Like as their children, they lie. No one has never told a lie. That seems like, even though technically possible, super far-fetched. I'm out. I don't believe that part. I do the same thing with Jesus, right? Jesus was from Nazareth. That seems like a real place. Yeah, sure. People are from Nazareth. That's fine. He was like a good teacher. Sure, yeah. We still have those today, right? That happens, no big deal. Then he walked on water. Nah, I'm out. I don't believe that part. That's obviously added, right?
Right. So, okay, so what you're saying is that when it becomes more like there's no way that happened, then it's like, okay, I'm out of the story.
Yeah, I just don't believe that part. People write in like made up stuff to history all the time.
Right.
They Forrest Gump it,
So another thing that kind of you have a good point. But another thing that kind of gets like my attention on like Christianity is there were 300 prophecies. 300. All 300 people didn't know each other. All 300 people didn't see each other. They didn't know. It was like in a separation of years. Not like 100 years. I'm talking about like 10-year separations.
I saw Justin in the chat just a minute ago too. If you're here, I know you're probably tired, but you're welcome to go. Yeah, he's still, if you want to come up and like go through prophecies. This guy's in the middle of coping with Christianity, but you don't have to. I know you're tired. You don't have to. Justin's a prophecy expert.
Okay.
I don't think any of those prophecies were ever fulfilled. And I also think that a lot of those people did know each other and know of each other. Like they read each other's stuff.
So,
right? Like the people who wrote, he just left there, but the people who wrote the New Testament read the Old Testament. It wasn't called that yet, but they read it. They knew about it.
Sorry. Can you repeat that last part?
Yeah, sure. The people who like wrote the New Testament, whoever that, we don't know who they all were, right? Like there's a lot of anonymous books that people are like, let's put a name on this. Let's say it was Luke. And, all right, go to sleep. Yeah. And for everyone who is in bed listening to me, please take all your clothes off. I really do appreciate people laying down and relaxing. I know I have a soft voice, but, really feel it. You don't have to touch yourself, but let the sheets touch you, while you're down there, whatever happens. No promises. And so, the people who wrote the New Testament, whoever they were, they read the Old Testament. They knew what it said. They had the scriptures.
Right. So, like,
I also think, and this is important, I'm not very good at this, but name one prophecy that came true. Anyone, pick one prophecy from the Old Testament that came true. From
the Old Testament?
Or the Bible at all. Yeah.
Oh, that David slayed Goliath.
Okay, what's the prophecy?
The prophecy speaks, if I'm not mistaken, it says that basically, like, I don't know word for word, but I know like a gist of it. That David, a young boy, it was like a young boy was gonna slay a giant in blank blank, or like wherever he was from. And it was like you know how like when you go to church as a kid and they sing like songs and stuff, or like you watch shows and like there's like youth service, they teach like there's like books and songs about that, like a prophecy that was like.
So I don't like the prophecy to Jesus.
No, a prophecy to David.
Okay.
For like,
I thought we were talking about like the Jesus prophecies, like the 300 prophecies that like predicted Jesus would come true.
Well,
because like if somebody killed Goliath, and there was like a really tall guy named Goliath, and then they wrote about it in the book of whatever, Samuel, I think it's in, right? I think that's in Samuel.
I can't confirm or deny.
Probably Samuel, and then maybe in Chronicles, but I think there's different accounts of it because some people think David wasn't who actually killed Goliath. But like, whoever, like when they were writing that, because they found him dead, they could just go back and be like, and then it's going to be David later. Like that's out of order, right? We don't know the order that these things were written. That's just like not. So you're talking about like the Jesus prophecies, right?
Right.
Okay, so name one of those that points to Jesus and that came true.
Name one of like the prophecies that pointed to Jesus.
Yep.
I know there was like what I was told. I don't know like any like source or anything, but just I was told that there was 300 prophecies that were fulfilled. 300.
I don't know what prophecies you're referring to.
There are prophecies in the Old Testament. They just,
no, I mean, like 300 of them that came true?
Some people say, let me see what the number is according to some people. One of my Bibles just had the list of what they think they are. And when you go through it, it's none of them. This is the other one. It's in the King James one. It says, here's the list of the prophecies Jesus did. Yeah, and it's just like not a one of them. They're so stretched. It's so obviously fake. I will tell you what they are.
I'm on the edge of my seat.
All right, we're going to go through all 300. Everyone saddle up. Number 1, in Genesis, it said, and I will put enmity between you and the woman, and between your seed and her seed. He shall bruise your head, and you shall bruise his heel. And so what they're saying is that they're talking about the seed of women. And that later in Galatians it says, but when the fullness of the time had come, God sent forth his son, born of a woman, born under the law. So just because it mentions that Eve is going to have babies and she's a woman, and then later Jesus was born of a woman, they're saying that counts. But hey, I have some weird news for you. Guess who else was born of a woman? Me.
And also me. And everyone else.
Not everyone.
Aside from non-binary people and trans men. Most people.
I just want to point out that I was more woke than Sam in that moment.
How about this? How about this, Mezzo? How about
you're gonna like just double down on your cancel right now?
How about this? Actually, you can't cancel the MD. All right, thank you very much. I am the uncancelable.
But look, the point is like fucking everybody who's ever been born, especially in the Bible.
We're fucking everybody who's ever been born?
Literally only one person was ever not born from a woman, and it was Adam in the Bible, right? So right. That prophecy sucks. From there, they continue to suck. Read through the list. They're so shitty. They're so shitty. And then when it finally gets to some that are like, and yea, a Messiah will come to us, and his name will be... it says something, it'll be like, and will be born of a virgin, and these things that like seem interesting. You realize when you read it that they're saying and the woman is pregnant right now. They're talking about someone right then and there. His name will be Emmanuel. He's over there. That's the guy. We see the belly of the pregnant woman right now. They're not talking about sometime in the future. They're talking about like right fucking now it's happening. Then that baby was born and nothing happened. And so later they were like, hey, no, it was Jesus. We were talking about Jesus. By the way, Jesus gives a prophecy that doesn't come true. Like there are untrue prophecies littered throughout the Bible. The people who say that they come true are stretching the truth because they're con men.
Man, I don't know. You have a good point. Like, there's nothing I can really argue with. Like, you have a really good point.
Well, here's the really good news about all this, Cake, and I do like sharing the good news. You do not have to worry about eternal torture for questioning this. Okay? If it's the case that there is not a God, then there's no hell. Bummer about heaven. I know your existence is smaller. You have to live every day as hard as you can because it's shorter than you thought now. But if it's the case, then good. Go analyze everything, question everything, and don't worry about hell. If it's the case that there is a God, and this God in particular, that God created you with a curious mind. And it would be nutso-butso to not embrace that and go be curious and question things. Unless you're just like some sort of a submissive, divine cuck, I would say question it and think about it. And
damn.
And no, just don't block this out. Keep thinking about this stuff, okay?
Yeah, another thing is it's to believe in God. Do you think it's like a negative aspect in your life? Like it's a negative thing that's happening? Like, okay, yeah, you think that it's something that you're believing that is a lie, but is it like something that is bad? Like, definitely not worse than believing in like you're a Satanist, but like.
I think it is. So the people who are Satanists don't really believe in Satan. They're just doing that because they're like Bible trolls and they want to be good to each other, and they know that it's like a fun way to get people's attention.
Unless they're like a theistic Satanist, but most people aren't.
That's true. There's some. Do you know some?
Very few. No, that is why I said most people are like the kind where they don't actually believe in a God or in Satan, and Satan is just
they're
like
jokers.
Yeah, exactly. But there are some Satanists who genuinely do believe in Satan and like fuck with him heavy. I don't know how they could.
It's just,
but yeah.
I was talking to a person that believes in Satan, and she was saying that like he's very welcoming and very like an artist, and like he just accepts me more than God. And I could see where you can get that point of view, but
okay.
Well, I mean, if you do the thing where you do the math in the Bible, like who killed more people, it's pretty devastating for God.
That's true.
Yeah. By the way, thanks for all the gifts that are being sent to Sam and shared around. I do appreciate all of you. I'm seeing people follow, subscribe. We have Cash Apps in. I don't think he was like running. He seemed really cool, and I think he was maybe just had to go. Maybe he had another trampoline party to get to.
That's true. That could be it.
Interesting stuff, though. Interesting stuff.
Interesting indeed.
I think that was pretty good, Sam. I think that maybe I might end up with a tally on that one.
That might be a tally. I think so.
Not yet, but like he was in a
tally in the making.
Yeah. I'll do half a line for now. Okay, before we talk to this next guest, thank you everyone for being here. I do appreciate all of you. We're having a good chats tonight. We have crabs on our heads. We have
crabs.
We all have crabs. Did you ever get lice as a kid? Put ones in chat if you were a lice kid. I don't think I ever had it.
Yeah, I've managed to evade lice.
I don't think it's real. I think it's just a thing they like they just like smell the kid and they're like, this kid needs a fucking bath. Hey, go give this kid a bath. Give them a special lotion. It's just like
it's just like please wash your fucking kid.
A lot of ones coming in the chat.
Oh, wow.
Wow, guys.
Never mind. I guess it's real.
Wow.
I guess it's real.
The government's lying to you about lice shampoo.
It's a psyop.
I'm into vaccines. I'm into all of this stuff. Everything is just this one thing.
Fuck that blue shampoo.
Big Pharma's in on. Is it blue? Is that the right color?
It's a blue shampoo.
That's a funny
yeah.
talking point.
I remember there was they sent out
you said you evaded
things
it,
during
but you
school.
seem to know a lot about
Excuse
it.
me, okay? I am knowledgeable about the world around me. I refuse to accept these accusations. This is slander. All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Why do I feel itchy?
Now it's your turn.
No one. Welcome in. What's your age and religion?
I'm 30 and Orthodox Christian.
Oh, hey, I have a question for you really quick because Sam and I were talking to an Orthodox earlier, and this doesn't have to be the whole thing, but I'm just curious what the Orthodox position is on the like Old Testament biblical slavery. Was that a thing that happened? Like, yeah, like the way that God worded the laws, was he like allowing them to do slavery back then?
We're not just servants.
Oh, he doesn't know either.
Damn.
No, well, today there's slavery as well. And the same sort of slavery.
Yeah, we're all a slave to blue lice shampoo, right? So, no one, we don't need to get into that unless, like, if you really want to talk about how they were just servants, we can totally get into that. I would love to just like fucking wreck you on that because that's an easy win for our side. But the real question is, can God do anything?
Yeah, you can do anything.
Do you mean anything or just anything logically possible?
Just anything, I guess. Anything he wants to do.
Oh, well then you have to deal with this thing where can he lift a rock? Right?
Can he destroy
Huh?
Can he destroy Satan? Is that
No, we're not even there yet. If he can do anything like even outside of logic, can he create a rock so heavy that he can't lift it? In your view?
I don't know. You gotta ask him, I guess.
Do you want to do it? I
think we should try.
Right,
How about we try? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, Heavenly Daddy. Is there a rock so heavy that you cannot lift it? And if there is that rock, can you lift it? Dear Lord, are you able to lift that rock? Are you able to lift that rock? Yes, Lord. Can you do it? We will find out. He didn't respond yet.
I think the conundrum is that it's impossible.
I think so too.
In this reality, it's probably impossible, but if God wanted to make a rock too heavy, then he would.
Right, and then what if he tried to lift it?
He'll make it so heavy that he couldn't lift it.
Oh, so
if that's what he wants.
So then he can't do everything if he can't lift it.
If he wanted to, he'll make a rock too heavy he couldn't lift.
Can he do something that he doesn't want to do?
No.
Okay, well then he can't do everything. Because I do that all the time. I go to work, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to do that, so I can do things I don't want to do, but God doesn't have that ability. So I can do something God can't.
Why would you want to do something you don't want to do if you're God?
Yeah, it's a good point. It just shows absolutely that there's things he can't do, right?
Because he doesn't want to do it.
Yeah. So the first one you would say, no.
Well, no, he can't destroy Satan because he made him.
So the first one, can he do anything? You would say no. He can only do things he wants to do.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So we'll switch that to no. Can he destroy Satan?
He made him eternal, so and then Satan rebelled against him, so he made hell, which is separation away from God for eternity.
Is it a place?
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay.
Well, Satan's not there now.
What?
Satan's not in hell now.
Who's there?
I think a lot of people get confused by it.
Who's there? Who's watching? Who's watching hell?
Nobody.
Jailbreak.
It's a place made for him.
Now's your chance. Everyone, get the fuck out of there.
Run for your
He's on
lives!
Earth. Satan lives on
Okay,
Earth at the moment.
so why can't people just like leave?
What do you mean leave hell?
Leave hell. They can't. Why can't they just leave then? What?
Reaching away from God.
Okay, so we already have that established, but like, why not? Why can't they leave?
Because you can't. It's God's word. He said you can't do it.
So the people, just to make sure, the people who disobeyed God when they were alive are now choosing to not disobey him while they're being tortured forever.
Okay.
Because he said so.
Me.
That's what I'm saying. Like, oh, I guess.
Hell's not a house. You can't just walk out the front door and leave.
Okay. No doors. Okay, that's the loophole. No door. There's always a trick,
there's
Sam.
no
See,
door.
so there's no doors in hell.
It's like a one-way mirror, but it's like another kind of entrance.
Oh, I love Black Mirror. Such a good show.
It's a very good show.
Good show.
Yeah.
So it's like the longest episode of Black Mirror ever. And there's
I too
no
prefer
doors.
my mirrors African Americans. My favorite kind of mirror.
I'm with you. Although everyone I look into, there's always a white guy. It's weird. Hot though.
Interesting.
So now no one. Why wouldn't God destroy Satan? Well, we getting a Xena raid. Hey, Xena and friends, welcome in. Are we getting a Chucky raid? I saw someone mention Chucky. That's a weird. I think that was from the. Is Chucky the doll?
Yeah. Someone said that he's the one who manages hell.
I never got that. Like, is it supposed to be funny or scary? I don't totally.
It's supposed to be both simultaneously. I personally only found it funny because of how ridiculous it is to watch him run around like that.
He's running around with a knife, right? You know who we're talking about? No one. Chucky, the little doll thing.
Chucky's a Malachi.
So he's running around with a knife, and let's say he's about to stab a bunch of kids, and I'm right there watching. The thing I should do is probably stop Chucky from doing that, right?
Yeah, I think so.
No one, are you with us for that?
Oh, sorry, I wasn't following. I don't know what you're asking me.
Yeah, there's like this movie called Chucky, where there's a little doll that runs around and stabs kids and stuff. And so if I were watching this, let's pretend it's real, and this doll was running towards these kids with a knife, I would have an opportunity to stop Chucky, or I could let him go through with it. What do you think would be the good thing to do?
It's on how you're explaining it. It would be good to stop him, but if you're trying to use God as an example, our life is very temporary, and our next life is forever. So,
right.
Being a Christian,
so either way, it doesn't really matter to you.
Yeah, if I die because someone shot me, for me, I'm going to heaven.
Right.
It's a better place.
Yeah. The kids aren't Christian though. Did I say that in the beginning?
But the kids.
Yeah, the kids that Chucky's about to stab, they're not Christians. We're at an atheist camp. It's like an atheist vacation Bible school where we read the Bible and laugh at it. And so they're all atheist kids, and Chucky's going to stab them. And so I could stop Chucky, but should I? I don't know. It seems like to me, Sam, what do you think? Should I stop Chucky?
I mean, like, you're an atheist, so like, I don't know. I mean, like, I guess through my subjective moral framework that you should probably stop Chucky if you have the power to stop Chucky.
I would agree with you, but I'm also a moral subjectivist. What do you think? Maybe what would God think I should do? Would God think I should stop Chucky?
Hold on, I'm just going to move to better connection.
There's a Wi-Fi issue happening. He's
quite.
Yeah. See, this is an interesting question, Stan, because It's one thing for God to stop Chucky, but if he wants me to stop Chucky, then he wants me to stop Chucky's free will from continuing.
That's true. He does want you to halt Chucky's free will.
Changes it just a little bit.
It does. It shifts it.
Did you say all the kids?
Yeah, so Chucky's running towards the kids. He's going to stab them. I can stop him. Do you think God, objective moral God, wants me to stop Chucky, or does he want me to let Chucky go through with it?
If all the kids are atheists and they made the decision, then I'll let it happen.
Oh, okay.
They're atheists. They made the decision to be apart from, so they can be apart from eternity. That's just how it is.
So just let them get chopped up?
If they're kids and made that decision, but I feel like you only
Wait,
be
I'm sorry.
condemned.
Wait a minute. I'm sorry. Wait a minute.
No, Sam, this is great. So for people who are just like tuning in, hi, I'm Mezzo. I'm an atheist. Sam is as well. And then we have a Christian Orthodox here who just said in the situation where someone is going to stab a bunch of children, if the children are atheist, his Christian opinion was that we should just let them go through with stabbing them because he is a Christian and he's a piece of shit fuck face. That's a pretty standard thing. So if you were on the fence, like our last guest who was kind of struggling with their belief and trying to figure out what to do, this is where a long life living in this religion will lead you to. So it's a good time to get out.
Can I please ask a question? Can I please ask a question? I beg.
Yeah.
Guest, do you think children can consent?
Children? No.
Okay.
They're too young to make the right decision.
Okay, so then can I ask?
You say that children were atheists and they made the decision. I do understand.
Okay. So you think children can't make decisions, but also in this instance they made a decision and thus should perish?
Yeah. Like, you guys are so bent on the gay community to let children transition. So why don't you ask if they can consent at that age?
No trans person thinks that kids should be allowed to undergo surgery. When we say transition, we mean socially. We mean socially. So like changing your name, changing your pronouns, changing the way you present, like a haircut or the clothes that you wear. But children should not be allowed surgeries. No trans person thinks that. So I don't know where you got that from.
Yes, I agree on that. They shouldn't.
Okay, great. So then why are the atheist kids perishing? I just want to make sure.
The atheist kids. If they were Satan kids.
But I thought you said that they can't make their rational decisions.
So they were all 8, but they might grow up when they're 20 to change their mind to become Christians. But what we're saying is if they die now when they're 8, then they go to hell, right? And so you're saying just let them die now and go to hell rather than let them grow up and maybe change their mind?
You can't be a lukewarm Christian. It's either you are or you're not.
I can't tell if he's being serious or not. Do you think he's being serious?
I think he is. I think that they are actually disturbingly disturbed people. And I think that what we're seeing right here is someone who is okay letting kids die because they just like aren't convinced that God is real. What if they've never heard of God? They haven't like made a decision. They're just like from a country where it hasn't come up yet, and they're just like 5 and it just hasn't crossed their mind yet.
Different story completely. Like if they died and know God, then they'll be saved.
And how do you know that?
Because it's like on Judgment Day they'll be saved.
According to what? Are you just making that up? Or does it say that in the Bible?
That hasn't known about you and say that they're condemned to hell for life.
Does it say that in the Bible?
I'm sure it does somewhere.
It says not that, actually. We found out earlier today that there's a verse that says it's the opposite. If their parents are Christian, then they're safe. If their parents are atheist, they're not. So if it's a 3-year-old who the parents haven't been like talking to them because they're 3, it's not time. They're not old enough to really understand what it means. So they still, the child is 3. They don't know about Jesus and shit, right? And the parents don't believe, then the kid gets stabbed by Chucky. The kid goes to hell. Never heard about Jesus. never
Where does it
was
say that?
introduced to the idea of God, and the kid goes to hell.
Where does it say that?
Paul wrote it in Corinthians.
That if the parents aren't Christian, that a 3-year-old will go to hell.
Yeah.
So is that like the parents' fault or God's?
Well, who made the consequence hell? The parents or God? Who came up with that?
God, and everyone knows if the parents are atheists and they deliberately chose not to follow, then it's the parents.
Well, the parents are thinking, hey, we don't believe, but we're going to let this kid grow up and do their own thing. We're just going to, as they grow up, they'll get to do their own choice and make their own decision here. So we're not going to like talk to them about God at all. That's what I did with my kids. We just kind of like let them do their own thing. So do you think my kids deserve hell?
Well, if that's what it says in the Bible, and you're an atheist and you tell your kids nothing about God, which you should, because they should have a free will to pick. You should tell them, here's a God, you can choose it or not.
Okay,
And
there are two things wrong with
loves
this.
like your God.
There are two things wrong with this. One, are you saying that as a parent you should tell your child about all of the gods and then allow them to pick?
You should tell them about the one God and then say you
Okay,
can
so then that's not free will. That's not how that works. That's not how that works. So if you're saying that they should be allowed to pick and that it is your job as a parent to help them on that journey, you need to tell them about every single known God on the planet and then let them pick. It's either that or what you're saying is indoctrinate your kid, which is what it sounds like you're saying. But also, in societies, true, exactly, that's where I was going. In societies where Christianity is not popular, which is most societies that weren't colonized, is it the fault of the parents for not knowing? Is it their fault for not being aware? And if the parents choose to withhold this information from their kid, is it the kid's fault for their parents not telling them?
It's the parents' fault.
So the kid should suffer for the parents' actions.
I believe if the kids died and they didn't know God, then they won't go to hell. That's my view.
But that's not what happens, though, according to the Bible.
Are you sure?
Yeah. Paul said it.
Yeah, the kids are only considered clean if the parents believe.
Yeah, and if the parents don't believe, then they won't teach the child.
Yeah, and so then the child deserves hell for that.
Well, it's the parents' fault, isn't it?
Yeah, so the parents made a decision and the child deserves hell for it, right?
Yeah, well, I think a lot of atheists just like pointing the finger at God and blaming him for everything.
No, I'm pointing it at you. I think you're the one who's being like absolutely insane right now.
No,
I don't believe
this
in
is
God.
wild.
Look, I got one thing to say, like, let's say God isn't real, who would you blame for the evil in the world?
Christians.
No, if God isn't real,
He's not.
100%, and nobody knew about God, who would you blame for all the evil?
Oh, the people, right? Or
People.
like if it's a natural disaster, like here's the thing. If a hurricane is coming and it's nature only, then there is no evil. There's tragedy. There's suffering and there's loss, but there's no intent behind it. However, if there's somebody stirring up hurricanes and sending them, that's evil. Even more so, if there's some hurricane happening naturally and a being had the ability to stop it, but let it keep going, I think that's evil. That counts as bad to me, yeah.
Yeah, but God doesn't let everyone in the world, like, starve. It's people making people starve. We can feed the whole world, you know?
Why did he make humans in a way that requires them to eat food lest they perish?
Because you die if you want to eat food.
Okay, so that didn't really answer my question, so I'm gonna try and run it back.
This guy, like...
That hurt.
That
hurt.
Food.
How old did you say you were?
30.
No.
Oh my God, you can't be this, like,
No.
fucking dull.
Well, I've got
that was the answer to that question.
There's no way.
I'm saying people starve because of people, not God.
Okay, so I'm gonna re-ask this question, and I really hope, and even maybe pray at this point, that when I ask you this question, that you can reply to what I asked you and not repeat yourself. Please, I beg. Right. So you're saying it is the fault of humanity that humans starve. And starvation is what happens when you are deprived of food.
Mm-hmm.
Why would God make humanity in such a way that in order to live, you must regularly consume food?
Why did God make people so to live they have to eat food?
Yeah.
Do you understand what food does to your body?
Mezzo, I'm gonna crash out.
Yeah, I know.
I'm gonna crash out, Mezzo.
You
Mezzo,
wanted God to make people
I'm gonna crash out,
that
Mezzo.
eat.
Yeah, I don't think
Right,
that
no energy source,
you might
you
not be like fully equipped for this
I fully
conversation.
understand. It's just you're making very like silly questions. If you can,
Is God all powerful, guest?
He is all powerful.
Okay,
And all good.
and God, right? Yeah, he's all good.
Yeah, he's all good.
Okay, so God intelligently designed us. That means every single aspect of humanity was handpicked, chosen, and crafted by God, right?
Yes.
So that means there is a version of us that could have existed where we do not require food in order to live, right?
Yeah, would see sunlight, right?
Yeah, we could be like plants. We could just do photosynthesis.
Yeah, then we would just be plants.
It's
human
possible
body
that
can't
this,
work.
do you have an imagination?
I do have an imagination, but
Can you go get it?
we can't survive.
Maybe you explain it to us. Maybe this might be easier because like we're trying to kind of explain it to you, and it feels a little difficult. Maybe you can explain like what's going on with God's plan here. Why did He make us the way we are? Why is there suffering?
We were made perfectly. We're meant to be blaming Satan here, not God. Satan is to blame.
And Satan's like the anti-God? Like the opposite of God? Okay.
Better than God, yes.
Here's what I want to do. Shit, sorry about that. I pushed the wrong button. Here's what I want to do, because I want you to make sense of this for us. I'm going to draw this out. And so I'll start with G for God. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then for anti-God, well, I'm going to try and do this. We'll see if it works. Backwards G. Reverse K.
He's not equal to God, but yeah.
Okay. So we have both, and then we also have, of course, Earth. Okay. Who's in charge of Earth?
I'm pretty sure God says that Satan rules Earth.
Okay.
So you could say Satan.
Okay. And then, and that's why suffering is bad. Is like he is in charge
Because
here.
he's to blame. Yep.
Okay. What is God's role with Earth?
He made Earth.
Okay. So he made Satan?
He made Satan, yes.
Okay. So he makes Satan.
Not as an equal.
He makes Earth. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And then Satan's in charge of Earth.
Because he was a fallen angel. You know the whole story.
Yeah, he fell down to Earth. Okay.
Yeah, he rebelled. He thought he was better than God. He took a third of the angels with him. He fell down to Earth. You know the whole story.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And why does God let it keep happening? Like God sees this and he's like, I don't like this. I don't like what's happening here at all. But he lets it keep happening. Because Satan loves this, right? He's like, I'm in charge of Earth. This is great.
Yeah.
Okay. So why doesn't God end that right now?
Why don't you just kill him?
Yep.
Is that what you're saying?
Yep.
It comes to the same question I said at the start. He can't because he made him eternal.
He can't.
Interesting.
Yeah, but for him. He made hell for Satan to be eternally away from him.
That's what I'm saying. So like, I mean, this is just Earth, and not to mention the people from Earth are going down to hell. Like there's hellfire down here, and they're like shooting down here in droves, right?
Yep.
Yeah. And do you like this plan? Do you think this is good?
It's a good plan if you want to like weed out the weak.
You like this?
Unbelievers.
You like that a lot, huh?
God or Satan. If they choose Satan, they'll stay with them. You know what I mean?
I don't know. To me, it just seems like God's a big dick.
And we have a choice. If you want to choose Satan, you go to hell. It's simple as it is. Eternally separation from God is what hell is.
What about heaven? What's heaven like?
You're seeing everything you couldn't imagine.
Let me do this. Let me just make this a little lower so I have room. I'll put these back. Okay. Now tell me about heaven, because we're going up. I know it's not actually up and down, but what's heaven like?
Heaven will be like earth, but with no evil. So the people that chose the right decisions, to give that money back they found, the perfect people will be there.
Okay. So there's people.
And all the bad people.
There's people, there's God, there's all this stuff in here. Okay. Here's my thing. Why not make a second heaven that is also good, but God's not in? Okay. That way, all the people who, because God made this, there's a connection here. The people who follow God go to heaven. The people who follow Satan go to hell. And all the people up here, like, you can even choose, like, if you want to be far away from God or close to God, like God's in this kind of area here, right? Here's like God. Or you could be, again, over here, different Satan, or it's Satan, so it's like different here, okay? In this case, you have heaven up here, right? And then hell and earth down here, okay? And if you do it this way, everyone gets to go to a good place. There's no reason to come down here. Like all of the people who are like down here, there's no skipping to this or anything. Everything's up here. It's both good, but you don't have to be by God, right? This plan is better.
There's a plan. The other side is eternal separation from God. And everything that we feel that's good on earth will be there.
To represent that separation, Mezzo, could you do like a strike through between, like, across the little circles you were doing earlier? Like the little yeah.
These ones?
Yeah, like a strike through, like one strike.
Like this is where God isn't?
Yeah.
Yeah, just like that?
Yeah, and then another one over there. Yeah, exactly. Okay, perfect. Yeah.
And maybe even like there's like a higher, plane later or something like that. Or like, we could have like arms kind of come down. This. If you wanted to like make it a little more, like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not great, but I was trying to, because he was being transphobic earlier, I was trying my best to make like a multiple gendered person here with different things.
No, you've done a fabulous job. That's kind of like what I want to look like, actually.
Was I being transphobic?
The balls are like over his hips, which is a little weird.
I love weird.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. They're just that big, which I'm flattered, That's my ideal.
Well, I'll leave that for my kids to find in the morning. No one, I'm going to disconnect you because you suck. Here we go. Okay, good. And let's get the background back up. Maybe it's time to change backgrounds. Let's see here. Love this one. Oh.
Keeping a straight face through that was so challenging.
The reverse so G. Absurd. The reverse G was so dumb. Like right away, he should have been like, make it an S.
No, immediately.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Immediately.
That's an easy one to talk me out.
I was like, he's making the Gucci logo. I mean, sure, that's fine, I guess.
All right. I keep sipping.
That was incredibly distasteful.
JT Hadius, welcome. Yeah,
bye. Goodbye.
Well, it says, show me a real miracle to get the fuck out. They got the fuck out.
That's true.
So the last drawing I did was that the big clogged shit toilet.
Oh, with, did you do that?
Which was, can God... Okay, here's how it works.
I'm scared.
Joel came up with this one, and it's,
Of course.
it's basically the, can you make the sharpest sword that can go through anything and a shield that can block anything, and what happens when they meet. But it's, can God make a poopy so big it will clog any toilet for eternity? And can he also make a plunger so divinely strong that it will unclog any clog? And then what happens when you put that plunger on the poopy? And I have that video tagged as well. It's a hilarious drawing. So it was like a toilet with like this.
Please never
oversized,
say
like,
poopy again.
Huge poopy coming out.
Please never
And-
say it again.
Well, I'm using Joel's language here. He's Canadian. Give him a break.
Oh, my fault.
But with that one, it was like the first time I could like show my kids and we like joke about it and stuff. But every time I draw this other stuff, I have to like,
Yeah,
erase it
so
they
you're
can
like,
see it.
nah.
It's the same whiteboard we do math on during homework.
That's
time.
crazy.
I gotta like erase it really good. Zach, welcome in. How old are you, and what is your religion?
I'm 20 and I don't subscribe to a religion.
Hell
I'm a
yeah,
pantheist.
me neither. You have the correct worldview. I congratulate you on that. But it does say for believers to request. So what do you believe in?
I'm a pantheist, sir.
Oh, okay.
So,
why?
Well, I wouldn't even. Well, I'll showcase why. Okay. So I went through I was a Christian, like a majority of Americans, raised Christian.
Sorry.
Then left that after I realized so many scientific inaccuracies. So much that was just like rhetoric that was incompetent and unjust morality that was pulled from a time
Can
where
I
it was
say,
normal.
I've been hearing, Sam, I'm sure you hear like Ian does the rabbit eating cud one a lot. And I hear other people do that too. And I get that is scientifically inaccurate, but it also says someone walked on water. Like it always kind of like makes me laugh when it's like we're focusing on this little detailed one. When it's like, there's some big ones in here. There's some really big things.
True.
like
Hydrophobic humans.
yeah, it's so funny to me. But it also like it works. It is like
It
you're
does.
fucking trapped. There's no way out of this. He said that they don't. Like it's just an error. Yeah. Anyways, so Zach, now that you're an atheist, instead of being an atheist, you think everything's God?
Okay, so yeah, kind of. Let me elaborate. So, do you have you ever researched about like what Albert Einstein or like other people who were major scientists believed in, like what their belief in God was?
Yeah, he had some ideas in pantheism or pandeism, rather, is a better way to phrase it, most likely. I disagree with him on that. I think it's a misnomer. I think it does your point of view a disservice to use the word God when referring to what you believe in, because when we use the word God, we are, especially in these conversations, like maybe around your friends, you can say something like that and it's fine. But when we're in a like religious debate forum where most people who are coming up are Christians and you use the word God, initially right away, we're thinking, do you mean the one with the long white beard, sits in a throne in heaven and controls the, metals in our daily life and is concerned with morality and doesn't want us to masturbate, but, or like treat women well, but also slaughters people like, and stuff like, is it that one? And then you have to go, no. Here's what I'm using that name, the name of God from this book for my other thing. Well, use another thing, call it something else, right?
Yeah, that's completely fair. I wouldn't even know if I would label it as God, but the only way to conversate about something like this with the majority of people is if you say look at what Spinoza said about God, and it was literally just like the universe and the laws of physics.
Kind of cultural appropriation though, right? Like the word God is from the Bible. You're taking that from the Israelites, you might as well name it Yahweh. Like, I know that it comes from other things like, gods are, across other cultures and stuff, but it just seems to me like if you're talking about the universe, it already has a name. It's universe.
Yeah, but I would even deem it outside of that. I sound like a field bro when I say this, but okay, think about Brahma or the ultimate reality, right?
Oh yeah, I call that the business.
Yeah, that's sick.
No, I have this written down. It was a whole thing where I was like, when we're talking about not just physical matter, but thoughts and imagination, unicorns exist as well as a thought, platonically, and plutonically, because I'm not trying to fuck a unicorn, but I'd be friends with it, right?
I got you. I understand where you're coming from, bro.
I guess the horn is tempting depending on the shape, but but all this other stuff, before the universe, if there's heaven and hell, it's outside of the universe, time, these things that exist, maybe even beyond the bounds of reality. I call that the business. I'm talking about fucking everything, right? And so that's
We can do that?
yeah. I'm saying like that's what I'm referring to as the business.
No, like we can fuck like everything?
Yeah. You just got to think about it hard enough.
True. I like the way you think. Thank you for that.
But I don't know. It gives me a sense of comfort, even if it's a false belief, that
that's fair.
I might, because I don't even believe in an afterlife though. Like one life's good enough for me. I love that quote. You know what I mean?
Honestly, it's taking forever. Like,
yeah, exactly. I don't
go.
want another one, and I don't want reincarnation. But I do believe, like, that there could be something out there, but I don't know what. I think there might be something. There could be.
Here's my question: do you ever make some sort of a social action based off of this something that might be out there? And by that I mean, do you ever go, hey, those people are being real gay, I don't like it because whatever's out there might not like it? Or are you like, no, it's unrelated? Okay, then you're fine. Yeah, I wouldn't call it God then.
I don't push it on people, Mezzo, sorry.
Mezzo's fine.
Yeah, so I don't push it on people. But the thing is like, I like what I believe, and I'm cool if it's not true. I'm not really worried. You know what I mean? It's not a Pascal's wager type of situation. I don't believe in hell.
You gain nothing from it.
Yeah.
Except for a little comfort, which I get. And look, there are other better words for it. I have the same feeling as you. I just don't call it God. I don't think that it's conscious in any way, but I think that there's something bigger. I just think it's nature. And I do hold reverence to that. Even though nature doesn't know I do, here's a weird thing to think about, Zach. And Sam, if you're interested, but you don't have to. If it is the case that the universe is mostly dead and unconscious, it still is the case that we are conscious. And until we find otherwise, we might be the only conscious beings in the universe. And we're part of the universe. So we are, in a way, as like Carl Sagan said, at least one way in which the universe knows itself. Right? We're a thinking fragment of the universe. And so when I refer to the universe and I talk about nature or like the business, but like I really like nature because it includes like the way things work too. Like there's a calculation to it, kind of like it's a movement to it. It's a stirring, not a static universe. I use a capital N when I write the word nature. Not like going on a hike nature, but when I'm talking about the nature of the universe, I call it nature with a capital N. I give a little reverence to it. Does the entire universe know I do that? No. But one part of the universe does know that, me. So I feel that reverence to someone said the totality of nature. I feel that and I give a little respect to that. And I don't think that that's religious. I just think it's like a nice nod to where I came from and where I'm going and where I currently am. And look, you can do all that and not have to like you're saying, I don't like preach it out onto other people or say this is how you should all believe. It's just something that I do to myself, you know?
Could I give you like my non-forcing version of like I don't even want to use the word testimony, but what made me think there might be something a little out there?
All right, do it real quick and then we're going to go on to another guest. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, for sure. I know there's, people who actually want to get up here and show you the Eucharist. But anyways, I believed that there was like nothing, right? I believed in eternal oblivion. I was like, it don't make sense for there to be something after this because there was nothing before this. At least I don't remember there being anything before this. Well, so in the army or whatever, I fell off of the rappel tower that we had in basic training. And I was put on a temp profile and I was in a coma for like 2 months, right? And I felt nothing, it could have just been my brain, but I felt nothing like so calming than conscious nothing. Does that make sense by chance?
Yeah.
Like consciousness existing alone. And I was like, okay, I wonder if anyone's ever experienced this anecdotally, right? And I'm not saying it's evidence for anything. I'm just saying it showcased that there could be something out there that led me to believe in this way. So I was like, okay.
I'm a dad. I love silence. I yearn for everything to shut up and stop making noise. It's like, I totally get that.
Yeah. So I guess it's like.
In existence is going to be so fucking sublime.
Oh my God.
So I guess like it made me believe that there could be like a eternal form of reflection, or not even eternal. I don't know if it was eternal, but like I could have some form of conscious reflection where I'm not affected by anything.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know. And I'm not saying it.
Or maybe it turns off. Yeah, who knows?
Yeah, I don't know. And I'm not trying to convert nobody. And I just like, I never once would try to convert nobody. I just showcase like why my little brain that perceives less than a fraction of a percent of reality just believes there might be something. You know, taking a chance. And if I fail or if it doesn't exist, cool. I don't really care.
Yeah, it's not a big loss or anything.
Yeah.
Do you know the show Futurama?
Yeah, man.
There's like the God in Futurama is so like hard to debate against not existing. Like it's so much more possible than any of the gods that people posit here. Bender goes floating off in space and meets this like nebulous like light cloud thing that is like basically God. And it's they like do such a much more interesting view of it than any theist ever like, you know, has done from well, because you're stuck using ancient writings. Like they have the benefit of modernity. Yeah, modernity.
Yeah. I guess it's like a what would I describe it as? Like meditation, but on steroids. Does that make sense?
It's a weird thing to do steroids for.
No. Like
I'm gonna fucking sit down so hard and think.
Better term would be like expanded form of meditation, where I was just like reflecting on shit without even.
Don't skip Om Day.
All right, Mezzo. Well, I'm gonna head out, bro. But it was cool to meet you, man.
You too, man. Take care, and I hope that if the afterlife comes and we're just like conscious in nothingness, I hope we bump into each other and don't notice.
Hell yeah, bro! It'd be pretty dope.
And don't notice it is the cool guy. Not what we're looking for, but a cool guy. Now, this person's name is Quiet. I think it's Knowledge. Is that right? Yeah, Quiet Knowledge. Are you there?
Yeah.
Wow, you are quiet.
True.
So far, your name checks out. Do you have knowledge too?
Depends what you call knowledge. Some knowledge.
How old are you, and what's your religion?
I'm 42, and I believe in the Bible.
Okay. You know that the ultimate question of life, the universe and everything, you know the answer to that?
Well, I think we're still learning, but pretty much, I believe that God created the universe.
No, it's 42. That's a reference to the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. I'm also 42, by the way. So, you know, I join you in that. You are a bit hard to hear. Do you think maybe you could speak up for
be
this?
a little less quiet, just a little bit.
Like a medium volume knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
Is that better? Can you hear me now?
Faintly.
Oh, okay. I'm not sure what's going on. I don't know why.
Are you in a nursery full of sleeping babies?
Oh, could be that. I was just gonna say, could you get in like slightly closer proximity to your microphone?
Yeah. Wait a minute. I'm not sure where the microphone is.
That was good for a second.
Yeah. Hold on.
Whatever you just like.
Good there?
Yeah, you kind of did.
Yeah.
Okay, so why do what do you think? God can do miracles and stuff? Do you want to show us a miracle, or did you want to talk about the existence of God?
As far as a physical miracle to be observed goes, I think just a planet that exists teeming with life amidst a very hostile environment in the galaxy where no other life can be found is a miracle in itself, is evidence that there is of a miracle.
Yeah, that could happen naturally, though. I don't think that counts. I'm talking about something like a real miracle. like make something float, or like, you know, water to wine type level shit, or like fire rains down from the sky kind of stuff. Or maybe make your mic stop clicking in a loud way. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. We have another guest here, and I'm going to go to them. And then if you figure out what's going on with your microphone, come on back up. And
salutations, have old man.
And, hold on one second, Osiris. Sorry, 1 second. I was just still talking to the last guy. Yeah, figure out what's going on with that. Have some coffee and come on back. Sam, was this guy talking to me or you? I'm like, I just said I'm 42. It's not that old.
I mean, I'm like exactly half of that. So as much as I think you look like you're like in your late 20s, I think he might be talking about you.
Oh, Cyrus, are you talking about me?
Oh, there's no time for insecurities, my friend. It's time to talk about the Lord, our Savior, Jesus.
I already hate this vehemently. I'm not going to lie.
I'm not going to lie either.
How old are you?
I'm old enough to be your dad, and I'm old enough to literally show you what God is. You feel me?
How old do you think my dad is?
Your dad is probably dead, bro.
Oh, damn, he did clock my tea on that.
He's not. He's on TikTok.
No.
Was he like 92?
He clocked my tea.
Oh.
My dad's dead.
Well, I'm not here to talk about how old you are, bro. I'm just here to say, why don't you believe in
but
Jesus?
First you have to say how old you are. That's just one of the rules.
Oh, I am 9,000 years old.
Okay. That's too old. We only do from 18 to 100. I will not take 101-year-olds. And so, or higher. Because, like, you know, don't spend your end here.
Yeah. You have better things to do.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Daily Jesus, I see you in the chat. If you want to come up and chat a bit, you're welcome to. I think you're actually within that age range. Other than that, the guest box has been emptied out. I think the background is a bit intimidating. Maybe I'll move it over to... Oh man, this is a little heartbreaking. Do you want to hear sad news?
Sure.
Probably should talk about this. This is in real actual news. The bonobo that we used to talk about so much during this discussion, Kanzi, has actually passed away. He was, I think, 44. Yeah. It's like really genuinely sad. Let me see how old 44. It was like actually like genuinely heartbreaking thing, because not only was he super like cool and interesting and a fun thing to talk about, he like broke the character of his nature. Like he did something where he like went above and beyond, and maybe he was forced to by humans, and maybe it was gross. Like I don't know the history of how he learned how to do all this stuff. I'm not sure. But he kind of like rised above in an interesting way. And yeah, I mean, it's like inspiring whether he knew it or not.
That's awful, genuinely.
Yeah.
He will be missed.
Yeah, it's really like actually sad.
Yeah.
He was, I don't know if you were ever into, I haven't like ran this background in a while.
I was here for one time you ran this background.
Yeah. I mean, it's a really interesting background. And this isn't even like actually him. This is like a different bonobo. He is a like funny looking dude. Like when you see the pictures of him, he's like a really like he has like a really like wide flat head, and he's always just like, kind of like he's very much.
But
like
he did
that,
amazing things, and we honor him.
Yeah, here he is sitting in a bucket. Oh, what a cutie! Yeah. I don't know what he like died from, but I think 44 is pretty old for a bonobo.
It's probably natural causes. He has a son.
Yeah, Tico. I wonder if I wonder how Tico's doing. Yeah, I don't know. It was a father.
Is the mom in the picture?
I don't know. Let me see. Okay, let's look at his lineage. Quiet Knowledge, did you fix your microphone?
I hope so. Can you hear me?
Well, it sounds less clicky. Oh, wait, is that a click? Yeah, it sounds like your headphones are like clicking in and out or something.
Oh, okay. Maybe the internet connection.
It's a little better. Oh God, no, it's not.
Ooh.
Yeah. Whatever you're doing when you're moving is like.
What about there?
Yeah. Okay. Try that. Okay. All right. So did you want to show us a real miracle, or did you want to talk about bonobos?
I actually I liked the other theme when I first come on. What was it? Can God kill the devil?
All right, we'll go to that. Yeah, I don't want to talk about bonobos right now. I'm gonna like break down. Actually, too soon for that.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. I posted, by the way, in the Discord where a video. Sorry, last thing about Kanzi, where he is camping and he lights a fire with matches and roasts marshmallows and eats them and then puts the fire out with water. It's sick. It's like, this man is camping. Like, it's so cool. And yeah, there's a lot of stuff like that. Multiple times he did this. He just knew how to do it. Okay. So quiet knowledge. What do you think? Can God do everything?
He can do anything that is within his limits that the Bible talks about.
Okay,
like
so then that'd be a hard no. Right. I can do everything within my limits.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
and
so that's a no.
The Bible says that God has limits. It says he cannot lie and he cannot do certain things. So
yeah, but then he does lie, which is weird. I mean, if you're taking the whole Bible into account, he deceives people, you know.
Yeah, I think that the all-powerful notion that people have come up with, it's a construct that people have come up with, and in these discussions I've asked lots of people what their definition of all-powerful is, and there's lots of different definitions that have. Might I ask what your definition of what all-powerful would be?
Yeah, I would say like able to do anything within the realm of logic to its highest possible level. So he could, like jump infinitely high. He could also like dig infinitely deep. But like if you dig through the earth straight down, you're going to come out the other side. So he like, it's not that he can dig for infinity, but he can dig through any planet, right? So whatever the task is, he can do it, and he can do it to its highest possible degree.
Yeah. So I think in my mind, when we talk about all-powerful, it's all-powerful compared to what? So in principle, we would say God is all-powerful compared to us, or compared to the universe, or compared to whatever, because God is outside the universe. He's not within this universe. Just like a person who, say, invents a computer, he's not inside the computer, he is outside the computer. So God is outside the realm of what we can observe.
Right, but are there also like outside of the universe, are there other things, or is it just God out there? Are there rocks outside the universe?
There's not much comment on that. Jesus said there are many abodes in heaven. What he meant by that, it wasn't written that he elaborated on that, so we're not sure. The Bible does say new scrolls will be opened in the future that might explain some of this stuff, but at the moment we only have the outline of what we have.
I mean, it makes an interesting like thing though, because like if there are only rocks within the physical universe, then this question of can God make a rock so heavy you can't lift it, doesn't even matter. It's just he can't lift a rock. He's not in the universe. That's the only place to find rocks, right?
No, that's right. If he created the rocks, the Bible says he moved his spirit to and fro across the universe to create things. So I guess
so his spirit is in the universe.
Yeah, well, his spirit is the medium with which he interacts with the Holy Spirit is his active force or his power. You could say he uses his power to get things done, much the way we would with electricity. I guess we can use electricity to move things or do things, but we ourselves are physically not grabbing the rock and picking it up, but we could use an electrical implement.
Is the
that we've
Spirit
created
part
to
of God?
use it. The Holy Spirit is God's power, so it's his energy, much the way like an electricity is kind of a good analogy, I guess.
And is it part of him? Or is it
It
outside of him?
comes from him.
Okay. And is it part of him?
Well, the Bible says I think in the book of Isaiah that God is abundant in dynamic energy. So that energy is his power, you know what I mean?
Right. And so is that energetic power part of him? Or is it not part of him?
It comes from him. So I guess
I understand that. My pee comes from me, but it's not part of me.
Yeah, it's like a generator produces electricity. So is the electricity part of the generator, or is the generator producing electricity? I guess is the best analogy I can answer your question.
So the Holy Spirit is not part of God.
It's a result of God, much the way electricity is a result of a generator.
Yeah, not part of the generator. It's a different thing that's not God. It's not the generator. It's God's electricity. Okay. So we have God, and then we have this like...
It's a
Go ahead.
active force. Yeah, it's like a force that God, like the Bible, when it talks about God's Holy Spirit, it talks about it filling people, it talks about it moving people, it talks about it creating the earth, it talks about it doing lots of different... he uses it to do get stuff done, if you know what I mean.
Like what? Like what's a thing he does with the Holy Spirit? Like communicate to people?
No, in the Bible it sort of talks about, like the first reference to it is he moved his Holy Spirit to and fro over the earth just to get the planet created, like to get it started. Later on in the Bible he used his Holy Spirit to help people get things done.
Okay. Like what? Like what's something that they got done? Like like someone's trying to do a task and the Holy Spirit can help them do it?
Yeah, like...
Is this Old Testament or New Testament you're talking about?
Well, both, really. In the New Testament, it talked about the Holy Spirit, like Peter, the Holy Spirit filled him, and so then he spoke certain directives from God through that Holy Spirit, so it obviously put the thoughts in his mind to convey to the people. It's just kind of like God's toolbox or God's tool, the Holy Spirit. It's a force that he can use to get stuff done.
Or people. He can use people too.
Yeah, in the Bible, it talked like when he wanted to deliver a message to Moses, he sent an angel to do that. Like angels came down from heaven. And
so he can use angels.
So that's not really...
Holy Spirit, electricity. Yeah. He can use people. He can, like, he used the Israelites as a tool for sure, right? He can use individuals, but in order to tell them to do it, he uses the Holy Spirit to convince the people to do God's will, right?
Well, there's an account in the scriptures where he gathered the angels together in heaven and brought up, there was a king giving his people problems here on earth. At the time, the Israelites a real problem, and so he had a meeting with his angels and brought this king up as a subject and said, what should we do with him? And one angel put his hand up and said, well, I'll go down and be a spirit of deception in his prophet's mouth. And God said to the angel, well, that'll work, go get it done. So the angel went off down to earth and tricked the...
So God can't lie, but he can tell the angels to go lie, right? That's a neat
The
trick.
angel didn't lie. The angel
He
didn't
deceived
lie. The
someone,
angel
right?
just got. No, he didn't really deceive. He just got the prophet to speak in a way that messed the king's plans up. So, yeah, I don't count that as a lie. Though I count that as just
Mezzo,
getting a job done.
I'm gonna be real. I'm too tired and
Well, I'm curious
I
because
can't do it.
I've been getting some interesting notes regarding this, so I'm kind of going somewhere with this guy because people in the chat are familiar. But
No, yeah, I'm gonna
in
leave you to it.
regards to using people as like a tool, in Jeremiah it says,
Press enter to enable.
Oh my god.
You okay?
Sorry, I got Minecraft to work for the first time, and it starts out with the accessibility settings. But this is me announcing my departure, basically.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but
Press
have
enter
fun.
to leave.
At that point,
It's about to get real dark. I hope you listened, Sam.
I will.
All right, bye, Sam. Everyone follow Sam. So, thank you, Sam. In Jeremiah, it mentions God is talking about the Israelites because he's going to go slaughter Babylon. And he's saying, you are my war club, my weapon of battle. With you I smash nations. With you I destroy kingdoms. With you I smash the horse and its rider. With you I smash the chariot and the charioteer. With you I smash man and woman. With you I smash the old man and the boy. With you I smash the young man and the girl. And it goes on with all the smashing he's doing now. Nowadays, people say smash, it means fuck. But back then, he's talking about killing them, right? He's destroying them. And he's getting the boys, girls, men, women, elderly people, and using humans to kill them, right?
Yeah.
And he's saying this in like a prideful way, like, isn't this great that I do this? Do you think that's good, or do you think that's kind of fucked up?
I think if you put the prideful way interpretation on it, I don't. When I read it, I don't see pride in it. There's plenty of scriptures that say God hates even the destruction of a wicked one. He's doing it with a sense of sadness when you couple it with those scriptures.
And yeah, sometimes it says he does like it, though.
But it does warn us that other scriptures warn us that God can be a God of war. Like if you antagonize him as those nations had with the Israelites, they are going to feel God's wrath. So God doesn't apologize.
But they're feeling it through other humans. Like, I think that's a big problem for this story, right? Like if you were like in your house and you're chilling and the Holy Spirit fills you up and says like, hey, this is God talking through the electric Holy Spirit. God wants you to go slaughter all of your neighbors and their children. Like, would you just get up and go do it? Or would you like say, I believe in you. I want to go to heaven, but I can't go through with that. It's terrible.
In those times, we're talking about the Old Testament there, like it was an angel that came to Jeremiah and spoke those words to him and delivered that message to him. He was instructed from an angel to get things. Well, it was actually a warning prophecy to the nations, that particular passage that you're talking about. The prophets had to go into those other nations and tell the people, this is what's going to happen to you if you don't knock off doing this, this persecuting of God's people,
Right.
which you've been doing.
Yeah, that's in the Old Testament, that is what happened. But in this one, it's like, let's say it was like it was Monday that you heard it. And he said, hey, on Thursday, I need you to go to your neighbor's house here in the year 2025, go to your neighbor's house and just slaughter them and their children and get the dogs too. Would you go through with that? Or would you say, God, I have to say no to you here?
Well, in this era, like 2025, we're under the new covenant of the Christian Greek scriptures, and the Christian Greek scriptures command Christians not to unalive their neighbor and their dogs and cats and things. So
you would say no to God in that case.
Yeah, because you wouldn't be saying no to God, because God has put his instructions for us in the book, and we're not to. He warns
But
us not
remember
to go
that later
outside
we're
of what
getting
is
new
written.
revelation. This could be it.
No, the new revelations will come after the War of Armageddon happens, so that hasn't happened yet, so we don't have to worry about that. But for now, we're instructed to follow the instruction that is written and not go beyond it. So anyone who claimed to be a Christian and had an apparition or a vision or something that God was telling them to go unalive their neighbor or whatever, they could easily just check that message against what's written. And the message for Christians in the Greek scriptures is to go save your neighbor if someone else was going to unalive them or whatever.
So if God told you to, and he said, I know the book says this, but I want you to go do that, you would say, I'm not doing it, God. You would say no.
Yeah, I like if it was an apparition or a vision or something like that, or a supposed angel stood before me and told me that, I'd just say, get away from me, Satan. Your message doesn't line up with what the book says, so
No,
I'm not going to do it.
If it was really God, like this is a hypothetical. So in this hypothetical, it really is God asking you to do it. Then would you, or would you say, I still can't, I'm against this?
Yeah, for sure. Like God would have to do a lot to convince me to go outside of what was written, because he instructed me to stay with what was written. So,
well, if it was like if it was the year 15, right? Then you could do it, right? Then you'd be like, yep, that's the thing to do.
The year 15, like BC, you mean before Christ or after Christ?
Either one. It's before he was like crucified, and like he was like not, he hasn't started the new covenant, right? When did the new covenant start?
Yeah, well, after Christ died. Well, yeah, Christ's death is what started the new covenant.
Is that like year 30 or something like that? 50?
Yeah, he was about 30-year-old, or 33 or something. I think 33 CEs when it actually kicked off, according to the Bible scholars.
Yeah, so in the year 15, if you were alive and God said to go kill your neighbors, you'd be like, hell yeah, this is the thing to do, right?
Yeah, before Christ, under the old covenant arrangement, but we got to keep in mind that instruction would have to come from those who God had put in charge of giving the instructions. Like, if you go back to Moses' time, that instruction would have to come from Moses, because God did have an arrangement for the people to receive their instructions through. He had a medium or a prophet or whoever. He had the people.
We lost him. Hey, Daily Jesus, welcome in. How you doing?
Good, how are you, man?
I'm doing well. I'm trying to wake up.
Yeah, me too. Woke up from a little bit of a nap and you guys were live, so I thought I'd join you.
How have you been doing? I know that last time we spoke, we had a really good conversation. I know you still believe in the Lord God, though, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What's that about?
So I think I mentioned this kind of towards the end. I've had personal, and I know we're not big on talking about this on here, but I've had personal things happen in and around me that kind of keep pushing me towards that seems pretty godly, if you will. But like I said,
I believe you, but I think you also believe all of the like other flawed evidence, right?
Right. Well, yeah. Because it's not necessarily 50-50 for me that there is a God. What's like 50-50 or like hard to believe is which version of God that would be. I'm still considered a Christian. Okay, so it's just more like there's a ton of monotheistic religion though.
Yeah, you have to figure out if God is all he's explained to in the Bible, or if he's all the things from Christianity, right? Like these are two different stories that you're hearing.
Right, exactly. Or even if it's a different monotheistic religion that I don't even have knowledge of, you know what I mean?
Why do you think it's only one?
So, for one, everything that I have learned, and have personally experienced has led me to there only being one, like praying to the same individual or explicitly stating that there is one has led to things for me personally. And I feel like if there was multiple, then it would be like, well, if you're only praying to one, some things shouldn't happen. Like, it just seems it was split, like prayer and different things like that would have to be split, or worship if we don't want to use prayer.
Okay, but you're saying that because you've had interactions with one, that there must only be one? Or because you've had specific interactions where you've said, if there is only one of you, then make this happen, or something like that?
Basically the second part, but at the same time, I am very like, you have to prove it to me before I can believe it. And me trying to believe in, like, I've tried like religion with a few different religions, and it's every single time that something has happened, it's been specific in like the Christianity faith, or if that kind of makes sense, if that's a better way of explaining it.
Give me an example. Because I mean, I like the idea of testing stuff. I think that like the reason religion is so like unbuyable is because like it fails every test. Like if you do like, okay, we're gonna do like something wild, you know, Joel does this one where it's like make the pen lid come off, right? But what we should do if we're really testing it is say, okay, we're gonna have multiple pens, and we're gonna have one pen that's prayed to Allah, one that's prayed to Zeus, one to Brahman, one to Jesus, one to like fuck it, just do one to like some guy named Derek. Maybe do a woman, maybe pick a woman god, try that, and do a bunch of tests and see if which one of them succeeds, right?
Which from like a worldly perspective and like a scientific view, that seems like, yeah, definitely it would work. But at the same time, I feel like if there is a God, he'd look at that and be like, basically like, fuck that. Why am I gonna?
Why? Why would I reveal myself to people? Like, is that what you mean?
Well, that, but also like for instance with Christianity, Jesus and Yahweh, they want you to believe only in them. The Bible says he's a jealous God. So like him being jealous, he might look down at that and be like, whoa, you're praying to like 5 other people right now. Like, why am I gonna like prove that I'm real? You kind of, do you know what I mean from like the teachings of?
No, like if he's jealous, he should be like, it's me. Wait until he hears his name. And then like all the pens are just like pop off, and we'd be like, holy shit, sorry we did that, you know, like, and we'll write that down and record the data, and then like everyone's gonna know you're real. That sounds fucking great. What's like, do you think that he's up there just being like, like so just like what did we say earlier? Petulant? Like he's just like this like whiny baby. He's like, oh my God, they prayed to someone else. I'm not even gonna like help them now.
No,
like that's so annoying.
I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I've read the New Testament a few times, and Jesus does seem like he's pretty sassy. Like he wants to like he wants to either prove or like just be an annoying little.
Right. He wants to prove it. That's his whole thing. He sits there and he's like, look at all the works I've shown you.
Right. But I also feel like if let's say God is real, I'm Jesus right now, okay? And then 2,000 years ago, I was like, all right, I'm going to do all this stuff right now. If people don't believe this, they're just idiots. I'm going to be petty for the rest of eternity, right? Because that would totally be me. I'm going to go in here right now. I'm going to do all this crazy stuff. Prove
that. Is that when you would go? Like in ancient times to Israel?
I don't necessarily.
I would come now when there's cameras.
Right. But I don't know if I feel like we were talking earlier. Well, you guys were talking earlier about how God like uses people, and he it seems like he likes to play games. The biblical God, he likes to play games. So maybe that, if there is a God, maybe that's just straight up what he's doing. He's like, I'm gonna do it way back now. So there's just a bunch of personal accounts that 2,000 years ago. There's still going to be people who believe. It's just
you believe in hell, though, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that you can't do games with hell. That's immoral.
Well, this is also my thought. If there is an all-powerful being, and this just might be a personal thing, but if there's an all-powerful being, I don't want to consider myself selfish, but I would do the teachings of that all-powerful being if it means I would be able to stay around without suffering, even if that seems immoral on like the human. Like if someone was straight up able to prove to me, like, hey, this you're just gonna suffer for the rest of eternity because this is a rule, and if you don't follow this rule, so basically that fear thing.
I don't understand what you're saying. You're saying that if you were God, you would also do hell?
No. So I'm saying if I was a god and let's say I did create hell, not saying I would, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying
I would.
Then if I told my people, like, if you don't do this, you're going to end up here. Mm-hmm. Me as one of those people, I'm going to want to do whatever he says. Even if it does seem immoral now, I'm still like, I don't want to have to suffer for eternity.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, you're scared. You're doing Pascal's wager.
Right.
Yeah, look, I get it, man. Like, I think maybe we even talked about that, like, last time. I don't know if that was you.
I think we kind of touched on it. It wasn't that in-depth, though.
Well, look, it takes a man of a certain moral fortitude and virtuous resolve, someone with a deep commitment to, like, their own values, to, stand in the face of an eternal threat and say, no.
Right.
That's wrong. Right?
Right.
And or like, that's false. Even though I'm scared, it's not real. There's no evidence for you. And if you are real, the way you're doing it is fucked up. And I have to stand up for this. And it's not for everyone. Some people need to, just kind of humble themselves, I guess, as he requests. Be a slave to him, no matter what he asks for.
But what
in
also,
the Bible, he asks for bad things, right?
Not all things he asks for are bad, but there are some things that you could say that are definitely on the non-moral, on the non-moral side.
Look, Kevin Spacey made a lot of really good movies, but I'm still not gonna go hang out with him now. Like, he's done enough things that it's like, we're over it. Yahweh's canceled.
I mean, yeah, but you're also saying this without any evidence of there being a god either. Like, if you were just smacked across the face by a deity of some sort, would you still feel the same way?
Yeah, I mean, it is easier to deny God since there is no evidence. Like, that's a good point. And personal experiences are so biased because you're experiencing things out of fear. You already believe in the fear part of it. And so whatever experience you have, you're going to be like, this is it. It's happening. I need to do this right now. And so this is why personal experience is so weak in debate because I have experiences that are the exact opposite of yours, right? I have experiences with atheism and things still happen. And then you have an experience that's we all lean into our bias, but yours is also rooted in fear, as you said. And so a lot of people don't notice that, and I commend you for noticing it, but it means it's not a trustworthy source of information, right?
Which is why also I do these debates and I like to do my own research too, because I hate being biased. It makes me sound like it makes me feel like a guinea pig.
It's hard to not we all have some of it, but I mean but to answer your original question, would I still deny him? If it's this God from this Bible and the story is true, like the way I was taught in Christianity, I would. I would be like, dude, no, I can't, I can't be with you on this. What he's done, what he's set up and what he's allowed is unacceptable. It's something that it's too atrocious.
Excuse me. But let's say, excuse me, sorry about that. If there is another, if there is a different God and it's not Yahweh, like all of the problems and stuff we have in life are still there. Like if there was any,
oh yeah, no, but if it's a God that's like not all powerful, it's like, look, I kickstarted the universe and I have been trying to help since then. Like I'm trying to keep up with you guys. It's just there's a lot going on. I'm doing my best. Everyone has cancer. I'm trying. Then I'd be like, yo, let's go. Like I'll be your angel. I'll help you out. I'm into it. But if it's an all-powerful God that can do whatever they want and they're still just letting cancer babies be born, then yeah, fuck you, dude. Fuck you, God.
I get that. So what would you consider a God then? Basically he was playing with things, or she, they were playing with things that they just didn't understand and like created everything, or what would you consider as a God figure?
Like whatever, like, non-corporeal mind can like create a universe, right? I think I would count that.
Okay. Yeah, I could see that. If you don't mind me mentioning like my personal experience, just so you're aware of it.
Yeah, go ahead.
So my father, I guess it's more of a, it's not like an exact personal thing. It's about someone I know, but I witnessed it happen. Does that still count?
I mean, if you're an eyewitness to something, sure.
Okay. So, my father, he has an autoimmune disease. It's similar to fibromyalgia, if you know what that is or familiar with what that is. Basically, it eats and tears out his body. And for like 6 or 7 years, he, basically all of his nerves and stuff were deteriorated or burned up. Okay? Like, basically inexistent, could barely feel. And then just this past, what month? February, we did an MRI on him and all of his nerves were visible and like were still there. Previous MRIs of the same area didn't show similar things. He started gaining feeling in December, which he didn't have previously. And we've been praying about that for years and years. So it just seems like it basically reversed the effects of both the disease and the treatments for his pain. And that's a personal thing.
So he was taking treatments.
Right.
And you were praying.
So the treatments were for pain. They weren't to fix the autoimmune disease. So what they do is they burn the nerves so the pain's no longer there. So basically they deaden them.
Right, but I'm just saying like there's multiple things happening. You have some type of treatment, you have prayer happening, and then you have the case of fibromyalgia. I don't know if I'm saying it right. Fibromyalgia at all, which is a fluctuating syndrome. It's a syndrome that people experience fluctuations, and sometimes nerves do return, and sometimes, like the way nerves work, do return, and sometimes they go back away, and sometimes they leave and come back, and that's like a normal part of the syndrome. So to take all of these factors into account and go, of all the factors, we know that the one it was the prayer. I think is like just super weak. You know what I mean? Like,
right, which I understand. Before we go on, it wasn't specifically fibro. It was an undiagnosed something. We couldn't get a diagnosis on it because of how it was acting. Fibro doesn't specifically kill or destroy nerves. It just causes weird things to happen with nerves. His nerves were actually being destroyed. It's just similar to fibro. I just saw a couple of comments saying that it doesn't destroy nerves. But what's just strange to me, and what leads me to a theistic view, is what the doctors had said, and said that like with them being destroyed and how the nerves were actually deadened, and they weren't living anymore. There was no connection there, which you need to regrow nerves. basically the doctors said they had no idea what was going on or why everything was back to normal like it was 15, 20 years ago.
Okay, I mean, I like from other nerve diseases, like there are times that they can regenerate, nerves can regenerate. So like, I'm not saying that that's what happened. I don't know what happened. I didn't see all the scans, and a doctor saying like, we don't know exactly what it was. Like the professional in the situation is saying, we don't know what it was. And you, the non-medical professional saying, I know what it was, is concerning to me. Not like concerning, like I'm worried about you, but just like from a rationalistic standpoint. It's the same thing as when people go like, well, where'd the universe come from? We don't know. Therefore, we know it was God. It's like, that's like a terrible dichotomy. If you're trying to like come to a rational conclusion on what caused this, there could have been many other factors at play. If once we say, I don't know, and then answer it, I think that's a problem.
Right. Which it was so like there was a ton of doctors that just had no idea what it was. So I see where you're coming from there. It was just strange, the circumstance. And I mean, it still is strange.
That's fine. I mean, like I believe in strange things for sure. And this would be a strange thing for God to do, right? Like to like destroy your dad's nerves just to bring them back. When he could do a thing that was like less painful to reveal himself. You know what I mean? That's kind of like that's a weird move.
I also, with that statement, I also feel like it could partially be like some of my dad's fault. Not to diss on my dad or anything.
He's not here. You can dunk on him, dude. Go for it.
Well, that's a very fair point, but he is my dad.
My dad is on TikTok, and I do see him pop in every now and then, and he does his own lives, and we have a soured relationship. He does Christian lives. Yeah, I don't think he's here right now. I saw people talking about him earlier in the thing, but yeah, anyways, I dunk on him sometimes, but sorry, go ahead. You were saying.
But like he has, he's done a bunch of things that could have caused some of his issues, and I still feel like that could tie into your free will thing. Like if I jumped off a building for whatever reason and broke my arm, I can't be like, oh God, why'd you break my arm? You know what I mean? Like if I
get that, yeah.
If I have,
I mean, look, if I were God, I would have like morphed a trampoline out of nothingness right beneath you. Like for sure, I would help everyone all the time, constantly. No one would be hurt, right? Like if it were me. But for some reason he doesn't want to. But I get the thing of like human to human. But once you include things like Parkinson's and earthquakes, it becomes a little harder, to explain why these bad things happen.
Right. Let's say like with the whole free will thing and how Yahweh supposedly gives us free will. Wouldn't there need to be some form of bad for us to have free will in the first place?
Why?
So when I think of free will just as like a basic thing, I think of like the choice between doing what's right and doing what's wrong. And
I don't know if that's true. I mean, that's like a specifically moral free will. I think you could say like, here you have all these choices. You can eat from any fruit in the garden. You can have apples, oranges, cantaloupe, the rest. I can't think of. Banana. That's one. Not pomegranate. Those are a bitch to like get open, but the other ones. And then there's no bad fruit. You still have choices. You have the freedom to do everything you want in here. And all the options are good options. What's wrong with this? Why is this a bad plan? Why do we need to be like, and then this one has knives. This tree over here has cancer if you eat that one. This tree over here makes you understand the knowledge of good and evil, but it's going to curse humanity for every generation for the rest of time. Like, what the fuck? Don't make these trees. What are you doing, God?
Right. I feel like, at least with Yahweh, I feel like he was trying to make both options of free will, like a moral and a I don't really know how to state yours like with one word, but just a multiple answer free will. I think it was kind of just give us all forms of free wills. And also with pomegranates, I think those things were made to be a weapon. Like ancient
pomegranates.
Yeah, those things are so hard. That's basically a tree.
We have a pomegranate tree, and like it's like just terrible. And also like the squirrels eat them out, and so we don't really end up getting that much of them. But even when we do, it's like this is just too much work. Yeah, I would get mad trying to open it and then throw it and realize it knocked someone out, and then be like, we need to grow more of these. I see what you're saying. Like we can put them in the what are those things that aren't catapults? Trebuchet.
Oh yeah.
That's a deep cut for my physics students. Trebuchet.
Oh yeah, just launch.
But even if he gave you a good choice and a bad choice, and for some reason that was like valuable, I don't know why it would be. There's other problems, and maybe we've talked about this before, but like things like graping a child. Like that's a real thing that happens in this world. People are actually doing, and it takes away the free will of that child. It's a real problematic issue for God. And I know that's person on person, there's choice happening, but earlier tonight we were talking about this. So like the attacker has free will and the child has free will. And the attacker is taking away the free will of the child, right? By doing that, by graping them to death, which has happened in real life.
Right.
And God could intervene and take away the free will of the attacker so that the child can keep having free will. So he has to have a choice. Either I do this one or this one. And he lets the attacker's free will overpower. And by the way, the parents of the child also don't want it to happen. The child doesn't want it to happen. I don't want it to happen. You don't want it to happen.
Right.
God doesn't want it to happen. The list of people who don't want it to happen are numerous. All of their will gets overpowered by God allowing the free will of the attacker to take over. So this is a weird scale for him to pick the side on, right?
Right. Well, so I feel like that is one of the issues with saying God gives us all free will, but I also don't feel like if there is a God, he would be like democratic. I feel like he has a set of rules that we should follow. If we don't follow, then there are consequences. And obviously, with what you mentioned, like obviously, the one individual is doing something horrific with their free will, and the other one is not having a choice. And I don't feel like God's necessarily allowing it per se. I mean, they would be to an extent, but I feel like just with that blanket statement of all of us having free will, the repercussions come after death rather than us having punishment in life.
Right. I mean, I've heard that before, and I get that, like, that's great for the attacker that they get to, like, be punished later for it. But for the victim, that doesn't solve anything. The victim still goes through with, like, I don't care about the attacker. They can eat shit. Like, I don't care about their free will. I don't care about whatever punishment they get. I'm saying for the victim, if able to stop it, he should.
Right. Well, I also feel like that's coming from like a perspective of what we have on Earth would be like the most important thing we have if it's the only thing that exists, right? So if Earth is all we have and living on Earth is all we have, that is the best thing we have at this time. But if there is an afterlife and heaven does exist, then that punishment and you said it was done to death, that death of the individual, even though it was absolutely horrific and was done in the worst way, it's not necessarily a reward because you're not getting rewarded for that happening to you, but you're pushed past Earth and it's like you're in the afterlife now. So I feel like it's kind of outweighing what happens. Like the rapist gets sent to hell for all eternity, which is the worse than anything that happens on Earth ever. And then the victim, like obviously it's not good what happened on Earth, but in the everlasting sense.
Daily, this is the darkest shit I've ever heard you say. The child that got raped to get that event is like not too significant in the grand scheme of things. I know your worldview, but that still fucking sucks to say, man. Like you're on camera.
Yeah,
Don't say that.
I was.
You were hating it as you were saying it.
Yeah, exactly. But
I could hear it.
I mean,
look, that's not the only. Like, these aren't the only options. It's not like let them go through with it, and then there's heaven and hell. Like, God is all powerful. There are ways to prevent this from happening without, like, taking anyone's free will away. He can still prevent it from happening, right? And then both people get to go to heaven. Like, fuck yeah, right?
But wouldn't that take away? Okay, before I say this, I am not saying what the rapist did was okay in any way, but I'm saying if with that being stopped, wouldn't God directly be taking their free will away too? So it's like either way you do.
I'm not saying hit him with a lightning bolt before he does it. Like, there's other methods. Like, this is a thing that happens so often when we talk to Christians. Like, they can't imagine, like, they don't have enough, like, this imagination blocker where it's like, but he has to do it the way that it is exactly. It's like, why? Like, here's my thing. Like, have you heard about the people who eat their car?
Who do what? I'm sorry.
They have, it's like this weird desire that they have to eat their car, like piece by piece. They like take these like strong scissors and they cut the fabric and like nibble the fabric, and they cut little like small, like tiny pieces of metal, and they eat the metal, and eventually they consume their whole car. You know about these guys?
I have not. No.
Yeah. So I made it up. Like, it's not a real thing. We looked it up later, and there was one guy who tried to do it, but he didn't like really get through it. And I don't think he really had a desire to eat his car. He was just trying to get attention, right?
Right. The tires are too easy to eat anyway. That's not even. He probably stopped with the tires.
Yeah, I think the gas is where I would stop. Like all the gas and oil, I'd be like, I'm probably not going to do that. But this isn't a real like thing. You could. What I described is a possible thing that you have the free will choice to do, but no one has the desire to do that. We still have the free will, but we don't have the desire. So God could remove the desire attackers have to grape children. Just don't give them that desire, and they would never know. Their free will would not be inhibited. And they'd still have the free will to, they could do it, but it wouldn't happen. It'd be like 99% less of it, right? Would go down because no one would have the desire to do that. And they'd still have free will, right?
Yeah. I could see that.
Yeah. So here's a solution. And I've said this exact solution like 50 times now on the live. And if God's real, he's listening, he's everywhere, he's right here next to me, and he hears this solution that's like, hey, just take the desire out and keep the free will. And then he goes, yeah, that would do it, but I'm going to keep on letting the kids get graped. Fuck you. What the fuck are you doing, God? Like, you've heard me say this again and again. Stop making people with that desire. Just take that out. No one's going to know.
Do you think like the biblical God is the one who gives people to have that desire, or do you think it would be the biblical Satan?
It doesn't matter whether he gives it to them or not. He could remove it, being all powerful.
True, and I'm not gonna say like, because obviously I still believe there is a God, but that doesn't mean I know the reason he does everything. So I'm not going to act like I'm 100% with you there. Like if I was a God, that's exactly what I would do. I'd be like, nobody on the planet's going to want to hurt anyone else in any shape, form of fashion, like just blanket statement, then everyone can still have free will. But
I get it. And like, just so you know, like, I'm not like, what I just said isn't an argument that like, therefore it's impossible for God to exist. It's just saying that like, here's why you can't ever say free will is why God lets grapes happen. It doesn't work. This right here is the defeater to that. I've never heard anyone defeat it. What they often say is like, yeah, but you can't, like, once you take the desire, it does take their free will. And that's like obviously not true because you don't have the desire to grape kids, and yet you do have free will. So like, it's very possible. It's an easy solution. It's within his realm of possibility. And so him leaving that in is atrocious and not a good enough solution. So free will isn't it.
Right. This is me just attempting to defeat it. So The Bible says that Satan has, like, the domain of Satan right now is over earth. Satan was sent out of heaven, put on earth to do wicked and evil things. So let's say for some reason Satan really has a thing with this one human who keeps wanting to and keeps having them do horrific things, and God keeps taking that thought away from them, and it's like a back and forth battle. So with God giving Satan like the domain over earth, if we're talking like the biblical sense, like the biblical God is real, do you think that would like become paradoxical between Yahweh and Satan, and they're both like fighting to clear out someone's bad thoughts and giving them back?
I mean, if God is failing over and over again and is unable to keep up with this demon, then that's like that's an interesting point. But like, I mean, you don't like God could just make it where it's like that desire is removed permanently, stampsies, no take backs. Like, he has the power to do that.
True.
You can't triple stamp a double stamp. Like, everyone knows this. Like, even in God and Satan logic, it's just not a thing you can do.
All right. I also just feel like there are certain things that we don't understand when it comes to like free will, because also like the majority, actually I'm not even going to say the majority because I don't know if that's true. I hope it's true. But a lot of people, like, they have morals, and those like morals to not hurt someone else or like or stuff like that. So why are there people who do and don't have those morals, or like mentally, why are there people who do and don't think the same if we're all like created in the same way? I don't know if I'm asking that question right. Whatever I just said could probably sound super.
Do you mean in my view or in the Christian view?
Like let's just say in your view, like with morality, why do some people have morals and other people just straight up don't?
Yeah, it has so much to do with upbringing and experience, right? We all have different experiences. So like someone who's never like been around people who have like, or whatever, like if you're brought up a misogynist, then you're going to be a misogynist, right? Like you're going to be shitty. And so like it makes perfect sense. It's exactly what we would expect in my worldview, that there be so much variety of moralities, because there's so much variety of people and cultures and lessons and learns. And some people are getting their morality from here and other people are getting it from other places. And then we're also like getting it from multiple places and trying to stir it together in our head. And our head has a certain DNA to it, right? Like people all have different DNA and they like process things a little bit differently. Some people might be more prone to like reject like misogyny again, for example. Like they might just like immediately say that, even at a young age, be like, that feels weird to me, or for whatever reason. Like, I don't know. It doesn't make sense in your worldview. Like, so that is what I would expect in my worldview, variety. In your worldview, it's weird because it's supposed to all be written on our heart. We're all supposed to have, God wrote the same thing on all of our heart. And yet here we have psychopaths, serial killers, and rapists. Like, what are they doing? What's happening? Why is this real?
Right. Well, to an extent, because at least with me personally, I can't talk for every Christian, but like, I know that there's going to be bad things and bad people, just because like biblically, if Satan exists, that he causes all that. But my point is if we're all, if we all come from like the same ancestor, or like, and obviously our points of view and our lives are all going to be a little different, but there's still like that. I still feel like there's some form of morality there, at least in our brains, like, because us as a species, like, we wouldn't have, if evolution is real, we wouldn't have evolved as far as we are if we constantly had the thought of hurting one another. so that.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
So from that standpoint, like morality in some form, maybe it's an evolutionary form, maybe it's a theological form of our morality, us hurting each other doesn't make a whole lot of sense evolutionary. Like,
like imagine like two tribes growing side by side and just genetically one is like less empathetic and the other is more empathetic. Then this one might have like more murder and stuff happening. And when you murder each other, you don't thrive. And when you don't, then this happens. And so the more empathetic one kind of grows out, which is probably why we have a bit of empathy. But I want to go back to something about like you mentioned Satan again. And I learned this from Joel. I think he got it from someone else because I don't think Joel comes up with like his own good ideas.
Right. That doesn't seem like a very Joel thing to do. He's not here, so I can.
But there's this thing about divine hiddenness where like, why is God hiding? Why isn't like he just right here? Like, why is he removing himself from our sight? And usually the answer is like the free will thing. Like he needs to, not like a full test, but he needs to like let us come to him without his forced hand, right? Something along those lines. What do you think? Why is God hiding?
So I feel like there's a couple reasons. It could, and I say reasons. They're more theories than anything. But maybe he is like showing himself. But where we're at right now, like maybe it's just in a small, like very like hardly any population, and God's like over there doing crazy things, and it's not known because there's no cameras, there's no audience there.
Yeah, but why not do it in front of the cameras? Like, what's the reason to not be like, boom, it's me, God, do what I say?
I don't have a question there. I'm just saying that could be a possibility. Whatever reason, I can't give an answer for just because I'm not God. I don't have an answer for that. But also, I feel like he, like Jesus is God at one point in time, gave a prophecy, and he's just waiting for the world to do its own thing until that prophecy is foretold. So to finish out that prophecy, we're just kind of in this blank area, like basically this godless time until he returns, and then shows us all, oh, psych, guys, I'm real.
All right. That's the dumbest plan I've ever heard. If that is the plan, then he's just a moron. Like I would just go with moron and also immoral. A moron. But the reason I bring it up is because whatever the reason is that he's like keeping himself hidden, he doesn't have to like fully come back, but he could like secretly whisper in everyone's ear, "It's me, God, I'm real." Right. And then like everyone would like go, "Oh shit." But he doesn't do that. The real question is, why doesn't Satan, if he has the power to also reveal himself, it seems like he has from time to time, he could go up and be like, "It's me, it's Satan, I'm real." Or he could even whisper in your ear and say, "It's me, God, I'm real. Go, kill your family," or something like that to everybody. Because what he wants us all to do, what Satan wants most, is for us to like destroy each other in demonic ways so that he can like gather more souls into hell. And yet he's keeping his plan a secret from us. Like, what's happening with that? It doesn't make sense. Satan can't exist.
So, I feel like,
and sorry, just so you know, after this, I got to go into another guest because we've been talking for 7 hours.
Oh, for sure. But with Satan, I feel like his powers are definitely limited. But also, there's still like satanic churches, and there's still like evil things happening.
Limited by what?
By God.
So God is going like, I am not going to let you do this specific thing. You can keep causing the hurricanes, you can keep doing the cancer, you can keep doing this stuff. That's all fine, but I draw the line at telling them that you're real. Like, what are we doing, man? Like this story is nuts. there's no way.
Well, have you just to put it in like a biblical perspective, so my perspective, have you read the book of Job?
Yeah.
Personally. So when like it says that God and Satan are talking, and God is like, okay, the first step is like you can take everything, all of Job's possessions, but you can't touch him personally. So that's the start of it. And then it goes on like, okay, now you can harm him, but you can't kill him. And just maybe it was just that kind of thing, and was like, there's a specific set of rules that you can follow, which I mean doesn't seem moral, but if
great example of how terrible God is.
Right.
You can hurt them.
Right. I'm not arguing that God is necessarily good. My argument is more, I feel like at least he exists. That's more of my argument.
All right. Well, we'll talk more about it next time. Thanks for coming by, Daily.
Nice talking to you.
All right. Later. For Daily Jesus. We got a lot of guests in the queue here. I'm going to just start popping them up 2 at a time and see if we can kind of get through a few quick ones here. Some of these people probably won't connect because that was a bit of a long talk. Xander, welcome in. How old are you?
I'm 30.
You okay?
Yeah, no, I was in my apartment.
Okay. Are you a believer in God?
Yeah, I am.
Okay. And then we have another guest here named Memps. Memps, how old are you? What's your religion?
I'm 30. I'm Muslim.
All right. Well, we got one of each of you. Okay. So do you guys think God can do everything?
Yeah.
Well, I consider God the source, but he's more of an observer.
So no. He can't interact.
If we ask for help.
Do you believe in Satan?
If we give God permission, he will help us. But
God, I give you permission to kill Satan.
But the thing is, why destroy Satan? That's
because Satan's terrible. He's like this bad guy. He's like a bad, scary monster guy that hurts us.
So is hot water when you drink it. So it's not necessarily bad. It's more of balance is what it is.
You just compare the evil satanic king of the demons to like a warm bath.
No, I'm just saying. No, you're jumping into mockery, which is difficult. But what I'm saying.
Oh, I'm gonna mock the fuck out of you. That was the dumbest shit I've ever heard. I've never heard a dumber argument. You deserve a mockery.
Yeah, can I finish?
I don't know. I might pass. I don't think I want to talk to you. That sounds like this is going to be a dumb conversation.
No, it's not. You're just a coward.
I am scared to finish this conversation.
Yes, true. Because I'm going to destroy you logically is what it is.
That might be that, yeah. It might be the hot water debate that I'm scared of.
Yeah.
Xander, do you want to talk about how Satan is just like hot water?
Yeah, I don't know what he's talking about, but my interpretation of Satan is more of in a symbolic sense. In a symbolic sense, as in Satan represents a selfishness.
Okay.
Service. It represents service to self, whereas God represents service to the universe, everything, to others.
All right. Well, a source can't destroy a symbol, so I think I understand your point here, and I'm going to talk to the other guy, but thank you very much. All right, Memps. So go into this hot water thing a little more for me.
Yeah, what I'm saying is it's balanced, right? Like, can you live in summertime all throughout the year?
Yeah.
You can?
Yeah, just live on the equator. It's summer year-round.
You can't.
Wait, what about like the equator?
The equator, they have changes too. Their seasons are not the same all throughout. Even summer itself is like different stages, so... What I'm saying is that it's
but
balanced.
You just jump over, right?
Isn't home.
It's summer on one side of the line and winter on the other. So you build your house on the equator. You stand in the summer side, and then on March, when is it, like 20th? You just take one step south,
But it
and you're in
changes.
summer on the other side.
But there are different variations. If it stayed the same, there's no passage of time, is what it is. As the sun is going to circle the globe every day.
All right, I get what you're saying. I'm being a
You
bit
got
like
it? Good.
I'm being a little bit too like semantic
yeah.
with it. But let's say this. So like so you're saying that since there is a place that has like nice, warm, cozy weather, we also need a place that like absolutely destroys us and kills us and is evil?
What I'm saying is Satan is not killing anyone. Satan is leading people astray.
What happens when you go astray?
When you go astray, you go against the creation of God. Basically, destroy the creation of God. It is what it is.
What's your consequence? Like I'm astray right now, so what's my consequence?
Yeah, like when
gonna
you
be?
eat pork, an animal that's not supposed to be eaten, you're gonna get all kinds of disease. When you drink alcohol,
I don't do either of those, but like I'm a
you don't do
non-believer.
any. Do you go out and have sex with random ladies every night?
No.
You don't?
No.
Okay.
Do you?
No, I do not.
Okay, I don't do any of those, but I also don't believe in God. Isn't that one of them?
Yeah, I mean, what you're doing here is that you are being ignorant.
Is that a sin?
Yeah. Actually,
okay, so I'm guilty of
willingly refusing to believe in God because you think you're anything more than a fragile bag of flesh is arrogance. It's like the worst thing a human being
I don't think
can
I'm
do.
more. You think you're more than a bag of flesh, right?
No, you do.
No, I think I'm just a bag of flesh. You think you're a bag of flesh with a soul.
No. What you are, here's a situation, right? Let's say you
Hold
died.
on. I'm not going past this. Like you just said, I think I'm more than a bag of flesh. I think that's it.
Yeah.
You think you're more than a bag of flesh. You're being the arrogant one here. I've humbled myself.
No, when I pass away, I am going to meet my God and meet my.
But your flesh bag isn't, right? Your flesh bag is going to die, and you have a soul that's going to meet God, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So you believe in more than a bag of flesh. You have flesh bag plus soul. Plus means more.
Yes.
I believe in just flesh bag, so I believe in exactly that. So don't tell me I believe in more than a flesh bag. That's you.
No. What I'm saying is that it doesn't matter what you say. You are nothing more than a fragile bag of flesh. So
That's
now,
what
if you
I'm
had
saying. That is
if
what
you
I'm
had a
saying.
kidney failure right now, what you're gonna do is that all that arrogance is gonna drop off, and you're gonna cry to God, and you're gonna beg God to help you because you have no control over it.
Okay, let's try. So have God give me a kidney failure, and then I'll pray to him and see if he stops it.
See, that's the arrogance I'm talking about, right? So if you died
mine
today,
or yours?
No, I'm talking about you.
God's?
What is your name? Just give me just a letter, even.
It says Mezzo up here.
Mezzo. Okay, all right, Mezzo. So let's say you died today, and all of this turned out to be true. So what are you gonna do? Like just
all of what?
What you're talking about here.
I don't like you're changing topics.
No,
faster
I'm not
than,
changing.
like,
I'm not changing
what do
topic.
you-
I'm
I
just.
don't know.
I'm just giving
what
you
are
the
we
real
talking about
thing.
right now? Because we were talking about flesh bags and souls and arrogance. And what's the topic
because
now?
that's your brain not being able to keep up.
I'm really trying to keep up. I don't have the same brain as you. I
Okay,
really am
okay,
trying
forget
to.
everything.
I
Let's
don't.
start
I'm not
over.
tracking. I'm not smart enough.
Forget everything. Let's start over.
Okay.
You died today.
Okay.
You crossed over to the other side. All of this, all the religions in the world turned out to be true.
All of them?
Let's say all of them. Let's say theoretically. Let's say all of them.
I don't know how.
What are you going to do? Just be honest with yourself. You don't even have to be honest with me. man.
Like I have some spirit that goes on, and all of the other religions are true. I just get to pick one. I pick Taoism probably.
No, I don't know if you're dumb or you're playing dumb intentionally, but let's say Islam is true. Forget other religions. That was my bad. Let's say Islam is true.
Yeah, that was that was fair that I was confused because that was weird.
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. I'm not a native, so let's say you died today and Islam turned out to be true.
By the way, your English is great. I think it was just a stupid point.
Yeah, it's all good, man. We're all human. So let's say you died today, Mems or Mezzo, and
yeah, you're Mems.
Yeah, and everything
I'm Mezzo.
that Islam talks about turns out to be true.
Okay.
What are you going to do?
Like I face God, and I'm like,
Yes.
Allah.
And he asked you, and he said, I brought messengers to the world. You refuse to read their sayings. And
So I go, wait, which God are you? And he goes, I'm Allah. I sent a prophet to the world. Why didn't you follow it? Honestly, like no joke, you're going to think this is insulting, but I would be like, why'd you give the message to like a pedophile? You should have given it to someone else.
Yes, but what's your proof that he's a pedophile? What you read on websites?
Yeah.
Is that it?
Yeah, just
you're a grown man.
I don't have the actual hadiths, but the words that are written in the hadiths.
There's an interesting passage in the Quran that says, "Oh, who you believe, if a liar came to you with news."
So wait, hold on a second.
Confirm it. Confirm the news.
What would Allah say to that answer, to that question?
No. I'm just saying, like, Muhammad was not a pedophile.
So is that what Allah would say?
No. I'm saying Muhammad is not a pedophile. These are things that you people say because you want to justify your hatred.
I don't say. That's what Aisha said.
That's not what Aisha said, man.
What did Aisha say?
That's not what Aisha said.
What did she say about how old she was?
I don't know about hadith. Hadith is a different.
Oh, you don't follow the hadiths?
I don't follow the hadith.
Okay. So you don't think the moon was split or any of that stuff?
No, I believe in the Quran. The Quran says the moon did split. So.
Oh, that's in the Quran? I thought that was just in the hadiths.
No, it's in the Quran too. And you are a glass of water. No. And here's the thing: you are a glass of water.
I want to see where it says that. Do you know what verse it is?
I'll look it up in a second. But my point is, you are a glass of water that somebody drank, that you turned into sperm inside them, that he shot into another person, that you formed inside them.
Al-Kanar 54:1-2.
You see what I'm saying?
Sorry, are you doing hot water again? I'm looking up this thing. For some reason, I thought that was only in a hadith.
No, it's not.
Okay, so
you saw it. See the thinking, because you don't think you read off website, just like you were born in a world.
Where am I supposed to read from? Do you want me to
because you're not open-minded, bro. You are brainwashing.
I'm asking you, where should I read from? Should I read it off the Quran.com website, or where should I go? Library?
Mezzo, are you an American?
I am, yeah. Thanks for asking.
So you were born into a house.
Yeah, we have libraries, though. Would it be better if I went to the library?
Yeah. So you experience the world through windows, basically.
So this is what I'm talking about.
The window of your home.
I can't track this conversation. You're jumping again. You did what would you ask God? You're reading the wrong things. You're on websites. Now you're in a window. I'm a cup of water. Like, you're all over the place. You're like, you're schizo, dude.
Here's how the human brain works, right? You shut up, you listen, you process the information, then you give output. That's how it works. You can't just keep interrupting me.
Which phase are you doing right now? Are you doing the output?
You keep interrupting me. That's what you're doing. And
I'm going to interrupt you every time I don't know what you're talking about, because I want you to make the most sense you possibly can to me.
Here's the sense, right? You're an American. You are born into a home. You are overprotected. You were.
I'm what? I'm what protected?
Overprotected.
Overprotected.
You experience the world through windows.
I don't know what overprotected means. Like, my parents took too good of care of me?
No, because they locked you out of. You never experienced the world, right? You saw it through windows. From the window of your house to the window of your school bus, to the window of your school, to the window of your TV. You never actually seen the world.
This is crazy. Like, I don't have this in my bio, but you knew that I was a bubble boy when I was a kid?
Yeah.
How did you know that?
Because all of you are. That's how the system works.
I mean, like, I had an immune disorder when I was a kid, and I had to stay inside of a, like, plastic bubble everywhere I went.
Whatever it is, if you were born in the fucking Harvard, you still are locked up, and everything you know about the world is through TV. Now,
I just don't know how you know that I had that disorder and it was like a
because
bubble
you're
boy.
Talking out of your ass, and that's how I know, because you don't know anything about Islam.
Most people who aren't bubble boys talk out of their ass.
Have you ever read the Quran? Have you ever read the Quran?
Well, I keep trying to on this website, but you're saying I shouldn't read a website.
You shouldn't read a website. If you're gonna read a website,
where should I read it from?
Read the Quran itself.
Like, I have to get a book?
Yeah.
What's the difference between reading the website version and the book version?
Because the website you're reading off of is made up by some disbeliever who wants to discredit.
This is Quran.com I'm looking at.
How are you reading? Like, are you reading like word by word? Are you reading verse by verse? How are you?
The hour has drawn near, and the moon was split in two. Yet whenever they see a sign, they turn away, saying, "Same old magic."
Okay.
They rejected the truth. This is like from the Quran, right?
Yeah.
I don't speak the original language.
You don't speak the original language, but you do know what context is, right?
Do I have to learn it, or can I like do it in English?
No. Do you know how context works? Do you know how to read a book? Have you never read a novel before?
I like when I was in the bubble, we just mostly did like TV, or my parents would read to me. So I'm a little bit behind in my reading. I'm kind of like at a 5th grade level. Is this going to be possible for me to read and understand this if I'm only at a 5th grade level?
Yeah. I mean, if you read like a human being does, like book, context, paragraphs, subjects, that's how reading works. Should I start in the beginning?
Like, is it? Okay, because with the Bible, it's different. You kind of start with Jesus.
Yeah, with the Bible, it's actually intentionally broken down into verses. That's why it's all over the place. So you read the Quran, you read verse by verse, you understand the book, then you argue against it.
Okay. So if I get to a verse in the Quran and I go, this is weird for me, I should just ignore it, close my eyes, and power through until I'm done reading the whole thing?
And you should read the next 10 verses to understand.
10 verses or so.
10 verses.
What if I'm still like there's some of these I've like read 10 verses around it and I'm like, this is still weird to me.
You read the other
how do I like solve that problem?
You read the other surah. You find the other surah that's like the other chapter that speaks about the same subject, and you understand from there.
Okay, you want to help me with one?
Yeah. You can start with, let's say, Surah 19. Read about your beloved Mary, about your culture's Mary.
I don't know who that is.
You don't know who Mary is? Where is your bubble? The freaking under a rock or?
Mary from the Bible?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know that much about her.
Yeah, see, so that's the thing. You don't know, right? So if you die today, you tell God,
I told you
I
read at a 5th grade level. How can I know all this stuff? What am I supposed to do? I'm still concerned about these hadiths. So you're saying that like all these hadiths are not true?
Yeah.
Okay. Who wrote the hadiths?
The people who want to make Muhammad into a cultural leader instead of worship Allah. That's how it works. And 2 generations, that's exactly how the Christians did it. And next thing you know...
Yeah, it's like Paul, right?
Yeah, like a few generations from now, they're going to start calling Muhammad God. That's exactly how it went. That's Satan tactics.
All right, so here's what we'll do. Let's look at... now, I don't know if I'm going to say these words right, but this is from Quran.com. And... I'm in on Nisa. Does that mean something to you?
Yeah, the women.
Women? That means women?
And by the way, you guys are judging the Arabic culture based on your own cultural trauma. What? And that's just not how the world works, right? Like the United States...
How am I judging the Arabic culture right now?
No, you're saying like... I hear some of these idiots saying like Muslims treat their women badly. But your definition
I was about to say that, but I haven't done it yet. You want to wait till I do it, or you want to do it first?
No, I'll do it first because I'm fucking loving this. So,
well, let me read the thing, and then you can apologize and say why this isn't like weird or something like that. Also, this one isn't really about that. It's just kind of like a weird thing about like marrying your stepdaughters.
No, but what is weird? What's your definition of normal? That's what I'm saying.
This startled me when I read this. I was like, I don't understand why this is like in here. So this is like God's divine message that he handed down to the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him.
Yeah.
And he's letting people know
it's
that
not, by the way, this
also
is just,
forbidden to you is for marriage are your mothers, your daughters, your sisters, your paternal and maternal aunts, your brother's daughters, your sister's daughters. Don't interrupt the Quran, dude. I'm reading it.
No, I'm just saying
your foster mothers, your foster sisters, your mother-in-law, your stepdaughters under your guardianship if you have consummated marriage with their mothers. But if you have not, then you can marry them. So this was like a weird thing to me that stood out. It was like, oh, here's somewhere where it's like, if you fuck their mom, then you can't marry this stepdaughter. But if you haven't fucked their mom, then it's okay
It's
to
saying
marry
it's
them?
forbidding for you to marry your mom. That's against incest.
No, this is stepdaughter.
Yeah, no, it's saying all of it. It's saying you do not. It's basically
No, it
telling
says,
you
but
do
if
not
you haven't,
commit incest. That's what it's
listen
saying.
to the words. It says, if you haven't been with their mom, consummated, that means fucked, right?
Yeah, but who are
Okay,
you
so if
talking
you
about?
haven't, if you have not, then you could marry your stepdaughter.
No, what is it saying? Like, what is it talking
It's saying
about?
if you have a stepdaughter and you
Okay.
have not had sex with their mom, then you can marry your stepdaughter and have sex with her.
Yeah, if you're married to no, hold
That just stood out to me as weird. Maybe it's not that important. It just seems like of all the things for God to come down and say, it's a weird thing to put in there. Let's try to read forward a little bit, and maybe it helps clear this up. Men are the caretakers of women, as men have been provisioned by Allah over women and tasked with supporting them financially. I think that's bullshit. And righteous women are devoutly obedient. I think that's bullshit. And when alone, protective of what Allah has entrusted with them. And if you sense ill conduct from your women, advise them first. If they persist, do not share their bed. That means like don't give them the dick. But if they still persist, then discipline them gently. Now, in some translation, discipline means hit them a little bit. Do you think that it should be hit or discipline?
Okay, no, hold on. Before I tell you what I think, right? What is your standards of bad women treatment?
Of what?
Of bad women treatment.
Of bad women treatment?
Yeah, like, what's your understanding of it? How do you think a woman is like?
Don't bad women treatment.
Yeah, like how? Like, what is bad women treatment?
Hitting them.
Obeying their husband is a bad treatment. Then how come she's not willing to date a wimp? How come she wants a strong man to lead her?
I think there might be a this is
No.
Hold on. There's a language barrier here. I don't think you're saying what you need to be saying. I don't understand these words.
I'm saying exactly what I'm saying. She is not willing to date a wimp. She needs a leader, a woman.
Who are you talking about?
A woman in general.
Some women date wimps.
Yeah, but does it end well?
Yeah. I know lots of wimps who are happily married.
50% of marriages end in divorce because she's dating a wimp.
Not from marrying wimps. It's from marrying the jerks. When you marry jerks like you get divorced. When you marry a wimp, you stay in a relationship.
Nah. She gets bored because he's weak, because he has zero mental strings.
Is this personal to you?
Yeah. No, it's not personal. I'm not even dating.
Are you married?
Bro. No.
Have you ever
I'm
sex?
a graphics designer. That's what I'm focused on. After
really
I'm done with,
have you had sex though?
I had sex. Yeah.
Have you had sex with a married woman who was dating? She was like married to a wimp, and she was like, "Oh, I can't stand this wimp. I need to."
No, don't try to twist this. Don't try to twist this. I'm just telling you reality, bro.
Like, what? How do you know this? Have you?
Because I've seen stories. I've heard stories. Go on Reddit, bro.
Oh, don't believe everything you read on the internet. Remember,
come on. No, that's reality. That's actually what goes on.
Reddit is reality is crazy. You like,
bruh.
I'm trying so hard to fuck with you and like laugh at you and have a good time with this and just let everyone see how stupid you are.
Oh,
you're getting too dumb. I know. It's like it's not working anymore. Like you're going.
No, hold on. Don't cut me off.
Do you think you should hit women a little bit?
No. But like,
okay, the Quran says to.
No, but let me finish, bro.
It's interesting that you say not to, but the Quran says to.
Your culture says not to. Your culture treated women badly. They even put a freaking silencer on their mouths.
Do you like that, or are you against that?
I'm against that, but that's
I'm against that too.
But that's not what Arab did in their culture.
I'm against that too. So
how can you judge them based on your fucked up standards of women treatment?
Oh no! Wait a minute. I agree with you though. Do we agree that we should not hit women?
Yeah, we should not hit women.
So you and I agree on that. And did the Quran agree with that?
It does.
So when it says to hit them a little bit here,
it does. If it didn't, it wouldn't give you guidelines on how to divorce.
Oh, but wait, when it says to hit them, would you do that to your wife, or would you say, I know the Quran says to, but I'm not going to do it?
Would I hit a woman? No, I would not hit a woman unless she hit me. Then yeah, I'm gonna fucking just make her spit her fucking teeth.
I know that you'd be like, finally she hit me, so I can unleash on her. I know that that's like what you're like hoping for. You'd probably antagonize her to the point that you would finally get to do it.
Hell yeah, man.
They
can give birth. They can take a punch.
Yep. I know that you're waiting for that moment.
Yeah,
and,
but here's the thing,
if there's any single ladies in the chat tonight who are interested in meeting up with this guy, he's a graphic designer. He probably makes a lot of money. And he's like just fucking gagging to knock your teeth out. But here's the thing. It's his greatest dream is that he'll get to knock your fucking teeth out.
Oh yeah,
hey, Memps, you're the worst person I've ever talked to. I do appreciate that you don't trust the hadiths, and I think that's pretty,
you do appreciate it.
Yeah, I think that's good. The hadiths are disgusting.
Yeah, because then it falls into your world, right? You want everything twisted, everything fucked up, right? Incest, women fucking their children. You want the world.
So you have no idea what I'm talking about.
Yeah, nah.
Okay. All right. Did you have anything else?
Yeah, I do have everything else.
Well, I'll tell you what. I have a few other guests I'm going to bring up.
Sure.
Just bring them up here.
Sure. I'm at work. I'm having a good time. It's all good, man.
I just want to make sure we empty out the queue here. Brad's and what's your name? Butter. Welcome in. How old are you and what's your religion?
Hi Mezzo, I'm Brad. Nice to meet you. I'm a Catholic and I'm from Malaysia. I'm 28 this year.
You're from where?
I'm from Malaysia.
Yeah, they don't have any wars. They don't have any wars there.
Hey, Mems, I'm talking to this other person here.
Yeah,
hey,
go ahead.
Brad, just real quick to check in with you. Do you think that it's ever okay to like knock a woman's teeth out?
No, I don't think that's okay.
Oh man, I would much rather talk to you. Hey, Mems,
yeah,
get
but
fucked,
you guys
okay?
are wimps, though. You guys are wimps.
I'd rather talk to a wimp than a fuckwad. All right. Get the fuck out of here. Brad, welcome in. I don't speak to Malaysians that often. That's exciting. I'm glad to have you here. Did you want to talk about this topic? Can God do anything?
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty interesting to me. Can God do anything? I would say yes. Definitely God can do anything. But he can't go back on his word. That's one thing. And also, can he destroy Satan? Well, I would say based on the Christian belief, Satan is already defeated, and he's basically a defeated enemy. Yeah. So I'm ready to answer any questions that you may have.
Well, I mean, you started with a bit of a contradiction, right? So to say he can do anything, but he can't go back on his word, you've made a contradiction. So you've described an impossible thing right there. So I think you'd have to take back he can't do anything.
Yeah, I would say that.
Okay.
That's fair. That's fair.
All right. So question 1 is no. And then can he destroy Satan? You're saying he already did?
Yeah, I'm saying he already did.
So is Satan like fully annihilated, or is he trapped in hell, or what's Satan doing?
He's a defeated enemy.
But like, what's Satan doing now?
Basically, I would say right now he's trying to, I guess, deceive people and lie to people and bring them away from God. And that's how he's basically, it's like I would position it like a tantrum, like what he's doing right now. Although he's defeated, like a last crying blow.
Do you play any sports?
Yeah, I do.
Well, like soccer?
No, I don't. I play squash.
Squash? That's like racquetball, I think we call it. All right, so like, let's say you're watching a squash match, and I'm not watching, or maybe let's switch it. I'm watching it, and you're asking me like, hey, how's it going in the match? Who's winning squash? And I say, God just beat Satan. Right, the game is over. Satan's done. He lost. He's out of here. It was 10-0. I don't know how squash scoring works. And then you were like, oh, cool. What's happening now? I was like, well, now Satan just scored again. Like, well, I thought you just said that the game was over. It's like, no, he just scored again. He's doing scores over here. It's like, well, I thought you just said he was defeated. It was over. Yeah. So how is he still doing stuff if he's defeated? That doesn't make sense in sports.
That's a great question, Mezzo. I appreciate that. So basically, I think that the match itself is completed. God has already won. Sin is already defeated, but you still have viewers that are on the sidelines, right? That are supporting one or the other, right? And although God has defeated, like let's say, I don't know, Nicole David, right? Nicole David is basically God, right? In this scenario, and everyone is still supporting. Pardon?
I love his work.
Yeah, so everyone's still like supporting her, but the loser still gets to pull people to their side, say like, hey, it wasn't a fair match, we need a rematch and things like that. So that's what has happened in my
Nicole, I didn't know you said. I love her work. Sorry, I have no idea. She's a retired amazing squash player.
Yeah, she's from Malaysia.
Okay, sorry, I had to look her up. Okay, but here's the thing: when you said when I said what's Satan doing now, you listed all these activities. If he were defeated and we were just still siding with like the past, that'd be one thing. But he's active; he's still working. Like the war continues, right?
Yeah. So basically,
and look, I guess it doesn't matter. Sorry, look, that doesn't matter because whatever these activities are, could God end those? Could he stop those activities?
You mean the activities
stop
of
Satan from tempting people, from deceiving people? Can he like put an end to all that?
Yeah, well, yes, he can. But the question then becomes like, does he want to? So so what I think is that free will is the cost of love, right? So that's you can't like chain someone up to the bed and like force them to love you eventually. You have to give them a free will to eventually come to know you. And that is, and basically the way that wasn't what God's intention was when he like put Adam and Eve in the garden, right? But Satan saw this as an opportunity, free will. And this is where he comes in to tempt you, right? He tempted Adam and Eve with sin, and they gave in to the sin, and that's when original sin came into the world. And God's word is that
I know the story, Brad. Right? I know the story, but like this doesn't add up, right? Okay. So yeah, sorry to interrupt. But like I know the story, but like no
worries.
Free will doesn't really work here. It doesn't really solve this problem. And also like the way that you described it, where it's like you wouldn't just tie someone up to a bed and say, hey, love me in order to be let go, right? Like that's like a threatening way to get someone to love you, right? But if we don't choose God, what's the consequence?
If we don't choose God, what's the consequence? Well, it depends. Are you denying him even after he revealed himself to you?
Yeah, sure.
Then the consequence would be separation from him. I guess like
is it eternal torture in hell?
That's debatable because like I feel like there's the view that you have right now on heaven and hell is heaven is this land of like milk and honey and this rainbows and butterflies, and hell is this place of eternal fire, right? And you'll be tortured and everything. But
well, that's just because that's what it says in the Bible. Like it mentions eternal torment and gnashing of teeth and stuff like that.
Yeah. So I mean, a lot of those things, like what it says is like, yeah, it is eternal fire, but also he says that it's in complete darkness. So how does that like really add up, right? There's a lot of allegory that is in play here. But what I feel
Wait, but you're saying something doesn't make sense in the Bible, so you don't believe it?
I'm not saying something doesn't
You don't
make
think God
sense.
could make a black fire?
A black fire? I think he could, but it doesn't mean that he necessarily will. But what it is said, what is written, is that heaven is a place where you are with God. It says so in Revelation, right? That there's no temple there because God is there, the Spirit is there, the Son is there. And hell is eternal separation from God, and that is suffering. That can happen here itself. That you are being separated from God. And what it is that when you are in sin and when you have lived your whole life wanting to be separate from God, God's not going to force you to spend eternity like together with Him. He's going to say, it's okay. You want to be separated from me? Then you can spend eternity separate from me. And that is the cause of suffering if you want to be separate from God, because God is love and God is completeness, right? It makes you whole. He makes you whole.
What if God made a second heaven where he was there, but he hid himself like he does here on earth, right? He didn't reveal himself, and he told people, all right, fine, if you don't want to be with me, you don't have to be with me, you just go over there. And we all are over there thinking like, hey, we're not with God, but it's still pretty nice. No one's suffering over here.
Okay, so the assumption you're making is that when you're not with God, it's still pretty nice.
No, he would be there.
He would be there, but he's just invisible.
Yep.
But I wouldn't see that why he would want to do this if he was invisible.
Oh, just so that we don't have to suffer. He loves us. He doesn't want us to suffer in hell separate from him. So he keeps us with him, but makes us think that we've done this, and that way we all get to like have made our choice and feel like our choice has been validated, and we also don't have to suffer.
Okay, so why do you think he created us then?
I have no idea. I've never understood that. It doesn't make sense.
He was an unfair question for you. Sorry.
It was his first blunder to make a failed universe, right?
Yeah, I would say like what you can take away from this is that what I know is that he made us for three reasons, right? To know him, to love him, and to serve him. And if those three purposes can't be achieved in the second heaven,
wait a minute, that means free will isn't required for all that. You can do all that without free will.
Yeah, but love him is in these three things, and to have love, you need free will. It's a cost of love.
But yeah, okay. So that's what I'm saying, that what he's provided isn't a free will, where it's like the options are, you can be with me where it's sweet and nice and good, or you can also, if you want, choose to not be with me where there's suffering. That's like coercion. That's not free will. This is
coercion. Sorry to interrupt you, man, but I would say
be with me or I'm going to hurt you.
I would say that is a bit flawed understanding of it, because it's not be with me or I'll hurt you, but it's be with me if you want to, and if you don't want to be with me, then don't be with me. Yeah.
Yeah, but those are the only two options. This is a false dichotomy. He has other options. He could make other places where it's good and he doesn't exist. That's within his realm of possibility, right?
But that would be the purpose of why he created us. So I think maybe
that means that the purpose for some of us was to suffer.
The purpose for some of us was to suffer, but the person making that decision is you. You have the free will to do so.
Yeah, but he knew what I was going to pick.
That's not free will.
Right. That's the problem.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm gonna draw you the same thing I drew our first guest, and then I have to go.
Yeah, sure, man.
It's really late, but this worked earlier today, and it's a really interesting
yeah, sure, man.
thing to think about. Give me just 1 second to sketch this out. I'll make it you. Okay. And let me turn on this thing real quick. I do have to work tomorrow, yo. Okay. So you're Brad.
Got it.
You have a choice. You can go with option 1. Or 2. And you have free will. You can make this choice. 1 or 2. And I made them blue and red here just so you could choose. There's, you have all these influences. You've been born in Malaysia. I don't know if you're born there, but you're from there. So that might impact you. Whatever 1 and 2 are, you have certain tastes. Maybe your DNA is involved. Whether you want it could be do you want cake or pie? right? Or something like that, whatever these options are. Or to God or not God. Like it could be something big or drastic, or it could be something small, but you have these choices, right? And so just like for fun, just pick one here. Either one.
I'll go with one.
Okay. So in this one, you've picked one. You could have done two, but you picked one. Okay. Now, I have another universe down here where you exist again. And this is going to be cool. I'm going to do the exact same thing. Okay? You have one and you have two. But in this universe, I'm going to add one small little difference, which is God. Now, God knows the future, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
So, did I write God backwards? Hold on.
No, I guess you wrote it straight, but it's just TikTok.
No,
you know?
I have to, but the rest was right, is the weird thing.
Oh, yeah, actually.
Okay. Here we go.
All right, got it.
God. Now, God in this universe knows in advance that you're going to pick two because he knows the future.
Okay.
Now, knowing that he knows the future and he knows what you're going to choose, can you pick one and make God wrong?
No, you can't.
Okay. So one remains here, like whatever the cake or the pie is, but this particular thing is not possible. So it doesn't exist. Okay. So now, in this universe, maybe you have free will. You got option one, you got option two, you could have 50 options coming off of here, right? But in this one, the only option is always going to ever be two. You still chose it, you thought you had other options, but you couldn't. You can't prove God wrong. You can't surprise God. So it's going to be two, right?
All right.
Now, at the beginning of time, and on this one you picked one, so just going to do this, just so we remember one and two here. And I'm going to say, let's say God is in both now, but just imagine it's the beginning of time. There's no universe. It's just God alone chilling, and he's thinking, I'm going to make a universe. This is going to be great. They're going to love this. They're going to love this universe. There'll be flowers, cake, etc. And a bunch of bad shit, but whatever. And he sees all possible universes laid out before him. In his infinite mind, he can conceive all possible universes that could happen, even to the most minute detail, right?
Okay.
Okay. So at the beginning of time, he sees this universe where you choose one, and he sees this universe where you choose two. And everything else in the universe is the same. But he picks this one.
Okay.
To make. So who picked two?
Well, God picked two.
Yeah, right. So this really isn't coming from Brad. The choice is coming from God, because at the beginning of time, he saw all possible outcomes and he chose the universe to make that led to you going with two. So maybe we have free will. Maybe there's a way where there's existent free will. But under the God view, once you have God, he set it up like this.
Okay, that's fair. But here's the thing. Like, yes, God can see the future. I agree with you on that. And he knows what you're going to choose. I agree with you on that. But do we know what we're going to choose in the future? You know what your position is now. I know what my position is now. I was very much in your position a few years back, right? And I didn't know where I would be today, you know? And probably
we don't know the future.
Yeah, we don't know the future, right? So, I mean, we can agree on that. So I do appreciate what you're doing right now. Like, I feel like the questions you're asking is coming from a good place, and I appreciate what you're doing here. But I feel the beauty of it here is the future is an open possibility to us right now, right? And that's what we should.
Well, if there's not a God, yeah. If there's a God, then the future's settled. Omniscience settles the future.
Probably in God's perspective, but how about in our view, right?
Yeah,
you don't know.
We think that we have these choices, but it's just the entailment of there being an omniscient being. It means the future's settled. That's what it means. It's already decided.
Yeah, it's written. It's written. Yep. Yeah.
Well, not just written. If he only knew then it would be written. But he knew and created the universe, so it was chosen in advance. Yeah. So we're just waiting to see what he decided for us to choose. And in my case, if I die an atheist, which I think I probably will, it means that in advance he knew that I was going to choose atheism, and he still made the universe like this. Which means he chose for me to suffer without him for eternity.
Yeah, I mean that his like everything will happen through his will, and his will may be for you, maybe you might convert into Christianity. I'm not saying you will, right? But you might become a Muslim, or you might become a different, that may so be his will. But what we know is that what's written is that he wants us all to love him, right? He wants us all to be with him, right? And that's what he has told us. That's what he's told us, right? So but I don't want to. Yeah, and that's your choice at this moment, but we are not God, right?
It's the choice that he set up for me in advance, right? We just figured that out.
Yeah, I mean, I was an atheist before, and I would say
I know you want to preach right now, but like, forget you and me. Have people died atheist?
I'm just trying to.
Have people died atheist before and gone to hell?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, so for them, the people who didn't convert, the people that it is too late for, he made their decisions in advance, he chose it for them, and then those people were just waiting for those choices to play out until they could go suffer for eternity. God set that up. He made the plan, he made the consequence, he chose the universe. It's over. He did a bad thing. He sent, do you think more people go to heaven or more people go to hell? Bible says more go to hell.
So yeah, you think more people go to hell? Why do you say that?
The Bible says that. It says the gates to hell are wide.
Yeah, and the gates to heaven is as narrow as a needle. Right? I'm not trying to preach.
I'm just saying, if the Bible's true and what we just figured out is true, which it all in your view is, then it means God predestined most people to suffer for eternity. This is not the action of an all good God.
Well, that's not entirely true, right? The way to heaven is narrow, but God has provided that way to us and has commanded Christians, right, and Catholics to spread the good news, right?
Can we convert after we die?
You can convert after you die.
So we can leave hell and go to heaven?
Well, basically, if
that's what a good God would do, man, that's exactly like a good God would be like, all right, now you've made your choice. You see it's real. If you want, you can come back.
Oh, it's like a good behavior in prison and you can get out.
Just something immediately, like now that you're down there, like, because I would, like, as soon as I got to hell, I'd be like, oh, this is real. I believe in Jesus now. Back to heaven, fine.
Well, it
has to be that. If it's real, it has to be that, or he's a psychopath.
I would say giving us free will is I would say for now you do have free will in your perspective, like maybe in God's perspective, like what you just showed me just now. I appreciate what you did. I appreciate that. I would say that's not yeah, you're right, that's not real free will in that perspective, but the choice still comes down to you, right? Like I'm saying that 2 years ago I was atheist, and I feel like God had a purpose for me to be there, and I am with him now, and I'm working through my faith with him right now, and I'm happy that I'm doing so. And just because I was atheist at one point of time doesn't mean that I'm atheist forever, and doesn't mean that I'll be damned to hell forever. But I get your point that some atheists are in hell. Like,
you believe in like the whole Bible now?
Pardon?
Like the whole Bible now you believe in?
Yeah, of course. That's the word of God.
Oh man, you picked the wrong religion. Have you read through the Old Testament?
I wouldn't say I've read the whole thing, but I've read parts of it. I've been in church since I was a child.
The religion that you chose to go with comes with a lot of baggage. Remember, Jesus came to earth from heaven and said, hi everyone, it's me. I'm the God from the Old Testament. Yahweh and I are one. I agree with him on everything. Right?
All right.
We didn't do it. We got through most of it tonight, but we'll just finish with this verse because we have to do our nightly reading of the Amalekites. All right, in 1 Samuel, I don't know if you guys could hear that piano. It felt a little quiet. I have too many bad tabs here. Have you read 1 Samuel?
Not specifically. What's the story?
Well, what's happening is we have Samuel and Saul, and Samuel is like the king, and then Saul is going to be the next king, right? And
Samuel,
so Saul, what?
Samuel wasn't a king. Saul is the first king.
Oh, I thought Samuel was king before him. Was Samuel never king?
He was a judge.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry about that. So, but Samuel hears from God that Saul is to be appointed as king, right?
Yes, correct.
And he says to Saul, "The Lord sent me to anoint you king over his people Israel. Now, therefore, listen to the words of the Lord. And thus says the Lord of hosts, I will punish the Amalekites for what they did in opposing the Israelites back in Egypt. Now go and attack them and utterly destroy all that they have. Do not spare them, but kill both man and woman, child and infant, ox and sheep, camel and donkey. If you believe that Jesus is the God from the Old Testament, as he claimed to be, and you believe that the Old Testament stuff happened, then what we're seeing here is a verse where Jesus, who said, love your neighbor, is also saying, go kill the infants of this tribe nearby. This is the all good God. Now, what could an infant do that would be deserving of being chopped up by an Israelite soldier's sword?
That's a great question, Mezzo. I'm afraid my knowledge doesn't extend to that yet.
Yeah. You're right. I mean, there's not an answer. It's not that you don't have the knowledge. There's no answer, right? There's no way that you could be like, well, those infants were really bad, right?
No. I think that's a cop out to say that.
Yeah. There's no way.
But I'm sure you've had people on your life that might defend it in that way.
Yep. They always defend it. They always defend this.
Yeah,
and they do, by the way. They go do it. They listen to God. They go slaughter the children and all the men and women except the king. They leave the king alive, and some of the like camels and cows, I think they leave alive. And God gets pissed. He's like, I said everyone.
Yeah.
And so then they have to chop up the animals, and they have to cut the king to pieces there in the throne room before God to make sure it was fucking everyone. God was on a vicious revenge plot. Not just the king, but like all these children.
Yeah,
because
that was
400 years earlier, their like ancient ancestors had attacked the Israelites. Like, this is crazy. Something to think about, something to deal with. I got to go to bed. But Brad, come on back sometime, okay?
Yeah, it was great talking to you, Mezzo.
All right, take care.
Take care.
Our new friend from Malaysia. I was thinking the other day, we don't get very many Asians. We hear voices from all around the world, but we don't hear very many from that area. And so that was really cool. I was really good friends with someone from Malaysia in college who was very nice, and she was very, very cool person. So I think about that place from time to time. Hey, thanks for the dragon. Thanks for all the shit. Oh, it's Christina. Hi. Thanks for the shit. And I appreciate all of you ever so dearly. It's been a wild ride. We went from, we had a lot of different types of guests. But yeah, I got to get to bed, y'all. I got to work in the morning. I got kids to feed. I've got to eat myself some food right now. I think I have some soup in the fridge. I'll probably have a soup. But I do love you all, and I want to end with a different song. I had made a loop, but let's make a new one. Let's make one from scratch real quick. Let's find a cool sound. Something sweeter, maybe. Let's find something sweeter. And then we'll go raid. And I saw that Cyber was on. So we can go over to Cyber and say Mezzo raid. If you don't want to hear the music, go ahead and go over now. Or Carbon is on as well. And let me see anyone else who I know got on. Some Christians I follow. Oh, I think Carbon left. Cyber it is. Okay. Got a weird note. What is that? See. Yep. Good. It's nice. Flute or trombone? Thank y'all for coming out tonight. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate you all so much. Thanks for all the gifts. If you want to support in any way, Cash App's the best way. Links in bio, of course. Also, just hang out. That's the other way. Jump in the Discord. Be on the live next time, and those are really the main ways. And just stay away from the church and stuff. That's my advice. Let's rock a bit. Mezzo raid wherever you go.